Prologue, Volume 7. Arclight Empire, one of the largest nations in the world, its territory alone occupies almost half of the supercontinent. Its economy is stable for a country that hardly trades with others. Its military might can wipe out a kingdom in a single night. But it is a nation that does not decide to attack, only to defend itself according to its constitution. In the imperial capital there is a building called the Ministry of Magic, which is shaped like a capital, in which the court magicians work day by day to improve the lifestyle of the citizens and their weaponry. In one of the large rooms a disaster was occurring. They couldn't find the problem. The numbers don't lie. A new phenomenon has been declared. This upheaval is due to the fact that strange natural phenomena known as unbalanced mana zones have been running for several weeks now. The equivalent of natural disasters such as typhoons and floods. It is not uncommon for this to happen. The strange thing is that it does not stop. One of the court magicians known as the 10 Wizard Saints was watching a recording of a magic tool similar to a camera. What the hell is that? He was watching as a mountain in a jungle was covered in snow. In another recording he watched as a desert was turning into a forest, and in another recording he watched as a lake rose into the sky to form an egg. The fish were swimming there normally even though they were floating. There were more such instances that the minions were showing him. The Wizard Saint sat up. What does this mean? Unbalanced mana zones are normal, but this is abnormal. For the past 4 months we have been receiving reports of strange occurrences happening within the country. Every day we receive that these strange phenomena occur. Exactly what is going on in the world? No one knew, but this had an explanation. The world was coming to its bad end as the world tree was not working as it should. In another place, on the other side of the world, a tournament was taking place. It was the typical strength tournament to test who was the strongest. The only difference was that the contestants are not normal, as they are high-level monsters. A large number of monsters of different shapes, sizes, species, and dangerous were making a circle. It was like a fight club. 2 monsters enter and only one winner came out. The loser was devoured. It was the law of the strongest. The surroundings were full of trees that have never existed in botany books, plants and flowers that are beautiful from afar, but lethal if you get close. On one of the branches of a gigantic tree was someone lying down eating a strange blue apple-like fruit that tasted like a sour banana. Its skin was dark, almost bluish in color. Its clothing was similar to sportswear, while on its wrists and ankles was a spiked bracelet. It had no shoes. It wore bandages so as not to dirty its feet. Its hair was tied in a style similar to a pineapple because of how spiky it was. Even its yellow eyes and hair were green to stand out more. Her height was that of a young girl of 16. She watched everything happily as she ate. This year's fight festival is perfect. Without that guy here, the boys can have as much fun as they want to. Her voice was like that of a girl's, but her gender was not defined as such, as it was unknown. Chewing. After finishing the strange apple, she went for another one. She made a move and the apple was falling several meters away from her position, but a strange thing happened and the apple ended up in her hand. This is life. There you are, Isel. A mysterious voice similar to a tobacco smoker called out to him from behind. Turning to see him, she is surprised. Iskandar-chan, how long has it been so? With that strange catchphrase at the end of her sentence, the man who had a terrifying appearance like his face said to her. As usual, slacking off. I'm not slacking off, just enjoying my free time so. Whatever. I have something to tell you. What is it so? The monsters shouted in joy. The fight festival was a success. Nothing could ruin this moment. The other demon king, Desmond, hasn't returned. Except that. The recumbent by the name of Isel complained. What of it so? Desmond-chan is a basket case. If he ended up dead trying to cross the ocean, it wouldn't be unusual. The Sea Kings would eat him in the attempt. He did. Desmond crossed the sea of marine beasts. Isel's eyes widened like saucers. Are you kidding, Sue? I don't joke, I never do, I don't know how to do it either. But it's real what I'm saying, worst of all, this is a bad omen for us. Why, Sue? Because. The monsters screamed as the festival ended with the victory of a giant gorilla over a dinosaur. It's part of my visions. Go and get Desmond, before he comes and gets angry and with everyone. Isel stood up and began stretching. Why me, Sue? Because he wouldn't try to attack you if he sees you. You're the only one that can end this without destroying part of the island again. Isel turned around to tell him with a serious expression. You could see how 3 V-shaped horns were marked on her forehead and head. Can I break his legs and arms if he resists? Yes. If Desmond does not return, this will be treason on his part as it will affect our objectives. Pointing at Isel he said. One of the 4 demon kings, Isel of the hungry beasts. I command you in the name of the demon king Faviel to bring the demon king Desmond the Destroyer to this place, the demonic continent, as soon as possible. Yes, yes, I'm coming, Sadat. Isel jumped up and disappeared into thin air. Iskandar, who was observing everything, said. The world is moving towards the prescribed, but there are variables like Desmond who are capable of destroying it. If we change it, the future we desire will not be within our reach. He raised his head to look at the sky. Isn't that right, Goddess Alexia? Well, tomorrow we're going out, so everyone. Someone knocked on the door, it was Cordelia who called Eli. Eliza Ajasama, there is a visitor who wants to see you and your friends. Us? Yes, also a message came. I don't remember requesting anything or having anything pending. Let's go. She said, and they all walked out. I wonder who could it be? A group of girls were walking down the hallway of this huge mansion. They were a special group. In the front was the leader, a beautiful well-dressed girl with long blonde hair down to her back. Her beautiful cherry-red eyes were almost covered by her fringe. Her name was Elise von Rosenberg, the heiress daughter of the Rosenberg Duchy. No idea. Could it be someone from the academy? Behind her stood another girl just as beautiful as her. Her light blonde hair was tied in 2 pigtails that reached down her back. Her beautiful aquamarine eyes looked at Eli with intrigue. She was Lily, a commoner who became Eli's title sister. I just hope they're not salesmen. I really hate them since they interrupt you whenever you do something important, said a girl with light brown hair styled in a bob cut and turquoise eyes. She was Celia von Algrund, the daughter of a count. To finish the quartet, the girl who was quiet just listened to their conversation. Her light ash blonde hair reached her hips, wavy because of how fluffy it was. Much of her hair was tied in 2 braided buns, making her look like a little mouse, giving her an adorable look if you combine it with her amethyst eyes. She was Evelyn von Exner, the daughter of a marquis, but unlike the other 3, she was a homunculus. This group of girls was special. They were all part of a harem. Eli was the legal wife and the others were concubines. As they arrived at the door, a servant introduced 2 people they didn't know. Hello, nice to meet you, are you acquaintance or relative of someone? Eli asked 2 women who were waiting for them. One of them was sitting like a dog, watching everything. Her hair was long and black as night. Her eyes were golden and sharp like a predator's. She belonged to the clan of the dire wolves of battle as she was a semi-human. Her name was Leela. Next to her was a woman wearing an elegant dress which would serve for any time of the day. She was tall, long-limbed, slender with large breasts like all of them and also a firm ass that showed through her dress. Her skin was snow white and her long blonde hair reached to the small of her back and was combed in such a way that her forehead was fully visible to her crystal blue eyes. The most important detail was not her body or her beauty, it was her medium-sized ears, the ears of an elf. She was half human half elf, an abomination between the 2 species. She was Amy. Amy looked at Eli, as if she was analyzing her gaze shifting to all of them, and then she sighed. They're not bad at all, I guess they'll do. I don't understand what you're talking about, miss, who are you? Amy felt contempt for humans. She didn't want to see them or talk to them, but she had to at least with the men in a respectable way. Shaking her hair with her hand as if it were an advertisement for a face cream, she said, "My name is Amy, I came because I've been bored at home. Hey. Basically, I'm Razel-sama's woman." His first woman. Amy emphasized the word woman in front of them. Eli grew skeptical. He knew Razel was gaining fame, it wouldn't be uncommon for some evil woman to approach him. "I'm sorry, but just you saying that isn't proof to believe you. If you don't have solid evidence, then I'll ask you nicely to leave or I'll call the knights to have you thrown out." Amy wanted to laugh when Eli threatened her, but she didn't want any trouble. "Like I said, I've had enough of being at home. So I came to spend time with him. If you think what I'm saying is false, then let me tell you something private about him." She reached up to Eli's ear, she blushed. Why you, how come you know that about him?" Giggles. "I told you, I'm his woman. We shared a bed several times, so it's natural to know things that only in a bedroom would happen." Eli looked at Amy with a face that indicated she had lost. She turned to look at the other girls. How to put it, what she says is true. She is a lover of Razel's." Lily covered her mouth. "Razel-kun has secret women. I don't think that's weird. What would be weird would be if that boob maniac didn't bring every big-breasted woman he could find." "I agree." Evelyn approved of what Celia stated. "By the way, who is she?" Eli asked Amy about the girl who was trying to catch a butterfly with her hands. "She's Leela, think of her as a pet. She's kind of like a bodyguard." "I see." Eli's cold expression said he didn't believe that last one, but she didn't care. After a few seconds, she turned to the servant who opened the door. "Excuse me, where's the message?" "He just delivered this letter and left. It was addressed to you." Taking the letter, she flipped it open. The letters were altered to be opened that way. Seeing that it had no return address and no coat of arms, she didn't know who it was from. But when she began to read, her expression was horrified in such a way that anyone would think she had been sent a death threat. "Is it something bad, Eli-chan?" Lily asked. Eli answers her, trembling. "And not exactly, but, a certain someone wants to see us." "See us?" "Why yes. You, me, and Razel as soon as possible." Eli headed into the room to talk to Razel. Amy and Leela accompanied them. The maid didn't stop them because of what she heard. "If it's not something bad, why are you trembling?" "The letter came from a person I never expected to see again." They reached the door of the room they were in a short while ago. Eli opened it and inside she saw a scene she never thought she would ever see in her life. A beautiful woman in her late 40s, similar to her mother, Barbara von Rosenberg the Duchess. She was entwining her lips with a strapping, tall boy as plain-looking as his eyes and black hair. It was her fiancé, Razel Bartlett. Their passionate kiss left the girls overwhelmed. Cordelia was behind them because she stepped out for a moment. When she returned, she sighed. "I figured this would happen." Razel and Barbara finished kissing, their gazes focused on the people watching them. "Razel, what were you doing kissing my mother?" Eli asked her fiancé. They quickly pulled apart. Celia and Evelyn looked confused, while Lily covered her mouth. Eli's expression was the most frightened she was, as if she had seen something repulsive. Her eyes darted to Barbara's hand as she spoke in a harsh tone. "A letter from the palace came. The first princess requests to see you as soon as possible, but there is something more important than that." "Mom, what's that in your hand? And why is there a plus sign on it?" "Mom, what were you doing with Razel?" "Eli, you see, Barbara was trembling as she didn't want to hurt her daughter. While Razel was trembling, he wondered. Why is she here? Because he was looking at Amy without costume as Leela. That's how it all ended in front of Razel. Chapter 75 Mother and Daughter. I once wondered why besides being ugly am I so unlucky. That's what I thought. Razel Bartlett, a reincarnated young man from a country known as Japan, there my name was Shishigami Naoto, an extroverted boy who preferred to spend playing video games than going out to hang out with friends I didn't have. I died tragically and woke up in this Otome game world. An Otome game is a game for girls where the heroine seeks to trap beautiful young men in order to achieve a happy ending. That happy ending in this game was too terrible. I say that because the central theme of the game is RPG. From what I read in forums, the reason it has combat elements to be a romance is because the developers were playing with another development team attached. Thanks to that stupidity is that one of the best games of recent times was born, having a sales rate of over 100%. Well, I think I'm straying too far from the main topic. To make it short, my situation is the same as achieving the bad end of a game. No, the best would be to say that I'm at the end of death. That's because of what happened a few moments ago. The woman next to me, Barbara, is my future mother-in-law, who looks too much like her daughter, with the exception of her huge breasts, round butt, and a beauty mark under her lip. For several months we have been in a sinful relationship where we give each other love. My love for her always ended up overflowing inside her to the point that I never worried that something like this would happen so soon. I found out she is pregnant. I mean, she's having my child. Which means I'm going to be a daddy. At my age of 17th birthday I will be a father. I have a confused feeling between joy, anxiety, doubt, satisfaction with myself for being able to impregnate an older woman, but mostly fear. The fear comes from the people who observed us kissing. My women, my personal harem in other words. On the right were Celia and Evelyn, two girls who are not part of the game, although they are proper people of this world. While on the right were the protagonist of the Otome game, Lily. She at the end of the game will save the empire and the world after defeating the Demon King along with some of the capture targets, but because they are all idiots and a duel occurred, she became my girlfriend. She was adopted by Barbara. Next to her with a dark and disgusted expression was my future wife Elise, who was the villainess. She and Lily were sworn enemies until the villainous Doom event. I fought alongside my friend Cid, another capture target but who was pay to play. We fought those 5 idiots and ended up winning in a way. I look at the person who looks at me with pity. She is a beautiful woman dressed as a maid. Her bright light green eyes were intense even with glasses. Her emerald green hair was long and tied in a refined ponytail, tied with a donut braid and 2 braids extending from her ears to that donut of hair. Cordelia von Evans, the eldest daughter of a viscount. Cordelia used to look at me with revulsion and disgust until I saved her from a strange guy. After that she told me she wanted to be my concubine. We still don't tell anyone because so much has happened. Behind her are 2 unexpected people, Leela, a wolf girl, and Amy. She was one of the Demon King's generals and possessor of the sin of pride, making her the Witch of Calamity. Her magic is so powerful that she alone wiped out 1/4 of the capital in the game. She was my woman as all present. I have my doubts with Leela because she is so strong that once when I tried to kiss her she thought it was a game and hit me with her leg. I was passed out for almost 9 hours. I am a little scared of her. Back to Barbara. I was scared. Eli just saw us kissing and now she has proof in her hands that she is pregnant. This is bad. Sooner or later she had to find out, but not now. I gathered all my courage and said, Eli, let me explain. You'll see. I'm pregnant with Razelkun's child. I wanted to explain everything in a method that wouldn't make them want to cut my head off. Only Barbara dropped a bomb straight into a volcano. She was trembling with her gaze shifting from Eli to the ground every few seconds. Why, you see, right after you got engaged to him. I wanted to enhance our closeness with a bath we used to take when you were little, remember? Eli didn't answer, just stared in horror at what her mother was telling her. Well, he told me he wanted to make me happy since I was alone all this time and since you had gotten your happiness, T-hat made me a little jealous and I accepted it. Eli's mouth opened and closed in small intervals. You accepted what, Mom? I agreed to be his woman. We made love that night and I liked it so much. But, understand Eli. It's my fault. If he wanted to just have an affair with an old woman, then I would have only allowed him to do it just once and then cut the relationship. I don't wish to hurt you, I would never stand between my daughter's happiness. I would rather die than see you suffer due to me. Barbara was crying as she implored Eli not to think badly of me and that it was all her fault. I said I would make Barbara happy, so after taking her hand, which was seen by all, I said to Eli, "I'm sorry to keep it from you, Eli, but from the first moment I saw your mother, I felt a desire towards her. I thought it would just be that, and then when that day came, I thought nothing would happen and it did. I was shocked that it actually happened." Eli's head was looking at the ground. I couldn't see her eyes, but for some reason, the air feels heavy. Like it's getting warm. We're in spring, so coolness should abound in the atmosphere. Razel, answer me two things. Tell me, I said after swallowing saliva. Is this the first time you've lied to me? No, as a child I lied to you that I said I would come to your birthday party. I know and I understand. You didn't want to come back because according to you it would make me stronger, right? I told Eli a little of the truth by leaving out details. The reason I did that is so she wouldn't remember that I abandoned her for no reason. I told her I wanted her to be strong in her own way since she had no friends. It certainly seems stupid that now that I stopped thinking like a background character. Seriously, why the fuck did I say that? Well, what's done is done. Now comes the second question. For some reason Eli seems to have a lump in her throat and the atmosphere starts to generate more heat. I wish there were air conditioners in this world. There are fans, but no air conditioners. How disappointing. Razel, who was your first time, my mother or me? I answered without lying. Neither. It was Amy who is behind you. Before I could finish what I was saying, Eli looked up and I could see eyes as red as boiling lava. They were filled with hatred. In a split second, Eli's body went into combat mode. She ran at high speed towards me and I saw her clench her right fist. Once I tried Eli's fist, nothing would happen, I thought, as it was not that strong. I was wrong again. Even though I had long ago lost my sensitivity to pain, I could feel the power, not the magic power of Eli but the muscular power of Eli all over my cheek. I felt time slow down. My feet lifted as my body was propelled forward. I remember this feeling, it's what I felt when I was run over. Time went back on track after watching as Barbara noticed I let go of her hand and headed for the wall. Eli's physical strength was so strong that instead of being slammed into the wall that was 10 feet away, I broke the wall and the next 3. It is worth noting that the distance between the walls is almost 6 meters wide, so Eli sent me flying a distance of 21 meters using only physical strength. It was terrifying. After breaking the 4th wall, I found myself seeing all red. Normally when I'm about to take damage, a strange ability I acquired called Blood activates. It allows me to have a steel skin which resists any physical blow, and it activated with hostility. That means that Eli's blow had no murderous intent, only pain. I could not move my arms as one was bent in the opposite direction it should be and the other is buried like my legs in the rubble. My breathing was heavy. I could feel with my tongue that I was missing a few teeth, 5 in fact. That fist was much more dangerous than I thought. It hurt. My whole body hurt. Eli, please stop. Barbara. Stop, Eli-chan. Lily. Eliza Ajusama, don't do something crazy please. Cordelia. I could clearly hear voices saying something to Eli. Before I knew it, Eli was on top of me, her red underwear was in my line of sight. Eli. I tried to apologize, but she stopped me. Punch. She gave me a big punch on my nose. I could feel something coming down my nose from a position that wasn't normal. I mean, my nose is broken. Now Eli was punishing me with his fists. You betrayed me again, Razel. You swore you would never lie to me again. Now you want to play dumb like always and say it was an accident. You had sex with my mother. Your future mother-in-law. You chose to impregnate an old woman instead of your own fiancé. How do you think I feel at this humiliation? I'll be a mockery in front of the whole country again. I could hear Eli's pain in her words perfectly as I watched her cry with hate-filled eyes. I couldn't say anything as my consciousness faded. Before my eyelids closed, I could see Celia and Evelyn grab Eli's arms while Barbara with Cordelia grabbed her waist and Lily tried to cry out to her by talking to her face. I couldn't see any more. I think I died again. I'm not dead, it seems. Since I am in an unexpected place, my subconscious. This was happening when I was getting my ass kicked so hard and she must have come to save me. I could see a place similar to my room in this blank space. It was a bit surreal to see posters hanging floating and even a window reflecting nothing. Sitting near a television, playing with a console was her. A beautiful woman with long hair and blood-red eyes, she was the queen of the vampires, Astrea. Astrea was one of the 7 deadly sins like Amy, she was the sin of sloth. She had a death wish and I granted her wish. The problem is that she infected me with a virus and commissioned the mission to kill the remaining sins as to a certain person called Epstein. She was wearing shorts, a loose white shirt which showed that she was not wearing a bra. On her head she wore headphones with pink cat ears. The reason I had them in my old life was because an order went wrong and they were brought to me, there was no refund. It was keep them or throw them away. I wasn't going to let those fluffy ears accumulate junk. She saw me and waved after popping a chip in her mouth. Hey boy, it's been a while. I saw the whole thing, you got your ass kicked real hard. That's true. But I deserved it. You deserve more than that, ha ha ha. I'm surprised they don't want to castrate you. That scared me. I didn't want to lose my special friend. Let's talk while we play a game. Okay. I heeded her since to get out of this place I have to wake up and I think it will be quite a while. I sat down next to her and grabbed the joystick on the console. There she was playing a fighting game, it was that one about magical girls against strong men. I started pressing buttons. As time went by I was getting angry, she was kicking my ass really hard. I had lost 10 games. Astrea was talking to me while applying a combo of colored light beams. My macho, virile persona was being bathed in rainbows. So, you're going to be a daddy, congratulations I guess. I don't remember exactly what I felt when I gave birth to several children. I don't know what to answer about that. But thank you. I think. The silence between us was awkward because of that topic. Parenthood. Honestly, I'm really scared. A child is a huge responsibility and I'm similar to cats. I like to lie down for several hours a day and eat anything. A child takes time. In my current life I remember watching my mother as she took care of my little sister Gina and then my little brother Colin. She put in a lot of effort even though she didn't work as that was taken care of by my father. I'm sure it couldn't have been easy. I put the play stick down and sighed. Astrea asked me. Have you figured out what you're going to do yet? I want to escape. That's what the Razel who lived as a background character would say. But now I'm scared that, when I wake up, Eli will still be very angry. Her fist nearly killed me, even when we fought I didn't feel the same sense of assured mortality. That's because you're a wimp. She said as if putting me down. I looked at her and she was dead serious. It doesn't matter the situation or what you do. You must face the consequences of your actions. She tapped me on the shoulder as if we were friends. If you're afraid, that's what talking to them is for. You have many women and one of them is already pregnant, I'm sure, if you all talk it out, you will come to an outcome that will make you happy. I smiled at her. Your advice is strange. When you die, you learn from your mistakes. But in my case it works because this is just a small fraction of my soul. Looks like it's time, bye boy, have your guts just as big as your sexual desire towards them. With those words, I said goodbye to return to reality. I opened my eyes slowly, my face hurt. I was in my room, the light was on, but it was perfectly clear from the window that it was night. It means that I am not dead and that I was only unconscious for a few hours. I raised my left hand, it hurt a lot, although there were no bruises. With my tongue I touched my teeth and they seemed to grow back, it means that Lily healed me. She is a very wonderful girl. Although my right arm feels heavy. I tried to move my head to see if I had a cast. Yes, casts exist in this world too. I thought it was cast, but it was actually a person. Eli was asleep on my arm. I tried to call out to her, but I didn't want to wake her up. My arm was very uncomfortable. As I tried to pull it off, she reacted. She lifted her face and our eyes met. I watched as her pretty red eyes were totally red from tears. When I wanted to apologize, she hugged me accompanied with regret. I'm so sorry, Razel. Forgive me, I beg you. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's just. Eli hugged me tightly as she cried. I heard what she thought at that moment. It's just, the moment you said you cheated on me again. I remembered that day. It wasn't about when you left. The day my father with a smile left. I thought you were going to do the same. Hey? She thought I was going to run away? Am I that unreliable? I imagine this is the consequences of being a background character at the time. I lost my mind. I thought you were going to say something just like him, that you'd go ask my father-in-law for advice and I'd never see you again. Please forgive me, I was stupidly overreacting. I didn't mean to hurt you. You're one of the people I would never hurt. Eli looked at my face. She was truly sorry for what she did. My body still hurt and I couldn't hug her, so I told her. No. It's okay, you reacted that way because it was the normal thing to do. After all, your mother will have my child. If I were in your place I would have taken a hit too. About that. Eli stopped hugging me, looked at me this time seriously. Get plenty of rest today. Tomorrow the three of us will talk sternly, no matter how long it takes, this relationship can't happen. What do you mean, Eli? Her words gave a bad signal. Tomorrow itself, either we end our engagement or we will move to another place. Razel, despite everything, you dared to mock me, you had sex with my mother. You could have chosen any woman in the mansion to have a secret affair with and you decided to impregnate your mother-in-law. How do you think I feel that right now my future brother or sister has the blood of the man who will one day bear me children? I didn't know what to answer. Eli turned and headed for the door. Tomorrow will be a heavy day, sleep well. Eli left the room after turning off the light. Truly, someone up there really hates me. Bedtime came. The Rosenberg mansion was silent after what happened hours ago. Many people witnessed Eli the heiress yelling at Razel. The whole mansion knew that Barbara was pregnant with the future Duke's child. No one said anything, they just kept quiet. After stopping Eli from doing something crazy, Lily healed Razel to the point where she also fainted. Eli stopped after seeing her sister collapse. It was only then that she realized everything she did. They took Razel to his room and they were all silent. Eli stayed with him for hours and finally went back to her room. Lily was waiting for her on her bed, she wanted to talk to her. Eli lay down next to her, their gazes met. Are you all right? Lily asked in a very worried tone. Eli answered her. I don't know what to think. I mean, a few hours ago it was happiness since we were going on a trip all together, then I found out my boyfriend got my mom pregnant. My head is spinning. I don't know what to do tomorrow. Lily asked her something she didn't want to say. Eli-chan, do you want mom to have Razel-kun's baby? Eli stopped, without even turning to look at her she turned sideways. Please don't ask me that. I don't mean an eyesore. You know Eli-chan, despite the fact that I consider it was wrong for them to hide it. I don't see anything wrong with mom being pregnant. Hey! Eli made an idiotic sound at Lily's response that no one expected. It's just that look. I'm adopted into this family, I'm your sister by name, but I'm also Razel Kun's woman, that means I'm like mom too. Eli was shocked at that answer. She wanted to try to refute, but Lily continued. If we are sister and have the same boyfriend, that makes me a bad woman as a mom from your perception, right? Eli responded angrily without turning around. Of course it doesn't. It's just that Razel, it's my mother who will have his child, my boyfriend will give me a little brother or sister. As someone who has no family, it seems to me that more blood relatives is good. Remember mom herself said that Razel needs a lot of women to bring back the Rosenberg lineage. The only Rosenbergs left are you two. Maybe she wanted to help with that. Let's remember that, if we fall in love with him, any other woman will. Lily's words left Eli deep in thought. Before she could answer her, someone knocked on the door. It was Barbara. She was dressed in a long nightgown, her perfect curves, her big ass and her huge breasts were marked in that light almost transparent fabric. Barbara had her hair up and her face was pointing to the floor. She had been at the door for a while, but didn't want to knock. Hearing Lily talk about her and defend her made her gain courage. She knocked on the door and spoke to Eli without opening the door. Eli, it's Mom. I'm sorry to bother you at this hour, but I have something very important to tell you. Eli didn't respond, just listened to what her mother had to say. From her point of view, she was betrayed by the people she loved to the point of being ridiculed in a way. I just want to ask you, whatever you decide, don't think about ruining your engagement. This was my fault. That day, I really wanted to have a mother-son relationship with him. But that event happened. I don't regret it, because it would be denying that the life growing in my womb right now is a mistake. Just as I learned that you were growing inside me, I am happy to know that I can be a mother again. Eli. If you want to hate someone, hate me. If you want to curse someone, curse me. But don't despise your fiancé. I myself chose to continue that relationship. If it had been just once, then that secret I would have taken to my grave. I don't expect you to forgive me. Tears streamed down her rosy cheeks as Barbara squeezed her chest. I won't use an excuse like I was lonely because it's true. From the day your father left us, I felt a void in my life. I knew him since we were kids, we grew up together and I always felt happy by his side. That's why when he left us I couldn't believe it, I thought it was a mistake, a nightmare, but it was reality. I was so many years alone that in order not to think about if he left us for my fault, if I wasn't a good wife and he was doing things he shouldn't and I couldn't stop him, I always blamed myself for it. So, when Razel Kun told me those wonderful words, I gave in to him. Eli, a woman's loneliness is a horrible thing, you better than anyone know that. I'm sure you know that, if I had the chance to see your father again or if he came back, I'd punch him in his face so hard, it would deform him. And then I would hug him and cry because I missed him. But with this, I can take it for granted that my love for your father is no more. If you thought maybe Razel Kun would abandon us too, he won't, he risked his life for us and even paid our debt. He's not the kind of man who would do something important and then run away. That's all. Whatever you decide, your mother is the only one who deserves punishment. Good night to you both, I love you more than anything in the world. With those touching words, Barbara walked away. Both Lily and Eli wept silently. Eli pulled the sheet over herself and thought as she bit her tongue. What should I do? Help me, Grandpa. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. Where am I? I looked around, I was in a familiar room. The weird thing is that this room doesn't exist anymore. That's why it seemed strange to me. I was walking to get out of here, but my steps were short and small. As I looked at the floor, I discovered that I had become a girl again. I approached a mirror and indeed, I was a girl again. Both my body and my breasts grew smaller. In a way I was glad to be able to see my feet again, short though they may be. Eli, where are you? Someone was calling my name, I recognized that voice. I immediately went running to a door that materialized in the distance. Opening it, I saw a person who was no longer here. Grandpa. My grandfather, the former head of the house, Richard von Rosenberg, an elderly man with grey hair and blue eyes. I jumped on top of him and hugged him tightly. Grandpa. 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 I was so happy to see him, as remembering my height. It was a few months before my father betrayed us that he passed away. I thought my grandfather's death affected him in a negative way. I was wrong years later. My grandfather carried me in his arms as he walked out of the mansion. You sure have grown into a big girl, Eli. Grandpa, I missed you so much. I really need you, Grandpa. My grandfather came outside and sat down. He stroked my back and with his gentle as warm smile he said, "Tell me, my granddaughter, what's bothering you? I know this is a dream, but I want to tell him anyway." I see. I told him everything that happened. He looked at the garden with a sad face. So that happened. For some reason, despite being a dream, he looked like he really was sad. The next thing he said left me more confused. So Alvin is able to do that. I feel like a lousy father. My subconscious must be reflecting what my grandfather would think if he were still alive. I told him everything to see which answer would be the right one to follow. I understand. What do you think I should do, Grandpa? I don't know, ha ha ha. Yes. That was certainly the answer my grandfather would sometimes give. He would laugh to try to avoid the problem. Eli. Do you know why your grandmother and I were married for so many years despite being a political marriage? My grandmother belonged to one of the important families of the country. It was necessary and obligatory that. That's the answer a nobleman would give. Now tell me as a woman. Do you think your grandmother and I were happy? I don't think so. You're wrong. We were. That surprised me. I have few memories of my grandmother. She died before I could understand my surroundings. We were from different families. We first saw each other on our wedding day, but as time went on we both tried to love each other since we had nothing in common. Many years passed, and finally when your father was older, your mother and I acted as a couple in love. It was difficult, no doubt. But when there's real love, nothing matters. Really? My grandfather stroked my head. I laid my head on his chest as he spoke to me. Do you love your mother? I love her. Do you love your fiancé? I love him in spite of everything. Will you love that creature? I will, since it will be my baby brother or sister. It makes me a little happy to know I will have one, but his father will be the future father of his nieces and nephews. That makes me very uncomfortable. Ha ha ha, Eli, let me tell you, I've seen worse things in my life. Certainly, that Barbara Chan has now fallen in love with the future Duke of the house is something strange, but in this world of nobility you must understand that there are things we don't like. I never had mistresses myself because I thought it would be selfish to have more than one child. Instead, your betrothed seems to be the kind of man who likes to be surrounded by women and protect them all. You decide, Eli, what you do now. But let me give you some advice. Your mother has never had a nice life. Since I have known her since she was a child, I know better than anyone that she holds a lot of things in her heart. If you really love her, you want her to be happy. I ducked my head. I understand what my grandfather means. When I was a child, I would sometimes see my mother crying in the office of the head of the house after dark. Other times I would see her kissing the floor of the pawnbrokers when we had no money. We even sold many things as family souvenirs to have money. I understand better than anyone that my mother deserves to be happy more than I do. I said to my grandfather. I understand, I will make my decision soon. That makes me happy. By the way, I would like you to tell Glenn that he did enough for the house, he can retire to rest easy. I understand, I will tell him. With that, the dream should be over by now. but the next thing he said left me totally puzzled. I would have liked to meet Lily-chan, I'm sure she's a good girl. She's a whole Rosenberg, even if she's not by blood. Wait. I never told you about Lily. How come you know about her? Goodbye, Eli. I was glad to see you've grown up a lot. With his kind smile, my grandfather said goodbye to me. Wait please, am I really dreaming? Grandpa. Grandpa. Eli woke up with her arms outstretched. Her hair was disheveled, morning had already come and it was a beautiful day due to the sun's rays. She pinched her face to see if she was still dreaming. She looked over at Lily who was still sleeping peacefully. Eli collapsed on the bed and mumbled. It was a dream, wasn't it, Grandpa? Even if it wasn't. I made my decision. Eli's eyes shone with a strong gleam in her resolve. I had just woken up, today was the day where Eli would decide on what will happen to our relationship. I'm scared, I don't know what to do if she says we broke our engagement or if we will stay together, but we should stay away from her mother. I spent most of the night asking myself that question. I have a few possible answers. I thought of about 270, of those only 216 were rejected. Number 17 is a good idea, but she will hit me again. While number 19 would make both her and Barbara hit me. I lose out either way. After changing and going about my morning business, I left my room. Barbara was waiting for me outside, she was wearing a beautiful dress for inside the mansion. Good morning. Good morning. I said, she returned my greeting. From her face it seemed I wasn't the only one who had a bad night. She wanted to say something, but closed her mouth. She really doesn't seem to know what to say at this crucial time. It reminds me a bit of when I was on the jury and my parents got divorced. My father was angry while my mother looked happy. I couldn't understand back then what was going on, I just know that I will never let my family collapse again. I walked to her and hugged her, I said. I told you before and I'm telling you now. You are my woman, Eli, and the others are. This house will be mine one day. I won't let anyone hurt you again. So, trust me. I will make sure Eli accepts us and more so now that you are expecting my child. I am still terrified at the thought that at my young age I will have a child, and with my mother-in-law justly so. Barbara cried and hugged me back. Yes. Darling. She also wanted to be happy. It can be said that to achieve happiness we must defeat the final boss, in this case the villainous Elise. A very bad joke came out unintentionally. We walked to the meeting room of the mansion, Cordelia was waiting for us outside, she noticed us holding hands and smiled. She opened the door and as we entered she closed it. At that long oval table where almost 40 people can sit, I found my harem waiting for us. Celia, Evelyn, and Lily were behind Eli who was the only one sitting, besides drinking tea. Eli noticed that we were holding hands, her gaze focused there. After a while of being quiet she said. Sit down. She means the final fight begins. We sat down. Eli set her cup of tea down on the saucer. I was ready to say I love Barbara, Eli, I love the others too and I want us all to be happy. But she stumped me with another question. Mom, do you love Razel? Hey. Barbara and I made the same idiotic sound, not expecting her to ask that question. Mom, answer in all honesty. Barbara, who was puzzled, noticed her daughter's serious face, in the same tone she answered her. I love him. Much more now that I'm expecting his child. But that doesn't mean I will be his wife. I understand that this son is not an heir nor your replacement, I will love this creature the same way I love you and him. I see. Now you Razel, do you love my mother? That was a question only in those adult anime you might see, not one related to an Otome game world. I told her without hesitation. I love her. You too, I'll make sure to love you all equally and never lie to you or hide anything from you ever again. I understand. Eli was quiet again, took a big breath and spoke the final verdict. You two really are the worst, you know? Put yourself in my situation, do you think I like knowing that my mother is pregnant with my fiancé's child? How do you think I'll feel about seeing it? We ducked our heads, we didn't want to make her angrier. But that doesn't mean I'm going to hate it. Worst of all, I'm sure I'd play with him or her when he or she is born. We lifted our faces and saw Eli flicking her teacup in a disinterested manner. It's okay, you two. I won't get in the way of your degenerating love affair. Razel, you can keep kissing my mother. And you, Mom, you can keep sleeping with my fiancé, your son-in-law. Eli was actually annoyed as those words deepened. What's with those faces? I told you it's okay, you can be lovers. But I don't want to see you kissing in front of me, and if you do, let it be days before we do, you hear, Razel? Does that mean it's all good now? Eli looked at me, as if I'd said the stupidest thing in the world. Of course it is. My mother will be your mistress, I've already given them my approval. Barbara and I both stood up due to astonishment. Really, Eli? We said at the same time. Eli looked disgusted. Are you guys cynical? I said okay, geez, Cordelia, please gather everyone in the lobby, I have a report to give before strange rumors spread. Aji-sama. My happy expression overflowed from my face, Barbara looked happier than me. Seeing each other, we hugged. Razel-kun, I'm so happy. Me too, Barbara, I love you. Realizing what I said, I opened my eyes and looked in the direction of my girlfriends. All four of them were looking at me in a confused way, but only Eli was the only one with a dull look. I told you, don't show your affection in front of me. Eli summoned all the servants, knights and officials of the territory to the mansion. A few hours passed until every important vassal of the duchy would be here. Next to Eli stood an old man, long grey hair tied in a bun, with a lock beard and blue eyes. He was the head butler and right-hand man of former head of the household and Barbara, Glenn Whiteberg. I'm glad you all came despite being busy. This won't last long, it will only take a moment. You see, there is some news I have to tell you all. My mother, the Duchess. Her face made a complicated expression, but she relaxed after overcoming a little. The Duchess Rosenberg is the mistress of Razel, the future Duke. There was a colossal silence, no one's breath could be heard. It may have taken you by surprise, but let me tell you that this does not affect our engagement or in succession issues. I will be the legitimate heir even if the baby she is expecting is a boy. I am sorry to have taken your time away from work to give you this news, but it was necessary to understand what happened yesterday. Someone raised her hand. It was a maid, she looked a bit fearful. Eliza Aji-sama. Yes, is something wrong? You see, we already knew that. Hey! Was the expression all of us made. The servants began to murmur. I thought she already knew. Miss Eliza's perhaps a bit dense if she didn't notice the obvious signs. I thought the announcement was to indicate you were pregnant, too bad for my wallet. Eli started sweating, so did we. Wait a minute everyone, you already knew? Since when? Almost in unison everyone said. Since those moans were heard reaching every corner of the mansion. Barbara covered her face in embarrassment, Cordelia beside me whispered. I told you, you weren't exactly quiet. More murmurs from the servants I heard. I noticed it when I saw her sneaking into his room in the middle of the night. When I was cleaning the halls, they weren't exactly quiet. Who do you think should wash those dirty sheets? I slumped down, too. Everyone knew that. I lifted my face and looked at Glenn, Eli looked at him too. Noticing our stare, he replied. I knew it long before. I had told you that nothing escapes me. Don't worry, I never told anyone, but the servants did know. Eli slumped too, I'm sure she thought the same thing I did. So all of this was for nothing. I felt like an idiot. Everyone knew the secret except her. Evelyn tapped me on the shoulder. I knew it too. I was just feigning ignorance, I didn't want to be the only one who didn't know. Again I slumped, Eli did too. Even Evelyn knew. It seemed like it was just the five of us who didn't know that everyone knew about Barbara and me. Eli lifted her head. I get it, we were very careless. I have a headache, I'll take some aspirin and then we'll go see her. Where are you going? I asked Eli, she looked at me with a tired look. You mean we'll go because you're coming with me? Where to? She said something I never expected. To the palace. The first imperial princess wants to meet you. Because I hadn't had such knowledge of an empire princess. Chapter 76 Princess of the Empire. I opened my eyes to see a new tomorrow. My room was different from any normal girl's room. After all, how many girls can say their room is the same size as baseball field? And that I didn't want it bigger because I don't have that much stuff. My beautiful king-size bed is covered with pink sheets and I always ask the maid who takes care of me to spray a rose perfume in the room, so when I wake up I can smell with a wonderful scent. I put on my bunny slippers and walk several steps to the window, open the people and the window to shout. Good morning capital, the imperial princess has woken up. And so begins a new morning for me. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. Leaving the room, I headed to the bathroom. Living in the palace is certainly impressive. The hallways are as long as a bridge, there are many ornaments, paintings, and luxurious carpets everywhere. The maids greet me as they continue on their course. Good morning, princess. Your Highness, good morning. Good morning, Princess Livy. Livy, that's my name. I am the first princess of the imperial family. Livy Angelina von Bryce. Livy is the name my mother chose because it reminds of her hometown. Angeline was her name and she named me with one similar to hers. Someone may wonder. How come you are the first princess when you have several older sisters? Well, I am obviously not the daughter of the current empress. According to my court rank, I would be number 77, no, 75, it's because there are two other girls my age, but I beat them by date. To make it short, my mother was a concubine of the emperor. The day I was born it was raining hard. We couldn't go to the hospital so they had to deliver me in one of the rooms. Just at the moment I was born, the rain stopped and almost immediately a rainbow swept across the skies. No one could believe that. But it got better as I grew up. Just by walking near some minister, they said it brought them luck. We even made a lot of money when I accidentally moved a document and changed the numbers on it. Since that day the ministers have loved me, they even took me to the emperor, my father. When I saw him, I was afraid. A tall, strong man and above all with a supreme aura surrounded him, his blonde hair shone like his own and his feline red eyes looked like flames that would burn you. I was very afraid to see him. I cried, and as a next act he carried me. They said he did not even carry his own wife's children. The emperor has no time to deal with children, but he carried me, I was the first child he carried. For that reason, he named me first princess, he said I was the prettiest child in the world. That would be all of my childhood. I remembered the old days after bathing, it was already time for breakfast, so I went to get dressed. What dress shall I wear? My closet was so big that at least 50 people could fit in there and not feel stuck. I usually liked gothic lowly clothes, a very rare style these days. I got hundreds of dresses just like it with minor differences. I took one that had a label on it, for the imperial family you don't buy clothes for them, they are made in a factory exclusively for us. The dress was black like all of them, but it had some red rose embroidery near the skirt. I wore thigh-high black stockings, black slippers with a shine that made them look like diamonds. When I looked in the mirror, I could see a beautiful girl, but so beautiful that it would make anyone's heart stop. My hair was very rare, but I think it's heritage. It starts with a honey blonde base going down to my neck where it changes to pink cake followed by my arms to a dark violet that went down to my knees. I tied it in 2 twin tails and the ribbon was red in the shape of a bunny. I wore casual eyeliner that didn't mess up a young lady's face, it was teenage makeup in other words. My eyes are a sky blue color, my lips red as tomatoes, and above all my nicely cut side bangs on the right side look spiky. While the remaining part of the front of my hair is perfectly cut that partially crosses my cheeks and goes all the way down to my neck. To make it simpler, my hair is a fusion between long twin pigtails and a bob cut with bangs. Why do I have such a complicated style? That's simple, it's because I'm a reincarnated. In my previous life I had a simplistic style like you would expect from a girl with braids, black hair, huge glasses, and above all flat. In this world, which I found out years later was that of an Otome game, I was blessed with beauty, status, and above all, huge breasts. I smiled as I lifted my large, shapely breasts with my hands. The first time I saw myself, I thought a European beauty was in front, but it was not. It was my new self that was reflected. I finished getting dressed, all that was left was to have breakfast and wait for my appointment today. I left the room and went straight to the end of the hallway to take the elevator down to the dining room. The palace is huge, the largest hotel in the world cannot be compared to it, after all, it measures more than 150 floors, has more than 10,000 rooms and above all has secret subway rooms where important matters are kept. After exiting the elevator, I walked a little way to the dining room. There I could see a few of my older sisters and brothers, even the younger ones. I greeted them with love. "Good morning everyone. Good morning Livy." They all greeted me with the same tone. I can feel in my sisters a little jealousy. They are pretty too, but only I was blessed with big breasts, big butt, and nice thighs. Even my waist is slim like gooseneck despite eating a lot. As I sit in my seat, oops, I forgot, each seat is marked with the name and rank of the prince and princess. Failure to respect the seat would bring trouble. Sometimes the simplest things are the riskiest for a member of the imperial family. My breakfast was expensive fine food. Something like this a former Japanese person like me could not afford in my wildest dreams. The food was a mix between balanced, nutritious, and fatty, everything was perfect, there is even a schedule to go to the gym and lose the weight gained. Fortunately for me the weight gained goes to my breasts, butt, and thighs. So I just have to do what I need to do to not look fat. After finishing breakfast, I thank the maid and the chef, I head back to the elevator where my personal maid was. I say to her, "Have they arrived? We received the report that they couldn't come yesterday, but today they did, they apologize if they will be late." "I see." I said those words and headed to the library to wait until meanwhile. After all, in this place is my reason for meeting that background character, Razel Bartlett. When I regained my consciousness I was glad to know that I was in that Otome game I played to escape the reality of my terrible family. I was glad to know that the third prince Regulux Unii-chan was my older brother. I am 16 years old so I will soon be going to the academy like everyone else. The imperial family is not required to attend, but many do so to get a taste of life outside the palace. Life in here is wonderful, it's like having a closed world in this place, but they don't let us out because we can be kidnapped and extorted. I heard that if you know how to take care of yourself you can only go out on your own. In the case of my older brother, Sidford Nii-san, he was despised by some just because he was the son of a woman who left the palace. My mother is still alive, but she has a weak body. From time to time I visit her to see how she is. She is very loving and cares a lot about me. Too bad my Japanese mother always demanded me to be like my older sister, but it doesn't matter anymore, let's waste time a little bit. Amao, I told you not to go to the bathroom in the palace, Razel, we're late. When Barbara's problem was solved, Eli said to hurry up. I told her it was okay, but we should eat first. Since I went all day without eating yesterday, I feasted today. After I finished eating I had to go to the bathroom as usual. Eli prevented it and forcibly took me to the limo. It took us the usual time to get to the entrance of the palace where the guard asked us for identification and if we had an appointment. Even if he knew our faces, even if he was told who was coming and why, the guard would always have to act as if the person in front of him was a stranger. Eli presented a credential indicating her identity. I did not have one because this was only given to people related in some way to the palace. That is, if I was the son of a peasant, I could not enter and would have to wait for someone from inside to come and speak for me. Instead, Eli, she is the daughter of one of the ducal houses, so having this was normal. I was informed that when I became a duke I would have one. The guard let the three of us in. Yes, all three of us. Lily came too. Apparently the letter expressed that, according to this mysterious princess, she wanted to see the three of us. Inside the elevator my stomach was churning as if an alien bug wanted to get out of there. I told her I couldn't stand it, so I ran to a bathroom. It felt good to release everything, although I feel sorry for the janitor. I showed my condolences to its nose. On the way out, Eli and Lily were waiting for me. Eli looked at her watch and said we were late, so we ran. That's how we got to this place. In front of us was a door designated for visits. It said Rosenberg-Livy meeting on a sign. We went in, but no one was there yet. Eli told me that this was normal, so we would have to wait. Arriving late even if the host is late is rude. That's why we came in our best clothes. I asked Eli. Who is this Princess Livy and what does she want from us? As we sat down, Eli deflated. Sigh. How shall I put it? She's certainly one to be feared. She's scary. I asked, intrigued. Yes. She is, so be careful. Eli looked at us very seriously. Lily and I swallowed saliva. What would this mysterious NPC princess want from us? Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. I see. I had been here I don't know how long really. The reason for coming to the Imperial Library was because before I got my memories back, I wanted to look for if there were any manga or light novels to read. Yes, it's weird for me to say that despite having no memories, but probably my soul wanted to read something that reminded me of home even if it didn't exist. The inside of the library is so big that it almost looks like a shopping mall as it has many sections and floors. On the fourth floor are the ancient documents. Usually without authorization you cannot enter even if it is a member of the imperial family. Only the emperor, the prime minister, the crown prince and some ministers as designated knights. I could enter because I was the first princess, meaning, if I tell my daddy that I was denied to enter, their heads would roll. Obviously I wouldn't tell him. I know he is capable of doing that. The emperor is a terrifying man in many ways and forms. In this bookcase where I find myself I read a certain small book. It's a diary. I found it when I was moving books around because it seemed nicer to do it that way. Rummaging and moving I found a false wall inside the bookcase. Touching it, I couldn't feel the hardness of the wood, it felt like something soft. I removed it and hidden inside was a very dirty brown book. I wiped away the cobwebs and dust. It was a little difficult to read because the language is old. But over the years I learned what word and vowel means to the point that I can read it all. The diary is of none other than the last king of Arclight, the first emperor, Theodore Gazef von Arclight. I was very surprised to read what was in here. It talks about things they never said in the game, nor in what I was taught. Without a doubt, this world is very mysterious and even more so because it feels a little real. I mean, I feel like this is not a game world at all but a totally real world, as if what I knew was just a divination that was going to happen. Princess Livy, are you here? Your guests have arrived. Someone was calling my name, I had become too immersed in reading. Yes, I'm coming. Making your guests wait is rude even if you're the emperor. I hurried to close the book, I put it away where it was. I don't know why they hid it here, but there must be some reason and that's why I do the same. I rushed to where the maid was and she pointed out the room number. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. I hurried out and went running. As I reached the door I took out a pocket mirror and checked my hair and appearance. I opened the door and greeted gracefully like those drill-haired girls in anime. "Good afternoon, dear guests, sorry to keep you waiting." Opening my eyes, I was shocked by what I saw. Razel spit it out. "Don't die, Razel-kun." Two beautiful girls were helping a muscular boy in the classic distress position. He seemed to have gotten stuck on something. They were pressing hard on his stomach, and when it looked like the boy was going to choke to death. Spit. He spat out what was in his throat. It was a completely whole rice cracker. Wait. He ate the cracker like that? Is it even a dog to do that? After a brief moment of watching them on the ground perspiring, the pig-tailed girl became aware of my presence. "Ah! Eli-chan, look!" Then the girl who was looking at the ceiling and breathing heavily raised her head. Our gazes met. This I definitely never expected. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. We sat down, my face looking at the three people in front of me who were doing something weird wouldn't come off. Princess Livy, why did you motivate summon us here?" The first to speak was someone I knew very well, Elise von Rosenberg. I distinctly remember when we were 5 years old we were introduced to each other. The reason we got together was because there were no girls my age that I was allowed to play with. That's because at that time there were many who wanted to engage their sons and daughters. For that reason, my father entrusted me to the Rosenberg's daughter. At first I was nervous, but as time went on I realized something. "It's been a while, Elise." "Yes, it's been a while." I stood up and walked beside her. The two people at her side had no idea that she and I have a peculiar relationship. "It's been a whole year without being able to hug you, Elise-tan." "Kai-a-a-a." Elise-tan screamed like a frightened cat. I hugged her as if she were a teddy bear. Someone would ask, why do I call her that? Well, it's simple to explain. I had a cat named Arisa-tan and its name like hers look alike. About my reasons for hugging her. While we were having tea as children, I inadvertently got dirty and we both went to bathe together. Her being left alone was bad, someone would think she was undesirable, so we went to bathe together. While we were in that sea of bubbles, seeing her covered in transparent white, something inside me woke up. And that was... Elise-tan is so pure adorable. You're like a doll, besides. My hands switched from her neck to her breasts. Look at these breasts. They're firm, big and springy. What did you eat to make you turn into a cow? That's why I didn't want to come. I hate your sexual harassment. Razel, save me. Ever since we were little girls I would cuddle her, even once treating her as my personal bear and sleeping together all night. The look of anxiety and exasperation on her face was wonderful. As I groped the super breasts of the adorable villainess, my gaze focused on the girl with also firm and large breasts. Lily the heroine. In the game, she always tried to solve everything with a smile and made everyone fall in love with her charisma and charm. I think that's why I hated her back then, I was even purposely looking for her to die. I'm sorry, heroine-chan. Like any ugly girl I was envious of you. You were beautiful, radiant as the sun and people loved you. All different from how I was at the time. This got annoying, so let's change the target. My eyes now focused on the boy with plain looks and exaggerated muscles. He was a background character in every sense of the word, at least in his face, because his body looks too good. I dare say that even the pretty boys at my school don't compare to him. Oops. I left my target. I left Eliza's firm breasts and returned to my seat. She covered herself and with tears in her eyes said, "My breasts hurt. I'm sorry about that. It's just that I was so excited to see you. It's been over a year, hasn't it?" Elise-tan was rubbing her breasts while hiding half of her body behind the boy mob. She answered me. "Yes, it's been a long time." With a smile I told her. "Sorry for what my stupid Unii-chan and his friends did to you." Seeing that I was serious, she pulled her face. It doesn't matter anymore. I left it in the past, after all, if it wasn't for that. She stood up and hugged the two people at her side. I wouldn't have the two people who have made my life better, one of them is my new little sister and the other is my fiancé. He's your... I stood up and shouted like a fool. He's your fiancé. I thought he was just a bodyguard. She looked at me with a weird face, like I was a weirdo. Princess, what are you talking about? Razel is my fiancé, he's the one here. I looked at him again. He's Razel. But, wasn't he supposed to be a hottie straight out of a romance novel? He challenged the imperial family for a suffering girl. He fought heirs and a prince. He even defeated a beast that even two sword saints present couldn't defeat and even paid off your family's debt. Are you saying that wonderful fantasy prince that would make any girl fall in love is this chunky guy with a silly face? There was no needed to tell me that I have a tone face, it's already enough that the emperor makes fun of me. I could hear him muttering something, he looked depressed. Aliztan stood up, she looked totally pissed off, she walked towards me and used an iron claw on my head. Livy, no, Princess Livy. Her red eyes looked at me as if she was a fierce demon. Let that be the last and first time you say something like that about my future husband. For what you know, Razel is a very attractive man when you get to know him in depth. That means he usually isn't, or you just don't care about his face. Gya, my head. The pain was so much, I felt like she was going to crack my skull like I was a coconut being hit by a cleaver. I told her to let go of me. I'm sorry. I won't say it again, forgive me, Aliztan. Fine, let's keep it that way. She released me and sat up. The mob boy looked at her and said, Eli, was it okay to be mad at the princess? It is. After all, it was the only way to keep her sexual harassment from escalating to possible rape. I think you're exaggerating. She undressed me while I was sleeping. So I had to use force. Everyone stared at me. I certainly undressed her, but it was because I wanted to see how her flat breasts grew into those big fruits. I tried to quickly change the subject so they wouldn't think I was a pervert or a lesbian. By the way, Aliztan. You wrote me once why I didn't ask you to come over, do you remember? Yes, I remember. She replied in a dry and discouraged tone. I was studying hard, a lot of things happened here in the palace and that's why I couldn't ask you to come. Even when Regulux Uni-I-chan's problem happened, I couldn't do anything since I wasn't aware, sorry. Don't worry. There was nothing I could do anyway. She kept glaring at me. Aliztan, your face is so cute even when you look at me in that cold way. Don't worry, I gave him a few good whacks for that. See, he decided to leave the cute fiancé he had for a. True, the villainous doom event happened because he had chosen the commoner over his fiancé. But in that situation it only happened on a whim of his. Heroine-chan didn't do anything. So, it's possible that it was all the background character Kun's doing. Mob Kun. I mean, Razel Kun. Why did you defend Aliztan? Did you know she was going to end badly, or did you know that monster was going to attack them and that's why you took advantage of the situation? I want to know who he really is, no matter how you look at it. It's weird, worst of all, that diary also makes me see weird things after reading it. He saw me with a serious face and said, I did it because I wanted to save her. I was a coward to leave her alone, but I vowed never to make her cry again. For that reason, I decided to fight the prince, even if I lost, which was what happened. I was going to fight for her and not leave her alone. Razel. Razel-kun. The two girls beside him, their warm and moist gazes showed that they were crazy in love. They even hugged him. Despite his average appearance, his words alone made a girl's heart beat. That was the charm of catching targets in an Otome game. It's what I would have liked to have, or at least a real friend at the time. I shook my head and said to them, there's something important I want to ask you. Your maid Cordelia said you were going on a trip. Where are you going? We were planning to go to the coast. We want to enjoy what's left of the vacations for some nice family time. I see. There's very little time left in fact for the vacation to be over. Will you be able to do everything you want to do in a short time? I don't think so. She replied with honesty and disappointment. I understand. I have a request, if you fulfill it, I'll do you a huge favor. Request? About what? I smiled in the best possible way. You see. The ministers were hard at work. The emperor was listening to reports from the court mages on the status of the mana zones in the country. Giant steps were approaching the big door which was fully opened. Daddy, I need a favor. Livy had entered the chamber that only serious people could enter. Her beaming face did not match everyone's expressions. She approached the large pyramid of stairs, climbed each step with a smile, making her breasts jump with glee and her pink underwear was seen a little. When she reached the top, there were 3 men, one of them was the emperor's right-hand man, her uncle, and the prime minister as the only Grand Duke of the empire. He also looked too much like his older brother because they were twins. To the left of the emperor was a man dressed in red armor with horns facing forward. He was the Twilight Saint. The emperor would normally look down on or try to kill anyone who interrupted him, even if it was a serious situation. But at the sight of his daughter, the first princess, he smiled. Oh, Livy, my daughter, what's wrong? The emperor's love for his daughter was something strange to everyone, perhaps it is because of her beauty or her smile that captivated him. She sat on his lap and said, Papa, I need a favor from you. Consider it an early birthday present from you. What is it? With a cheek-to-cheek smile she said. Please, extend the vacation week a little longer. 1 week is enough, okay. The Prime Minister said in astonishment. Livy, that's crazy. The Academy has already delayed the class period a lot due to your brother's passing and in the search for his killer. I know. I just really want to go on vacation and certainly a week will do. She said, pouting with her lips resembling those of a fish. The emperor after a moment's thought said. All right, if it's only a week it's fine. Your Majesty. The Prime Minister tried to stop him, but it was useless. No buts. My daughter wants to enjoy the vacation so she will have 1 more week off, I decree it as emperor. Inform the Academy. The Prime Minister dropped his arms. Livy celebrated her victory. Yes, I love you so much, Papa. She pressed several kisses to her father's hairy cheek. Everyone's mouths dropped open. Even Razel and his girls. They watched Livy make good on her promise. She told them. I'll give you guys an extra week of time if you let me have fun with you. With that said, the Rosenberg family's first vacation will begin tomorrow. Chapter 77. The background character goes to the beach. Just woke up. Yesterday was busy because after returning from the Imperial Palace we came to pack our bags with clothes we will wear. I couldn't get much information out of that princess as she said almost nothing relevant. I knew there were princesses among Sid's siblings, but she never gave me any importance. Princesses in the game were irrelevant beings as it was of no interest what they did. My body was covered by the sheets, but for some strange reason I felt something heavy on my lower body. I also felt a damp but pleasant sensation. Slowly I opened my eyes to see what it was. I noticed a huge hidden lump. I got scared thinking it was a nightmare and I had a guy with a burned face doing something strange to me. As I pulled back the sheets I saw something unexpected. Cordelia. Lick. Yes. It was a dream situation that only in Irajas would I see. Cordelia was lying on my bed. She was in a position where her face was touching my little Rajan. Rajan is what my goddess of lightning speed ability is called. This little guy is similar to that ability, both manifesting fast. Cordelia used her tongue to lick from base to tip. Her saliva-soaked tongue climbed bit by bit, it looked like she was licking a lollipop. When she reached the tip, she was giving it light kisses, her bright eyes noted I was making a pleasurable expression and she smiled. I am doing what she would normally do for you. Since I am now your woman, it is only natural that as a servant I would do this. Before she did it, someone else was in charge of my good morning mood and that person was Otome. Razel, wake up. It'll be time soon. What do you think you're doing, Cordelia? Eli came in, opening the door loudly for me to hear. Her cheek-to-cheek smile meant that, like other days, she would use her position to say as the wife-to-be, it is my duty to take care of my husband's problems, that includes this morning problem, she would express as she climbed onto my bed to use her mouth. Sometimes Barbara or Lily would come to wake me up, they would see a big lump moving and not say a word, they would just smile. Only Barbara's was worse, she was literally happy to see her daughter pleasing her fiancé. I don't know if she is a good or terrible mother. But that didn't matter because she was my woman too, so I'd better shut up. Eli reached over annoyed and grabbed Cordelia, who was licking the tip intensely. Cordelia, don't ignore me, answer me, why are you taking over my job? Cordelia withdrew her tongue from my friend, a trail of saliva hung like a bridge. Her mouth stopped, but her hand did not. As if polishing an antique vase, she carefully moved her hand up and down as she spoke to Eli. Aju-sama, I told you yesterday that I had also become Razel-sama's lover, right? Yes, and as one of his wives and also his servant, it's only natural that this is my duty. I understand. How could I say that? Cordelia, let go of that this instant. It's mine. It belongs to me in a lawful manner. I don't want to. You just refused an order from your future employer. I'll fire you. You can't do that, the palace sent me. The palace has more power than you. Besides, you say that because you're jealous that I took your morning toy away from you. You know, sometimes you act like a spoiled child. Even right now your face says this simpleton maid is defying me. I want to put her in her place as you puff out your cheeks. Just as she said, Eli was making a face that only spoiled rich girls would make. She was always one just holding back for years. Eli screamed. I can't take it anymore. She slammed the door shut and leapt onto the bed. She fell onto my side and rolled onto her side. Her ass was pointed at my face. Cordelia also moved so that her ass was close. She lifted her skirt and her underwear worthy of a high-class maid was visible. Even her suspenders indicated how fine her clothes were. Eli took my rod. Razel, you'd better enjoy what I'm going to do. Aju-sama, don't be a jealous girl and let me do my job. The two began to lick my rod. Cordelia attacked the tip with rotations on the same shaft while Eli ran her tongue up and down the shaft. Her fingers moved to my spare part, to my useless twins. Her soft hands played with them. It was very stimulating. I squeezed the sheets as they mercilessly attacked me. Eli was striking a balance between gentle touching and roughness. Her eyes looked at me with obscene charm. Razel, you better enjoy this. Because I don't like sharing our intimate moments with anyone else besides Lily-chan. Eli was very serious as I watched her mouth trying to eat my rod. Cordelia wouldn't budge either, this was heaven and hell at the same time. Eli decided to play dirty. She opened her mouth and engulfed the twins as she played with the log. Cordelia also played dirty. Using only her tongue she played with the tip in a fast way. The sensation was sublime. I couldn't take any more. Eli. Cordelia. I can't anymore. With those words, I exploded everything built up. I could feel a release that felt refreshing. I watched with my eye open as a whitish fountain rose and then fell on the hair and face of both of us. Eli looked at me with furious eyes. Amau. I told you many times to let me know when you want to finish. I don't like this weird fetish of yours of wanting to spread it on my face. My hair is a mess now and it will smell funny. I have to take another bath for you. Wake up already and get dressed, silly. Eli stormed off annoyed, covering her head with a shirt of mine. Cordelia giggled a little as she said. She says that, but she doesn't really look mad. Using the tip of her longest finger she scooped up some of the cream that landed on her face and brought it to her mouth. She seemed to be tasting pasta. It was very obscene. The taste is a bit bitter, you need to improve your nutrition. After all, having impregnated the Duchess with this seed with bad calories may be harmful to the creature. We went to the doctor yesterday and he said there seems to be no problems, but we should not be careless. A woman of her age is rare to end up pregnant. She was telling me while cleaning my rod. She left it shiny. She stood up and told me she was also going to the bathroom to clean herself. For the first time in my life I feel happy. I wonder what it would be like if I had been reincarnated as an Iraj? I'm sure it would be amazing since you only have to do erotic things. Let's get ready for the journey. After breakfast we changed. Barbara gave a few words to the servants that if she is not present don't slack off. She then turned to Glenn. Once you have finished all your unfinished business, remember to go with that errand. You can take a day off at least, it won't kill you. I didn't understand what she meant by errand, but it didn't matter. We all boarded the limo and rode to the train station. There are different train zones in the capital. Some of them go through different districts of the capital, and another one like the one we are going on focuses on traveling the length of the country. This method is the most expensive. As life in the capital has high prices, it is not uncommon for this not to be. To make it simple, a ticket touring a certain part of the capital costs the same as a luxury cruise. While a ticket to tour the states or territories of other nobles across the country is the direct equivalent of going to the moon. Yes, in my previous life humans traveled to the moon as tourism, so I'm not surprised there are so many zeros in the ticket total. The Rosenberg household was making a lot of money, before Barbara could have had a heart attack with seeing more than 2 zeros a price. Now she is making a happy face while paying a price with 5 zeros. That reminds me, when I was going to travel to the lawless city the ticket price was cheap. It was because it was an emergency, and as all the passengers were knights, it should be noted that CID and IR2, the price was sold at a low cost. Now it was back to normal. I looked at all the people who were going on this family trip, my personal harem. Starting with Barbara, who is wearing an elegant casual dress with a beach hat. The best thing about the dress is that it is almost transparent. It also accentuates the shape of that big ass she has as well as her huge breasts. Following my gaze to the one holding her bags is Cordelia. She is wearing long pants and an elegant flowered shirt. Her hair is tied in the same way as always. How boring. On one side are Celia and Evelyn looking at a map. Evelyn is dressed almost the same as Barbara, long dress only reaching her thighs, but you can see she is wearing shorts underneath. Just like the previous two, they are wearing colorful sandals. Celia reminds me of those girls in those places where they serve chicken and beer. You could go in underage, but not order beer. She is dressed just like those girls, sleeveless shirt. The collar like the top of her breasts was visible and the shirt was so small that her belly was totally exposed. While her bottom gave her competition as they were hot pants that marked her big ass that matched her sneakers. To divert my gaze from how she was bent over showing her ass, I looked at the girls that followed. It was Lily and Eli. They were happy. They were dressed identically. Long skirt, a blouse the color of their eyes and pigtails. The best part was what they were singing as they rhythmically moved their hands up and down while closing their eyes. Vacation, vacation, let's go. Vacation, vacation, let's go. It was fun to see how lively they were, but they were not the only members of my large harem. I was now looking at a woman who was a villainess according to the game. She is a beautiful woman of mature age. Her violet pink hair was long and wavy. Her beautiful cyan eyes gave a sense of freshness. She is Celestine von La Tremont. Last year I ended up going because of the Emperor to her territory where her bastard ex-husband wanted to make it a base for the Black Crows, a very dangerous criminal organization, which I have already killed many of its members. Seals was talking to the girl at her side. Hey, so that's how you put that on without help, it's amazing. I appreciate your words, it may not seem like a big deal, but it really is a bit difficult in my situation. The girl who answered him was a demi-human, a woman belonging to a destroyed country which had a similarity to feudal Japan, a girl with fox ears and 9 tails of the same color, white as the moon. The tips of her tails and ears were blue while her eyes were sapphire blue. Her name was Yukihime and she wore a beautiful kimono made just for her. She had trouble dressing herself, but it was because of her huge soft breasts. She along with Barbara and Cordelia make up the heavyweight threesome. I won't say it out loud, as Eli saw me with a disappointed face when she saw how happy I was to see Yukihime wearing that kimono that didn't cover her chubby thighs. She is the only one wearing Japanese sandals with long stockings. The rest left was Leela who was wearing pants and shirt of mine. She doesn't want to wear anything that she doesn't like. While Amy is wearing a beautiful blue dress and her hair up, she's been quiet lately, I don't know why. Eli came up to me. Razel, it's time. I grabbed my bag, the sun was rising, the trip was long as we were going to the coast, the capital is in the middle of the continent so it will be a 4-hour trip. Before getting on I heard a voice coming from far away. Wait for me. In the distance I could see Princess Livy running up. That made her breasts also jump with joy as her expression. She was wearing a summer outfit with every accessory you could imagine, even a pearl hat and bracelet. Next to her, someone unexpected was bringing her bags. She is a beautiful woman like all the women present, she was wearing a business suit as if she was going on a trip. Her expression showed that she did not like being here, pointed ears, her hair was a beautiful long blonde which reaching her back changes to a bright green reaching down to the floor. Her forehead was exposed as she combed her hair to the side and her hair was tied in a long braid. She kept her eyes closed for a reason she knew. She is one of the 4 sword saints of the Empire. Sword Princess Christina. Her perfect outfit couldn't keep those huge breasts sticking out like firm missiles hidden. Livy came over to tell me. Yahoo, Mob Kun. Ready for the best vacation of your life? I don't understand why she's calling me like that, I've stopped being a background character. Now I'm an auxiliary character, since I'll make sure Lily manages to defeat the Demon King, even though she doesn't know how to use her powers. I asked the princess why she had a special night as a servant. You see. Yesterday, as was usual in her spare time, Christina had an arranged marriage interview. She was over 100 years old, she would soon reach half the age when elves are considered young, so it was time to find a husband and start a family. There was only one problem. In all her interviews arranged by the palace she was nervous, her dress was luxurious, she was a hard-working and respected woman, even with her personality she managed to charm all men, there was only one drawback. Why your eyes? Sorry. I think I forgot something in the office. She always had her eyes closed, that was because she had a strange curse, or maybe sickness was, which consisted in blackening everything. Christina's eyes reflected a darkness in which nothing could be reflected. She was smiling because her partner was a man of influence, she had a high position in the palace as she was also part of the Imperial Guard. That made the two of them a model couple. She decided to show him the one thing that gave her trouble to see if he was the perfect man, but the moment she opened her eyes the man was horrified and made an excuse to run away. Christina watched him walk away as if he were a frightened animal, stumbling even over tables and waiters. She grabbed the expensive bottle of wine she paid for and drank it down thoroughly. Ah, shit, the same thing again. This was not the behavior that a woman of her status or profession should give, but she didn't care. As if she were an old man she drank straight from the wine nozzle. She drank it all in a matter of seconds and heavily placed it on the table. Christina pretended to be drunk so she could complain, she was crying for real as she feigned drunken delusions. A waitress approached. Excuse me, Lady Christina. What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy crying? She said, filling the table with snot. The waitress handed her a letter that was on a metal tray. Christina took it and read it. She opened her eyes in surprise. What the hell is this? I had just heard a crazy thing. After coming running straight to the palace in anger, I said, Christina, come on, you're the only person who can accompany me, I can't go out without an escort. And she replied, Princess, I'm a sword saint. My job is to protect this country and the imperial family. I can't obey your every whim just because you're the one harassing me all the time. But to convince her, I said, I'll help you get a man who's blind, and she agreed. How do you see? I can't believe I just heard that. I don't know what surprises me more, sexual harassment or extortion. The imperial family is definitely no joking matter. Good thing Cid isn't a weirdo. By the way, how is he doing? I asked Eli if Cid could come, and she said, I'm indebted to Prince Cid, but this is a family trip. Having the princess come is a miscalculation, but it was necessary. Next time you can invite him. It made me feel bad for him, partly I wanted to have a vacation with a friend as I never experienced that. Cliff and Derek are a case apart as they spend with their families. I boarded the train and took one last look at the capital. Goodbye capital, we won't see each other for a while. The train set off, and so we began our journey to our long-awaited vacation. In the capital's business district stood a well-dressed young man waiting for someone. He had navy blue hair and dark blue eyes with the look of a bored person. He was one of the pay capture targets and also a bearer of one of the deadly sins, the former fourth prince and current third prince of the imperial family, Siegfried von Brise. He was in one of the tensest moments of his life. He was about to go on a date. He was waiting for his mate. Cid thought as he nervously scanned his surroundings. I still can't believe she accepted. This is really awesome. I honestly wanted to tell Razel for advice, after all he is an expert on women, for having several girls with him. A voice called out to Cid from one end of the busy street. Cid kun, sorry for the delay. A beautiful woman in her late 20s came running in an awkward manner. Her hair was combed to the sides and reached her ears because of how short it was. The color was red like the wine they serve in fine restaurants, her eyes were dark amber. Her clothing was a pink sweater that matched her hair. The reason Cid wanted to tell Razel about her was for two reasons. The first was that she was obviously older than him. The second was because. And no reason why, Gladys Sensei. She's his academy teacher. Gladys Wolford. Gladys, being a woman of the same age as her younger older sister, pouted as she clung to his arm. Annoyed. She threw a strange teenage tantrum as she looked at him. I told you when we're alone to call me by my name only. No need for the rest. Sorry. Their relationship was caused by the fact that last year Cid went to the La Tremont territory to negotiate. An attack on the village occurred, and together with others he went out to defend it. It was there that he saved Gladys. Cid wanted to go to continue fighting, but she grabbed him, and in that place full of screams and explosions, she took away his chastity. Despite not being his fiancée, Cid felt a sense of happiness for having intimate female contact. It was the same thing Razel felt the day he took Amy. The feeling of losing the cherry and entering the ripe ground. Since that moment, Cid and she have had a forbidden romantic relationship. He was a prince and she is a simple teacher. Imperial family marriages are arranged and beneficial. Gladys could not be Sid's wife, but she could be his concubine or mistress. That is why she took advantage of her identity to give her purity to him and let him see that she sees him as her mate. Come on, I want to go to a nice place to eat before we start our date. Sure. Gladys took Sid's arm and they went to a fancy restaurant. Cid looked at the prices, they were expensive, he could afford them since he was a prince. The thing is, his outings always involved expensive places. He would like to go to more intimate places, but he was new to this dating thing, so he was embarrassed to ask Razel. After ordering the food and tasting it, Cid got up to go to the bathroom. There was no one inside, so he sighed. I didn't realize dates were really expensive. I wish you'd say you wanted to go somewhere more reserved. Truth be told, I like coming to these places because it makes me feel special. But if you don't like it, we can go to a restaurant where they serve beer and the customers scream for being alcoholics. Raising his head, he looked at her peering out. He opened the door and walked in. Cid asked her. What are you doing here in the men's room? I was thinking. She said as she sat on his lap. I've been very mean to you lately. And I want this relationship to last, so today is the day where we will end my whims and do whatever you want, so. She began to move her part longingly. Let's do something that shouldn't be done here. Even if Cid refused, he couldn't refuse the desire. In the end they ended up getting kicked out because they left the bathroom too dirty, but they left laughing with happiness. Chapter 78 External Affairs. Once the train blew the whistle for us to enter, it started moving soon after. As the minutes passed we watched the capital city recede. It was an interesting feeling. In my previous life I never left Tokyo, so this was my first trip out of the city. There are 15 wagons in total on the train. 5 of them are related to the staff, the last 2 is where they keep the passengers' luggage or weapons. The 3rd wagon is where the staff that is not working sleeps, the 2nd one is the security in case there is someone suspicious, and the 1st one is of the driver who is in charge of driving, the 2nd in command as the 3rd in command is in charge of watching the magic stone that is in charge of supplying energy to the whole train. The trains in the game were only vehicles to move quickly, they had no more background than that. But here they are incredible. Each wagon is 10 meters long and 10 meters wide, you can stretch your legs and the seats are recliners, they can even give you pillows and sheets to sleep on. From the first wagon the social classes are differentiated. From 1 to 3 is for those who rarely travel. From 4 to 8 is for those who use it constantly. That leaves 9 and 10 as the best and therefore the most expensive. We were in carriage 9 as the princess and her bodyguard used the most luxurious wagon. A member of the imperial family cannot travel with those who are not at her level, is what Eli said to prevent the princess from being here. Although I think it's just an excuse, since when we got in she groped Eli's butt. She said it accentuated to her curves and she didn't like that. In my seating section was me at the window, Eli and Lily next to me. The seating sections are up to 4 people. Lily is on top of Eli's legs. It's very adorable and I weird that. While in the front were Celia and Evelyn. We were all chatting about what we will do when we arrive. To Eli's right from her position was Barbara, Amy watching the window looking bored, Seals playing cards with Cordelia. Behind them were Yukihime and Leela talking about taking care of their tails. I was surprised that Yukihime's tails took up the whole section. Barbara said with a smile. I'm glad to see that everyone is happy about this trip. Her smile was real, she really was happy about it. So much so, that from her bag, she pulled out a big bottle of wine. Why don't we drink some to celebrate this vacation? Immediately Cordelia took the bottle from her. What do you think you're doing, madam? The doctor told you that you can't drink until after several months after the baby is born. Don't be like that. Barbara pleaded with Cordelia, almost imploring her as a snot came out of her mouth. No is no. You can't negotiate with a woman who likes to drink like you do. Blink. No. Swallowing liquid. Cordelia was drinking the entire content of the bottle. Barbara looked like a child was being taken from her as she begged her to stop. You don't understand how special wine is to me. It was my best friend during my sad times. You're drinking a part of me, you're killing me, Cordelia. Eli looked at her mother with a cold stare. I knew deep down you had a problem with wine, but come to that, I have to tell Glenn to sell all those bottles. No. My precious Gustav. I've been saving you the same age as my daughter, Nu. She even calls them names. It sure was what we were all thinking. While Raisel's group was heading to their long-awaited vacation, at the Rosenberg mansion located in the capital the servants were working like any other day. One of them in particular was taking orders from Glenn. As ordered by the madam. I'm going to go take a day off, I'll be back by tomorrow morning." A young man with blue-black hair and grey eyes through his glasses showed how attentive he was to Glenn's words. He was Claude, a commoner who is currently Glenn's assistant. Who will give him his approval or not to become the future chief butler when he retires? Which will make him Razel's right-hand man when he becomes Duke? Claude asked him as he saw him stowing some documents in a briefcase. "Excuse me, Chief Butler. I have a question." "Go ahead, say it." What do you think of Madam's current situation?" Glenn paused from putting the documents away and looked sternly at Claude. "What do you mean?" he asked him in a serious tone. He replied. "I don't mean it in a bad way. I mean that I was taken by surprise that she and her daughter's fiancé had, that." Glenn set the briefcase on the desk and asked Claude to sit down. "Let me tell you something, this will be the first and last time I say it. I'm not judging you or criticizing you. I have been working in this house for almost 40 years of my life and not once did I ever question what the family members or the head of the house did. Even if it's not something legal or ethical. Your job, even if it is to bite your tongue, is to shut up. I've seen and heard things that even Madam doesn't know, part of it is to keep her and Miss Elise safe. Let me tell you something. I'll leave you in charge, we're leaving." Glenn got into the limousine that had recently arrived from the train station. Claude and the maid in charge left by Cordelia dismissed him. They entered the mansion and he went straight to Glenn's office. He sat down and released a big sigh. So that's his reason for being so faithful. He really left me speechless. A man like him for that reason. Life is really unexpected. He stood up and walked out of the room. He remembered Glenn's words to him about Barbara as he ordered a servant passing by him to fetch someone. Madam is someone I can say I've known since she was a little girl when the son of the former master of the house was alive. She always smiled even though he knew she was suffering because of her family. For that reason, Miss Eliza's grandfather had a special place here for her. After that tragedy happened, she carried all the weight of the territory and the house by herself. If she wants to be happy together with her daughter's fiancé, we are no one to stop her. I charge you." Glenn finished ordering the servant and returned to the office. "If I want to be trusted in this house, I must earn the family's trust first. It will be difficult since our interaction has been minimal since I arrived. Inside the Rosenberg mansion there is a special room which is used. It was a gymnasium where the knights could train and exercise. All the equipment available to them was at their disposal. The knights of Rosenberg household had to be strong and reliable to defend the family members as the territory, but right now their self-esteem was at rock bottom. 925. 926. They were looking at a beautiful girl with short, plum-colored, neck-length hair tied in a ponytail with the sides of her hair reaching to her chin and a fringe on the left, her eyes a light purple color. It was not rare to see female knights, far from it, in the mansion. What was rare was seeing how much the girl lifted. Her sportswear that matched her hair and eyes was totally engulfed in sweat. She was lifting a weight that is gripped with 2 hands in one hand. She was doing it with 2. Each weight was equivalent to the same as what a heavy truck weighed. 999. 1000. When he finished he went to make bars. The count was the same, 1000 each. He had been doing this for 2 hours. The knights were supposed to push their physical limits, but she left them cowering like children watching an adult lift a door. Their masculinity was broken as they watched her flexing her arms on a machine where she had to work her back muscles. Her screams of agony were not of what they thought, they were screams of overcoming. The girl's name was Emily Crossbell and she is part of the 12 candidates to be the next sword saint. She belongs to a prestigious baronet household which considers it inappropriate for a woman to practice the profession. Like Razel, she was sent to the War of La Tremont where she was saved by him. Seeing him fight and defeat a multitude of enemies, she was captivated by him. After returning she was kicked out of her home and kept her family name just for being a candidate for a sword saint. She joined the new Knights of Rosenberg household for the war game and was praised by Barbara for fighting heroically. She, upon learning what Razel did at the time, was even more captivated by him. He was synonymous for strength and masculinity. She wanted to be as strong as he was. She wanted to be someone who could fight alongside him. That's why she had to push her limits. Having just completed the training, her body was weighing her down. She was just noticing the exhaustion. I am still weak. I must increase my hours of exercise if I want to be able to fight powerful enemies. A servant entered the gym and called out to her. Miss Crossbell, is Miss Crossbell here? Yes, I'm here. Is something wrong? Approaching her, the servant said. The chief butler's assistant would like to speak with you, but first please take a shower. Emily lowered her gaze and noticed all the sweat running down her toned belly like her strong arms and legs. Her back showed the pinnacle of physical exercise, and yet she said she lacked training. Emily, after changing, went to the office where Claude was. As she entered, she greeted him. He said to her, "Please have a seat. I will ask you a few questions." She sat down and, a little curious, said, "Excuse me. Is there a reason for me to be here? Did I do something wrong?" No. You haven't done anything wrong. As part of my probationary job, I have to know everything about the mansion employees and territory officials. That's why I'll start fresh and you'll be my first consultation. Just relax and answer the simple questions honestly, okay? Understood. I'll put all my effort into them," Emily replied in a strong tone full of confidence. Claude looked at her and smiled. Good, that's the answer I expected from one of the knights of Rosenberg household. Now. He took out a notebook where he began to write down her details. First question, why did you decide to join Rosenberg household? Emily thought for a moment. Her answer had a short meaning, but she didn't want to reveal it because it was embarrassing. She gave her answer once she started talking. Knowing that they were originally a house in ruins because of debt, it made me very happy to know that they managed to get over that wall. That the one responsible for it all was the future Duke. Not only that. He's also been involved in other trouble spots, I heard. Like the Lawless City, the La Tremont War, and those shadows. Each and every one of them he has defeated and dealt with. It is a wonderful determination he has to improve the status of his future home. As a woman, I am in admiration to see a man with such high determination. I am sure that's the reason why the Duchess decided to be his mistress and his daughter approved it. Honestly, I'm jealous. Forget that, it was just a digression of mine. Claude listened to what she said. In short, you are in love with the future Duke. I think that reason is valid, but it's also disturbing since she said she was jealous, so she would certainly opt to want to be a concubine. I will talk to the Duchess about talking to her daughter and making her an official mistress. It would be good to have someone who can become a possible sword saint as a protector of the future Duke. The questions continued. Claude was amazed at how enamored Emily was with Razel, to the point of mentioning him without having anything to do with him. Emily's future as a member of Razel's harem was assured. Chapter 79 Ruins. Really? We were barely 2 hours into our journey. We were hungry, so we ordered something to eat. We chatted about things at the academy. Among it came up a curiosity about beastmen that Evelyn told. Apparently beastmen can relate in a physical way with humans, that is to say have hybrid children. Just because they are a demi-human does not make them a kind of mutant human. Leela comes from a clan where everyone except her is dead. The reason she has no sexual desire or urge to reproduce is due to 2 reasons. The first is that she needs to be in her mating season, which makes her look like a dog. But she doesn't have one yet because of the second reason. She hasn't matured enough, her mind is still that of a child, or maybe she's too stupid to think about it, is what Evelyn was saying. Looking at Yukihime, I've already done it with her, but she didn't need to be in mating season to do it. You mean she has more human DNA than Mystic Fox ones? I say this because Yukihime told me that she comes from a lineage that is supposed to no longer exist. Apparently her ancestors could become big foxes under the moonlight. She can't since she doesn't seem to feel that need. Which implies that her genes are mixed with others. Or so I think. I am very curious to see her become a giant nine-tailed fox. She would certainly make a powerful ally. Here's your food. I appreciate it. In the next wagon they seem to have ordered luxurious food. Over 10 carts of food come out. Where the hell is the kitchen? And how the hell do they eat so much? Looking at Christina, did those huge breasts grow from eating so much? Since Lily eats so much too, should I see if she can grow her cleavage that size? While eating my chicken burger, a certain curiosity came to my mind as I looked at Christina's face. Doesn't she look a lot like Amy? They almost look like sisters. Elves must all be similar or related perhaps. Meanwhile on the outskirts of the imperial capital were two people making an unexpected excursion. One of them was a young, handsome boy with a face like cool personality just like his blue-green eyes. His silky ash-gray hair reached to his shoulders with a braid tied behind his ears. He was one of the capture targets of this Otome game. The candidate of choice to be the next Sword Saint, Lambert von Atli. I'm surprised you decided to join me. Thank you very much. There's nothing to thank. After all, what you said that night wasn't something to avoid not hearing. Still, thank you very much. Beside him stood a beautiful older woman, her age hovering around 24. The color of her hair was silver like the moon, reaching to her hips and a braid down the middle. Her eyes were a beautiful blue-green, but her cold, serious expression made her seem like a difficult woman to approach. She was his aunt, Clarice von Atli. 2 days ago, at the classic Atli family dinner. Clarice after finishing dinner said, "Tomorrow I will go to the newly discovered ruins just outside the capital. I'll be back before school starts." Her older brother, Bernard the head of the house, always treated Clarice like a child as did his father. They didn't want anything to happen to her, for the simple fact that she was a woman. "Don't talk nonsense, Clarice. I heard that all the investigators are gathered now looking for that vermin Olgren who murdered the second prince. You think I'll let you go alone? You don't even know how to use a sword." She was annoyed. "Sama. I'm a grown woman, I'm of age and you're under no obligation to order me around like father did. I worry about you because I'm your older brother. What if there are monsters in that place? Haven't you ever thought about what would happen if you got trapped inside?" As rude as it sounded, her older brother was right. Clarice herself knew it, but her desire was to investigate those newly discovered ruins. It was her duty as a former member of the Ministry of Magic to make sure that whatever was inside would not be risky or harmful to the capital. Her sister-in-law said to her, "Clarice-san, can't you take knights with you?" "I'm very sorry, sister-in-law. But I can't. Everyone is busy now." Her sister-in-law put her hand to her cheek. She said to her husband, "Darling, you know she is foolish like you, what shall we do?" He annoyed said, "Obviously I won't allow it. I won't risk my sister's life for her hobby. I'll go. I have nothing to do." The eyes of all the relatives at the table focused on someone who normally doesn't speak. Even the servants were surprised by that fact. It was Lambert who said it while wiping his mouth. "It was delicious." "Lambert, what did you say?" "As you heard, father. If no one can accompany Aunt Clarice, in that case I will go. I am certified for it. I am recognized by the palace as a knight and have even been in a dungeon before." Clarice in surprise said to her nephew. But Lambert. Dungeons are different from ruins. Dungeons are nests of monsters where there are magic stones and lost items. While ruins are historical places that hold who knows what inside. They even say there may be weapons from ancient civilizations inside or even a virus that could annihilate mankind. "Auntie, you make your situation with my father worse. You should shut your mouth." Clarice didn't realize her nephew was helping her. In fact, no one did since Lambert usually ignores people. In the end, the head of the house gave them a time limit of 5 days. If they did not return by that date or an hour ahead of schedule, he would go inside with the knights of the territory. Both, she and he were dressed in custom-made clothes. The cloth is woven with spider queen web, which generates resistance to attacks with poison, fire, sharp objects, and even reduces damage by 5%. After leaving the imperial capital, they headed to a forest area where there is no noble in charge. It is a specialized area for hunting monsters and gathering herbs for adventurers. About 3 kilometers away, 2 weeks ago some adventurers found a strange twisted tree. There should not be anything strange about it. The strange thing was when entering through the ground, they found a passage that led to a strange metal door. They immediately informed the capital and some court magicians went to investigate. They came to the conclusion that they were ruins. In the game, ruins were events where they could gather experience in large quantities due to fighting strange lizard-like monsters. It was detailed in their description that they were bases of lizard people, but they never delved deeper than that. But what they were seeing was clearly not something a fantasy game should have. Covered by roots, moss, and insects, lay a research laboratory of an ancient humankind. According to Astria, the first humans came from the stars and she years later destroyed that civilization. This is probably the remains that were left behind. Clarice shone a light on the place as she was fascinated. It's amazing, this place. No matter where I look, it's all something I've never seen before in my life. Lambert left his aunt for a moment and went to touch the wall out of curiosity. It's cold, but at the same time it doesn't freeze me. It's like touching a sword. Besides, everything in this place is something I've never seen before. He kept touching things carefully. There are certain items that are similar to what I've seen in alchemy class, but these are definitely different. His hands were now touching a keyboard of a huge computer. It had a hole in the monitor. What could this thing be? Clarice on the other hand was fascinated by a strange giant tube she found. They were covered in dust. She used her hand to wipe the dust off one of the containers and when she shined a light on it she let out a big scream. Kaya! It was a scream too adorable to be of an older woman. What's wrong? Lambert was speechless as he saw what was reflected in that giant tube. It was a huge cocoon which had the head of a human being inside. Clarice covered her mouth in horror. Lambert used the flashlight and began to clean the other tubes. Didon't joke. In each of those huge cylinders filled with a strange glowing green liquid similar to a nuclear glow, were various mutant life forms. A human being in the shape of a fish. A human being in the shape of seaweed. A human being with horns, claws and the underside of a horse. What are these things? To top it off, here was the same monster from the game, a lizard, but this lizard had a human face. Clarice was terrified. Lambert took her hand and they kept walking. They didn't know how much time had passed, but they were hungry and a little sleepy. Clarice said she would sleep a little to stand guard later, but Lambert told her no, to rest. They built a fire after making sure there was nothing that could generate an explosion. Thank you. There's nothing to thank, it's normal for me to do so since you're my aunt. No, thank you for that day. Clarice smiled at him in a very warm, motherly way. I was surprised that you stood up for me. I feel like you've opened up more to people, I'm so glad you've changed. You used to be cold and didn't care about anything other than His Highness Regulux. Lambert looked at her as he threw more notebooks with notes into the campfire. There's nothing to be thankful for. I just thought it would be annoying to have nothing to do. His Highness and the others are busy. Lambert remembered what the other capture targets were doing. Starting with the goofiest of them all, Jake said, I'll use this time to give modifications to my super-secret weapon. The most idiotic and muscular of them all, Belange exclaimed, I didn't do anything during what happened in the war game. I'll train hard to make up for lost time. The female-faced magic expert, Oscar added, I wasn't much help during the fight on board. That's why I'll use this time off to practice my magic. And finally, the main capture target, Regulux added, sorry Lambert, I have the flu, I stayed up too late and now I caught a cold, I'll be in bed for a long time. If Razel had heard that, no doubt he would have said what a useless prince you are. But, even so, Lambert thought only of himself. I want to better myself. I don't want to lose again. Clarisse saw a fire of determination in his eyes. She smiled and said to him. Yufu. Who did you lose against to be this determined? It was against Razel Bartlat, the future Duke of Rosenberg household. Clarisse's smile erased and her expression turned serious. She was a bit shocked. Hey? Razel, you say? That's right. That's the man who beat me up on the day of the duel. After that I saw him in the lawless city fighting someone who generated tremors. Even on the day of the school festival I could see a monstrous shadow on him. He is not someone normal. I thought he was just a background character because he doesn't give the feeling of standing out, but now I know he pretends to be one. That guy certainly hides his powers. I can say without exaggeration that what Belange told about him defeating those shadows sent by Olgren is undoubtedly real. Even the current sword saints, I don't have a lock on them like I have on him. If I want to one day ask him for revenge to regain the confidence in my abilities that I lost, I must be stronger than him. Aunt? What's wrong with you, is your face red? Clarisse, hearing Razel's name, made her blush as she remembered the obscene things she has done. She was a well-groomed woman with her chastity intact, but her mouth and eyes have been contaminated in such a way that she generated a desire for male contact. Even her plain underwear has been changed into the clothes of a grown woman who is not afraid to expose herself. In the evenings, from time to time, she likes to touch a certain place while remembering what she did with her mouth. The verbal, auditory, and visual stimulation of what she saw that day only generated a desire in her that will not be quenched. Clarisse craved to have sex. And the man she most wanted to do it with was Razel. She didn't want to remember that, so she said to Lambert. Gigi, good night. She covered herself and turned around. Lambert looked at her and didn't think anything of it. The only thing he did give his full attention to was a strange drawing. He couldn't read the written language, but the signs and shapes that it was dangerous were obvious. It was in the shape of a strange worm, looking amorphous, with small, long arms that twisted all the way to the ground. With a mouth tilted to one side, with many spiny membranes around it. Despite not knowing what it was saying, Lambert could see that it meant fear. If he could read what it said, they would have run away instantly, and the text translated into their language read: Danger imminent. Destroy at all costs. Escaped from secret facility and is extremely dangerous. So they didn't need to be alert. The next morning, they resumed their journey. Of course, Lambert had to rest. Clarisse told him to do so. Seeing her nephew sleeping peacefully, she used that opportunity to touch a bean. She couldn't hold it in. I want to get this over with now. Clarisse, deep down, she had already fallen for Razel. It was only a matter of time before she exploded. Chapter 80, Girls and Beach and Background Character, 1. For some reason it was night and I was in an academy classroom. I won't ask how I got here nor what they were doing. AHN. My pants were on the floor as Eli and Lily were kneeling in front of my firm, erect rod. Both of their mouths are touching it. I could feel their breathing as the wetness of their tongues. Eli was licking him up and down like ice cream while sweet Lily was giving him certain caresses on his sides. They were both immersed in it. I put my hands on their heads and asked, "How did we get to this?" Without even removing her tongue, Eli answered as she looked sideways at me. "We were a little anxious. It's your fault since you did it yesterday with Evelyn and Celia." She licked the rod longingly again. "That's right, I remembered having fun with Evelyn in the library yesterday while using Celia's big ass in my room. They must be jealous that I haven't touched them and have taken advantage of an empty room at this time of night. Best of all, the knights who hover around don't pass through the classrooms, they just walk near them at a far distance. So no one will disturb us." I decided to make myself happy, so I stroked their heads. Their mouths were now reaching the tip. Their obscene sounds as their saliva fell as I watched how the villainess and heroine were pleasuring themselves with me. I honestly preferred to be reincarnated in a rose-colored Otome game that doesn't have a powerful enemy that will kill us after 4 years. But this makes that agonizing suffering to be postponed. Hey, what are you guys doing? I didn't notice that someone came in, they kept using their mouth without stopping. Looking to see who it was, it turned out to be Lambert's aunt, Clarice. How to explain? I don't think you're trying to justify what they're doing to you, are you? The worst part is that I don't want to keep it or stop myself, they don't give me the chance. Eli looked into my eyes and her mouth opened to release my rod. As she turned around she noticed the teacher. She saw me and smiled in a wicked way. Lily, I charge you. Why he? Standing up, Lily used her whole mouth to eat my rod, her insides were as fresh as mint flavor. Eli without wiping her mouth and with saliva dripping down walked to the teacher. Teacher, it's rude to interrupt during a lesson, did you know? Hey? What are you talking about? You're the ones doing inappropriate things on the academy grounds. No. We're just studying the anatomy of the human body, come with us. Like Clarice, I didn't know what to say either. Eli took her hand and they moved closer. The teacher, despite wanting to remove her hand, her legs didn't stop. Eli told her to bend over, and obediently without taking her eyes off Lily, who was sucking on that wand in a pleasurable manner. Lily, let it be the teacher's turn. Fine. Lily removed her mouth and using her hand grabbed my rod, treated it as if it were a toy and placed it near the teacher's mouth. Come on teacher, say ah. It's really yummy when you get used to it. Besides, my mother said you were walking around very stressed that day. Don't hold back and satisfy your desire. Razel must have a lot of women. At first she hesitated whether to do it or not, but because of their strange brainwashing, the teacher opened her mouth and like an ice cream she gobbled it down. This was paradise. I don't want to wake up. Razel. Wake up? Why did I say that? Razel, I said you will wake up. I snapped my eyes open at the sound of Eli's voice. My head was at the window and I watched as my saliva dripped down to the floor. I looked at Eli, apparently it was all a dream, the others were already out. You sure are a sleepyhead. Come on, we should go to the hotel. I got to my feet, albeit wobbling a bit. Outside the train station there were some carriages which lead to the hotel. We rented some and boarded straight to our destination. The place we were in was known as Anson County, the whole part of the coast was its territory. The streets were populated with people walking around in light clothing, that was because one side was the beach, it reminded me of the videos I saw of Hawaii. Everything was summery and pleasant, not to mention that for some reason the sun was so strong here that it was never winter and the rains hardly ever happened. The hotel we will be staying at is great. Everything is nice and it looks like it is no doubt a weird fantasy world. The manager handed Barbara 2 keys for 2 luxury suites. Apparently there are only 2 and they are the most expensive. We went up to the top floor. As we opened the door, we realized why this cost 4 zeros. Everything was luxurious like the mansion, the place was sparkling, it had a balcony and at the back, its own hot springs. This was already bordering on the surreal, but I don't care. My quartet of girlfriends came in and started touching the walls with strange colors and pictures, even I did it. But there was one thing that bothered me. Princess, what are you doing here? My gaze focused on a woman who normally shouldn't be here. She and Christina had come in. What are you talking about? We're obviously sleeping here. Christina and I made the same sound. Livy looked at us quizzically. I told you guys I wanted to come with you on vacation, didn't I? I don't see what's weird about us all sleeping in the same room. I was going to say something to her, but Christina beat me to it. PP Princess, what nonsense are you talking? You can't sleep in the room of a man who isn't your husband. It's basic knowledge. But Chris, if this boy wants to do something to me, Papa will cut off his bottom head and then his top head. So I don't think he's an idiot to do it. She's indirectly making fun of me, isn't she? She's mocking me by saying I'm harmless. I supported Christina. The Sword Princess is right. You are a princess, you can be someone safe, but you should think about your position. I do, but I want to sleep in the same bed as Elise Tan. There's so much to talk about. She's not going to give in just like that. It was what Christina and I were thinking for sure. Amy, who entered the room last, said. Next door is an empty space, I can copy everything in here and expand the room. My eyes almost popped out as I heard how she said she could do the same thing a computer does with a file which wants to have an extra one. I said. Can you do that? Sure I can. She replied without encouragement. Watch. With a snap the room shimmered and everything was enveloped in a purple light. Amy walked over to the adjoining wall and placed her hand. A magic circle the same color as the glow just now appeared and she said, copy magic. The glow ended and a door that wasn't there appeared. When we opened it we saw that the same room was attached. We now have 3 rooms. Amy's magic is terrifying. She looked at me as if she wanted me to praise her. When I was about to do so, Lily grabbed my hands. Razel Kun, come look. The sea, we can see it. As I crawled over, I could see how Amy looked annoyed again. I wanted to do something, but Lily's soft breasts squeezed me affectionately. Sorry Amy, I'll make it up to you later. Once we put our things away, the girls started to undress. They were going to put on their swimsuits. I wanted to enjoy watching them, but Princess and Christina were here too, so I went to the bathroom. While I was in the bathroom, Barbara knocked on the door and said to me, "You'll be glad to know what will happen on the beach." When we finished changing we went downstairs with our things. We went by carriage that we rented to a distant address. Barbara said, "This place can only be accessed by rental, it's a very expensive private beach." Apparently we are going to a private beach. The power of money leaves me a little anxious as it really is unexpected. It took us almost 15 minutes to arrive. As we disembarked, the carriage drivers said they would come when it starts to get dark. I looked at the place and it was certainly private. There was no one around except for a small group. One of them was Glenn, near him were the twin Lolas I found in the lawless city. The older one was Claudia and the younger one was Sophia. Both have blonde hair and blue eyes. To distinguish them they wear a bow on different sides of their heads. Claudia wears it on the right and Sophia on the left. And, sitting near the suitcases, with a similar expression that reminds me of when I have severe diarrhea, was Demon King Desmond. What's the Demon King doing here? It's definitely him. That white hair combed back, those horns facing the sky in black with red tips and those wicked red eyes like the very flame of hell. What's the final boss doing here? Did they bring him? Eli came up to me and said. Desmond-san helped us a lot during the war game. And since he was bored in bed, I asked him if he wanted to come. He refused at first, but when I told him there would be plenty of food, he decided to come. Eli. I think this is the first time you've ever done something that would be categorized as really stupid. But hey, I won't let the Demon King ruin my vacation. With all my spirit I shouted. We made it to the beach. So I will enjoy my well-deserved vacation. Chapter 81 Girls and Beach and Background Character, 2. On the beach there was a small hut to place our belongings as well as a kitchen, a bathroom, and even some hammocks. Glenn was the first to change before we arrived and laid out the umbrellas like blankets on the sand. Glenn's bathing suit was, how to say it without sounding offensive, old-fashioned. It was a red and white striped suit, reminding me of old wrestling uniforms. As for my swimsuit, it was just a swimsuit. I used to be embarrassed to show skin. But now that I'm taller and muscular I'm not ashamed. Razel, we're ready. Eli's voice called to me from the cabin. The curtain of pearls and fabric covering a small section was removed and I saw beautiful angels coming out to greet me. I let out a big ah. of amazement at what I saw. Starting with Eli, she wore a sexy one-piece swimsuit that emphasizes her butt and breasts, shows off her belly, her hair is pulled back in a ponytail and she wears sunglasses. The color is red like her eyes. Next is Lily, she wears a ruffled swimsuit, shows off her belly and wears an inflatable life preserver. The color is aquamarine and she wears braids. She looks very honey sweet just looking at her. My eyes now turn to Celia and Evelyn. Evelyn wears a tankini to cover her skin, I could almost say she looks like a nun, the color is yellow like her hair. Celia wears a crop top upper part and hot pants underneath. She is the one who looks more like a model due to the way she is standing. Next to describe were. Leela is wearing a sporty black two-piece bikini. It looks like putting it on was hard for her seeing how she's grabbing her breasts. Seals wears a two-piece bikini that molds her curves, the color is the same as her hair. Yukiheim wore a blue strapless bikini. I like this one so far because due to her wide hips and huge breasts they emphasize more the obscenity of a girl who wants to hide her curves. While Cordelia is wearing a green triconi that emphasizes her butt, her hair is down and so she covers it up so I don't see it. She seems to be the only one who won't give me free fan service. That leaves the two lethal weapons of my harem as finalists. Starting with Amy, the top is a purple bikini top, the bottom is a semi-transparent long skirt and she wears a hat to make her look more exotic. While the final boss, Barbara, she put on a normal bikini but because of her body it looks like micro bikini, even the bottom part looks like thong, she covers herself with a light white gown. The bikini is leopard print. No doubt Eli had to say a lot of things to her mother for wearing something so flashy. Good thing Glenn is respectful and an old man, he sure is senile. Those were the members of my harem, they all look fantastic, but let's not leave out the other girls who came with us. Christina wears a school bikini as she is very lewd about her body. She tries to hide those firm, watermelon-like breasts in that cloth, there's even a little bit of flesh poking out on the sides. Livy wears a micro bikini under a sweatshirt, she put it on because she wanted to be sexy, but when she got to the place she felt embarrassed. I know that because I saw her when she packed it, her face also says she wasn't expecting this. The twin Lolas are not far behind, they dressed identically, the outfit is one piece and matches their eyes. It makes them look adorable. Everyone changed, even him. The Demon King also changed, well, he just took off his coat, is that a bathing suit for him? Since I'm done describing all the girls, all that's left to say is. You all look wonderful. You really do. Eli teased me a little at my expression. You're just saying that because you keep eating us up with your eyes. That drool dripping from your mouth, I said everything. I immediately wiped the drool off, she was right about everything. But that didn't take away from the fact that it was true. Eli grabbed an inflatable ball and said. Everyone, let's go have some fun. Here. Hey. It's mine. Razel and the girls were having fun. They had teamed up in threes to play volleyball. The blue team was Razel, Eli, and Lily. While the red team was Celia, Evelyn, and Livy. The competition was friendly, but they were not. Livy was trying her best to try to get a lucky pervert moment on Eli. She wanted the ball to graze her swimsuit so that either her top or bottom would be exposed. But all he was succeeding in doing was getting the ball in her face. Eli did it on purpose. While Evelyn and Lily were the ones with the worst strength, but the awkward movement they made when passing the ball was adorable. Leaving Razel and Celia as the ones who were trying harder than any others. Watching them were Barbara and Seals who were lounging on chairs under the umbrella. Next to Barbara were Cordelia and Glenn. Glenn was preparing a barbecue with meat and seafood that Leela collected. She jumped into the sea, took advantage of the opportunity and swam to the bottom of the sea. The waters were crystal clear and combined with the sun's rays left a perfect clarity for diving. Leela was kicking fish, crabs, and even something unprecedented happened. A little farther where she was, a shadow approached, rose to the surface and everyone could see it. A sea monster. Peeking out was none other than the mythical kraken, a creature that the locals said was a sea demon that sank many ships in ancient times. Razel was a bit amazed as well as excited, that was for a reason. Is this the famous beach event where the girls get caught by the giant octopus and then the octopus touches them here and there? Will I be able to see that mythical legendary event in people? The thought of the girls being stripped of their swimsuits while being groped by the kraken was something Razel craved more than anything. That dream died instantly as Leela leapt into the sky and with a flying kick took out the creature. Black liquid poured out of its head. Leela stood over the sea monster and raising her arms in victory said, "Master, look! I caught a huge octopus. It's a squid indeed." Yukihime was on a raft, the heat was bad for her, but her tails helped her cool off. Leela corrected herself. "It's a huge squid, master. I don't like fish very much, but octopus does. It's a squid." Watching the giant squid that was easily defeated was Christina, who felt uncomfortable while in the fetal position. "What am I doing here? I'm one of the protective swords of the country. I should be patrolling or filling out reports and not babysitting a spoiled princess." Sigh. "Well, I've never been to the beach, not even when I was a princess over 100 years ago." She opened her eyes, her gaze focused on Amy, who was relaxing with a drink in her hand. "Is something wrong?" she said, Christina startled. "And no, it's nothing. I can feel your gaze even if your eyes are closed." Christina had no choice other than to speak her mind. "I was wondering this, do I know you?" "What a ridiculous question. We've never met before." She laughed at what she said. "I know. But, I feel like I've seen you before." "Who knows, I've never seen any other half-elves like me." "You're half-elf? I can feel your magic power and it's almost equal to mine. I'm someone who belonged to the royalty that guarded the world tree." "No idea. I only know that my mother was an elf." "I see." Christina was silent, but both, she and Amy had the same thought. "Even so. Why does she really look so much like me?" Watching the girls and Razel playing with the ball was Barbara and Seals. Cordelia was giving drinks to both of them. "It's good for young people to have fun. The beach is a good place to rest after many events that happened recently." "I agree with you, Duchess." Seals, after waving with the straw, said after sending a glance at Barbara. "Still, Duchess? Don't you think that bathing suit is very lewd?" "Why do you say so? Your breasts can't handle that little piece of fabric, and even her bottom gives the impression that it's better to be naked than to show that. Is this what they call menopause? Or maybe it's the need to feel attractive being a 40s age." A vein marked itself on Barbara's forehead. With a polite and hostile tone she answered her. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but this is the swimsuit that best suited my body," Cordelia tell her. "Even if it looks like a shameless lie from her." "Hey! She's right. We tried many swimsuits and none of them could handle the size of those huge breasts. In fact, her butt is the main problem. It's so big that it hides everything she wore. It's certainly a very lewd body for a woman who wants to make herself respected." "Cordelia, hey! Wow, it seems that even your right hand accepts that age turned you into a woman who is capable of showing her intimate part for the sake of catching a man. It can be said that it's good for you, for that man to have been Razel Kun. How convenient that just your son-in-law got you pregnant, isn't it? I mean, seeing that he doesn't take your eyes off that lascivious body. I've had enough of you, Seals, I'm going to kill you." Barbara stood up, from her hand she manifested a ball of fire. "You seem to forget that despite everything I am still the Duchess Rosenberg. Part of the 7 ducal families of the Empire. I will not tolerate being disrespected." Seals stood up as well. "Good thing that's the way it is. Because I'm angry too. I can't believe you were the first to get pregnant. I wanted to use this opportunity and get to have his firstborn, but a woman with breasts as obscene as her whore body beat me to it. I'll kill you. Deal with it, witch." Barbara threw a fireball while Seals shielded herself with a wall of water. Razel and the girls watched as Cordelia went flying from the impact. Livy said after wiping the sweat from her forehead. Wow! Really, that erotic woman is more capable than I thought. Well, Margrave La Tremont is a woman of strong character, she protects one of our borders. She must be that aggressive. Eli answered her as a cloud of sand grew. Livy shook it off with her hand. No, no, no. I was talking about the woman with the porn body. I still can't believe those huge breasts are real. You can't compare cute girls to women straight out of a pervert's mind. I bet they're implants, Kya. Eli applied an iron claw to her from what she heard. Livy, don't you dare talk about my mother like that. Kya. My head. My head hurts, Eli's tan. This is not the show of affection I wanted after not seeing each other for many years. Kya. You're seriously going to crush me? It was all laughter and fun that the Rosenbergs could never get in the game, and if it hadn't been for Razel. The entrance for Mr. Crab should be bigger, Sophia. I understand. But Mr. Crab has big pincers, the gate I can't make it bigger. Near the seashore were the twins playing, they were building a sand castle. The one who was helping them was Desmond. How boring. Sophia said to Desmond, who was forming a sandman similar to himself. He was the demon king of the sand. Horned mister, aren't you having fun? Desmond was walking around grumpily, he looked with his murderous expression at Sophia. At the sight of her, a strange memory of a smiling woman popped into his head. No. This is boring, I'm the type who prefers to destroy rather than create. I see, in that case. Sophia looked at her sister, the two agreed and went to grab a bucket and running near the sea to fill it with water. When they returned they said, "Sand castles are fun. But more fun is for everyone to have fun. Here goes." They emptied the water into the castle that took them so long to make. They saw Desmond and Claudia asked him, "Happy already?" Desmond was speechless, he smiled with his usual wicked laugh to say, "Jijiji. You midgets sure are interesting. I certainly liked it, so let's make a big one now to destroy later." The twins rejoiced. "Yes. We'll make a big castle. And we'll destroy them too." Their sweet, innocent voices shouldn't say things like that. But that didn't matter to Desmond. Desmond's smile wiped off for no reason, he stood up and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." And he walked away leaving them alone. Barbara watched Desmond walk away for some reason. She said, "Is he going to the bathroom?" "The bathroom is this way," Cordelia would reply as she made sure to fix her employer's disheveled hair. Seals, who was also fixing herself, said to her, "There is something I want to ask you, Duchess. If it's something hurtful I'll kill you this time." "It isn't. What I want to know is this. Why do you do so much for those girls? They're not your daughters, they're someone else's daughters. They are also former slaves of the lawless city. I honestly don't know what you're thinking about them." Barbara was silent. She snapped her fingers and Glenn stopped cooking clams to go to the briefcase he brought. There Barbara pulled out some documents, handed them to Seals. She looked at them without interest, but was suddenly speechless. This is true. Every word written. What was written there was, "Those girls possess Rosenberg blood. They are my ex-husband's illegitimate daughters. Seals, read everything about them. I remember you telling me about your husband and how you decided to investigate all the new servants including those girls, but this is..." Barbara swirled the ice cubes with the straw as she told her. "The first time I saw them I knew. That hair, those eyes, it looks just like him. That's why I asked Glenn to detail the research to them as much as possible. There's a date there, that date, 10 years ago before he left for good he went to the lawless city for a job, he said. The girl's mother was a woman who had fallen from disgrace as her family abandoned her, with nothing to do for a living, she decided to sell her body, as she was a beautiful woman he decided to take advantage of her and sow another seed. Seals was horrified. Something like that? What will you do then? Having the illegitimate daughters of the original lineage of the house would make the inheritance worse. Barbara could abandon them, but she didn't have the black heart to do so. I will keep them in my care, but I will never tell them this. I'm doing this for their sake. Someone might want to take advantage of this and use them. Seals glared at Barbara. The twins were approaching with some shells in their hands. Barbara smiled at her as she thought. I'm not going to let these innocent girls suffer because of him. They don't need to know who their father is, just live under our care as servants. Barbara was taking care of them as at the same time preventing family problems from happening. A few miles offshore were a group of islands called the Inclined Archipelago. It was named after a nobleman who tried to develop the land, but it was impossible. Due to the climate, wild beasts, and bad terrain it could not be developed. It was not uncommon to find land like this, the rare thing was that no one occupied it. But that was timely as running at high speed Desmond headed that way. Before leaving the beach he put on his coat and at a speed exceeding 600 km per hour he reached the shores of the archipelago, the smallest island of all. His face was serious. A few kilometers out to sea a figure could be seen. The closer it got, a huge giant turtle could be seen. It was a Class A+++ monster. A voice spoke to Desmond. Oh, I didn't expect this surprise. On top of the shell of the huge turtle that was the same size as a soccer stadium someone called out to him. Desmond-chan, here I am. Greeting him with a cheerful smile was the Demon King Isel. I've come for you. Desmond grabbed a huge rock next to him, he lifted it up using only his fingertips. He threw it at Isel, the rock approaching at great speed. But the turtle's neck stretched so far that it caught it and like a candy melting in the mouth its jaws tore it apart. This species was known as the sharp-fanged turtle. They could bite through a building and still swallow it whole with no problem. They say that in the past, one once snuck into a harbor and wiped out everything in its path. Isel laughed as she listened to the turtle chew. Desmond-chan, what a sad welcome you give me. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Isel jumped off the turtle to the shore. It was exactly 300 meters the distance she covered in a few seconds. Desmond was taller than her but still Isel was not angry. What did you come here for? Desmond said with a withering look. Isel, who placed her hands behind her head, replied. Isn't it obvious? I came to take you home. You know Iskandar-chan is very angry with you. You've made him angry, and just now he's not here. It doesn't matter to me what you, Iskandar or Faviel want. I will do as I please. I came to this continent to accomplish my goal. Desmond walked into the forest, Isel following him. Don't go away Tame-Eamon, I'll be back soon. She replied now to Desmond. I understand that, but you must remember your position. You killed the previous Demon King to take his position. You have an obligation to take. I have no obligation to take. I killed that guy because he wouldn't give up his position to me. The reason they spoke so confidently is due to a detail that was never mentioned in the game. Both Isel and Desmond belong to a certain respective species or tribe. Isel belongs to the giant spider species, Jayaki tribe. Giant spiders with horns whose web cannot dissolve unless a temperature above 3000 degrees Celsius touches it. While Desmond belongs to the Oni tribe. Oni are different from ogres. An ogre has the form of an obese humanoid with a dense face and blue-gray skin color. While the Oni are a species based on Japanese folklore. They have different tribes according to their hair color. Desmond belongs to the weakest tribe of all, the white Oni. To become a Demon King, Desmond proved that he was capable of anything, and to achieve this the same way I slaughtered my entire tribe, I'll do it to you if you don't leave now, Isel. He is the only one of his tribe left alive, all the others he killed without hesitation. His parents, his relatives, and even the younger ones. No one but him survived that day. Isel knew Desmond when he was little, that's why he treats her as if he is like a child, even though he is 50 years old. Isel laughed. "Ohio, you say very funny things, Desmond-chan. But really, I want you to come back." Isel's friendly and pleasant note was suddenly erased. The calm and bustling atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Isel's stern and serious gaze pointed at Desmond. "This is the last time I'm telling you. Come home with me. Iskandar has had those dreams again and he says they're special this time. You acting like a spoiled brat is because you were never taught to." Slap. Desmond slapped Isel's face hard. That slap just with the wind chafing would have been enough to knock someone's head or upper body off. Isel resumed, "What I said. It's because you never." The slap returned to the other cheek. It's slap. Every time Isel opened her mouth, Desmond slapped her hard. Isel's cheerful mood dropped to such an extent that she glared menacingly at Desmond. "You're out of line, you brat. Do you think a 50-year-old baby like you can against someone who is 290 years old like me?" A strong punch was sent into Isel's mouth. She was sent flying high into the air. She flipped in the air and landed so hard that there was a slight quake. Isel's eyes looked at Desmond, who was showing a perverse smile. The magical power of the atmosphere was increasing like a heat wave. "You don't seem to understand, Isel. The only reason you and I were training together is because I was trying to figure out your weaknesses. I wasted time on it since you're just spidery dirt," Desmond said, manifesting a strong aura. Isel didn't back down from that threat. "This is a declaration of war, isn't it?" "No." Desmond moved his right hand backwards. "This is a declaration of war on all of you." His fist collided with Isel's head, generating a small typhoon in the vicinity. "I'm going to kill all the Demon Kings, then only I'll be left. I'll be the great Demon King so everyone will kneel before my power, Gajajaja. You conceited brat. I'll teach you not to think you're such a big deal when you're just a simple Oni. Giant spiders are feared because we never get scared." The battle that according to the game happened at the end of the game, the Demon King Desmond and the Demon King Isel, will have their duel to the death now. Short story Mother's Day, Little Barbara. In a small feast hall of a certain mansion, a little girl was attracting more attention than any other young lady. It was a debut party for the young children of many noble houses. In the center of a group of adults, a beautiful little girl with blonde hair and bright red eyes was singing a melody that only in operas could they hear. The adults murmured to each other in a low tone so as not to interrupt. "Her voice is beautiful. Even the best singers can't make a singing tone as pure as she does. It's really touching." The little girl finished singing. The adults clapped their hands in glee. Everyone was moved. The only ones who were not were the group of children who watched as their parents praised the girl. "Look at her, she thinks she's the big deal just because those old men praise her. Who does she think she is? She must be from a very stuck-up poor family. I bet she's just looking for attention." Those hurtful voices were aimed at that little girl. Her name was Barbara, the youngest daughter in the Fitzenhagen family. When she got home, Barbara ran to her mother. "Mother, I did spectacular. Like you said, I wowed everyone in the room." A woman with blonde hair and red eyes, but a wrinkled face saw her. "So? Why did you come to tell me? It's normal for me to go out like that. Or are you saying it wasn't going to turn out that way?" Barbara looked down the moment she noticed she was seeing her mother's face. "No. It turned out fine, I just wanted to tell you." "That's irrelevant. Go take a bath and then go study." "Yes. Good night, Mother." Barbara left the room, but not before sending a sad look into her eyes. After bathing, she began to study. "I'm sorry, Mother. I'll be a bad girl today." Or so she led the maid who was taking care of her to believe. Barbara had long ago bought a book, her maid did. Since no one checked the contents of the book she was able to go unnoticed. That book was a romantic fantasy book. It was about a princess with the same color hair and eyes as her. Barbara's smile grew as she read that book. Before she knew it, she let out a big "Kaya" of joy. The maid noticed her, but thought it was a cry of frustration. I love it when Prince Oslo rescues Princess Hilda after defeating the hideous witch holding her prisoner. Shuffling her feet rhythmically due to her cheek-to-cheek smile, she said. I wish I had someone like that. I'll be going to meet young Alvin of the Rosenberg household in a little while. I wonder what he'll be like? I'm very excited. The years had passed. Now Barbara was a whole woman and she also became a mother. In her arms she held the fruit of her love from her husband. It was her newborn daughter, Elise. Barbara was crying at the sight of little baby Elise. She touched her cheeks as she said to her. Mommy will always be there for you. Mommy will always be your ally, remember that. I want you to be happier than anyone else. My little Elise. Eli. A mother was born that day. She has her own story to tell to explain why she wanted to be a mother so badly, but that will be for another time. Chapter 82 Demon King vs. Demon King. In the game, the fight against the Demon Kings occurred in different events throughout the story mode. In the last of them happening in the Imperial capital, something unexpected happened. The Demon King Desmond betrayed his people and started to fight and kill the other Demon Kings, leaving only him. His reason for it was to be the only and the greatest king of all demons. The Great Demon King. Right now part of that event happened in the wrong time and place. The atmosphere between Desmond and Isle was generating enormous pressure in the archipelago. The land was roaring. The waves were pounding hard against the shore. The sky was darkening to the point that thunder and lightning could be seen. But only in that place it was happening. The locals who saw this strange phenomenon only fled when they saw it. Black-colored sparks were manifesting from Desmond's forehead. I'm too excited for you to know, Isle. Since I came to this country there has been no one who could give me excitement. Thank you for giving me back my desire to kill someone desperately. Isle was just as smiling as Desmond. Her hair was moving thanks to her magic power, which was darker than night, surrounded by a green aura. But that wasn't magic power. Demons possess something that other living things don't have. That is demonic power. Magical power is different from demonic power. According to the laws of magic theories, the magic element surrounding this world is divided into three types. Starting with the one used by humans, mana, which is the internal energy of life. Humans and other living beings possess it and use it in everyday tasks without knowing it. The next one is used by a few, prana, which symbolizes the energy that the planet releases through the soil and mixes with oxygen. Humans or monsters having a large amount of magical power is due to this. Mana is just a switch of a light bulb, while prana is a power plant. That leaves the pillar of everything that is hidden beneath the earth. Some call it ley lines, others call them dragon veins. Almost nothing is known of what lies beneath the ground that living beings tread, but those who do know call it OD. The OD is characterized by having no form. No one knows anything about it, but it is responsible for circulating the entire planet. The mana is blue, the prana is green, while the OD is colorless. But what is the demonic power then? As for the demons, theirs is called yoki. Yoki is different from mana. It is not known why. It is only known that all demons possess this, but the others do not. The demon kings were manifesting their yoki. This caused the ground and the weather to be affected. Desmond said as his fist filled with energy. Try not to die so fast, I want to have fun. Desmond's right fist came at a high speed against Isle. Zekin. Desmond's fist impacted Isle's cheek. The force in that fist was so much that it turned Isle's head. That was the end of Isle, that's what anyone would believe. Isle's head returned to its original position after making a puppet-like sound. It was his exoskeleton settling in. It was a good fist, but it's still a child's fist. Now it's my turn. Isle focused her own power not in her fist, was in her mouth. Spider's web, web of hands. Out of her mouth came a web which enveloped Desmond, the tips turning into hands and sticking to her body. And this? Hee hee. Isel smiled, and as she did, her head back Desmond was lifted up. Isel's head began to spin around regardless of the sounds similar to puppets rustling. Desmond was being hit by the trees. Do you think this will hurt me, you idiot? Of course not. I was just knocking down a bit of a hindrance. What do you mean? Isel threw Desmond to the ground and said as she laughed. The spider hunt begins now. Isel released Desmond and took a big leap into a nearby tree. There, she opened her mouth and pulled out a bow made of her web. It was golden in color. Desmond-chan, try not to die from weak attacks like these. She regurgitated and an arrow came out. She put it into the bow. Spider Demon King special technique, silk arrows. She released her hand and the arrow went flying straight for Desmond's shoulder. He didn't move, he wanted to see how strong Isel was. That was his mistake. The arrow was aimed at his left shoulder. The moment it made contact, Desmond was sent several hundred yards back. He was being propelled by the force of the impact. What the hell is this? Isel has never been this strong that I can remember. Will she get any stronger? Desmond's feet were digging into the ground, but due to the force of the impact and the speed at which he was going, he was only succeeding in destroying the earth. It was sweeping away everything in its path. Every second that passed was almost a meter away. He grabbed the arrow and tried to pull it out. His skin was tougher than an armored warship, but still that spider web managed to pierce his skin. It looked like he had a tourniquet because of the spiral shape his skin took. He used all his strength to tear it off. As he did so, he stopped. He was a few meters away from reaching the shore where the giant turtle Otome had its mouth open to catch Desmond. As he watched the turtle panic and flee, he turned his gaze to his shoulder. It's been a long time since I've been hurt. A small but deep hole was visible. His skin looked as if the arrow was still there due to its spiral shape. Desmond placed his finger and checked the depth of the damage. It pierced all the way to the bone. He grinned wickedly. He sent his gaze ahead. In the distance was Isel smiling. You've been training right, Isel. Isel spoke to him, but the distance was so long that only a lip expert could have guessed. She told him. We're just getting started. Desmond prepared to run. His legs parted and with a great momentum that shattered the ground beneath his feet he ran at great speed straight at Isel. From her mouth 3 arrows shot out, likewise something happened to her body. Under her armpits something was happening, it looked like a tumor was forming. It grew with each passing second. In less than a minute 2 arms full of blood came out under her top. From it, this caused the horns on her head to grow and her muscles to get bigger. Using her extra hands she grabbed the leftover arrows. Let's make this a lot more fun, Desmond-chan. Isel took a leap towards the tree beside her and shot the first arrow. It went flying straight for Desmond's head. He dodged it within seconds of impact. When it made contact with the ground it generated a huge crater with a depth of more than 15 meters. The second arrow was immediately launched at his thorax. Desmond jumped into the air, but that was also foreseen by Isel. The third arrow was shot at his heart, but he would not allow it. He used his hand to launch a powerful attack. Zekin. As the yogi was concentrating on his fist, he launched his attack as if it was a blast of air. The absolute fist was sent out as a shockwave which impacted the arrow. It lasted a few seconds before it was destroyed. It was now headed for Isel, who threw a strong web to slow it down so it would crash to the ground. Isel said to Desmond, who was slowly falling to the ground. This was a good warm-up, don't you think it's time to get serious? He smiled. You're right. Desmond's finger pointed at Isel as Isel herself stuck out her tongue. On the tip of her tongue and finger small particles of yoki were concentrated. This was an attack from the game. Eat this! They both shouted as the black sphere grew to the same size as a softball. That attack was called Dark Zero. The rays of prana energy absorbed and corrupted by the yoki created this attack. Dark Zero. A powerful attack that can reduce an entire village to ashes. The attack between the two impacted and generated a strong shockwave which caused the trees and the ground to be hit by the shockwave. Few small flashes of energy were expelled, hitting the small island they were on. Falling to the ground, Desmond ran to attack Isel. His fist was imbued in Yoki. This was already a serious attack. Make in. Yoki turned his fist into a black mist that moved like a mollusk. The fist approached Isel, who used a spider web to cover herself. Demon King's web, spider barrier. The web created a wall which completely swallowed Desmond's fist, but that didn't stop him. Don't think this shit will weaken me. Idiot. The rubber-like barrier was beginning to be pushed back by Desmond's fist. How? Slowly he was crossing over and his fist was increasing Yoki. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. With that war cry, Desmond destroyed Isel's web barrier, his fist coming towards her. Isel stepped back and threw 12 web barriers, this time they were thicker and bigger. Desmond, on the other hand, did not back down. He continued straight ahead with his fist covered with a dense black mist. You think that's going to work on me? Are you an idiot or what? Desmond paused, as if from a throw. He lifted his foot and his hand was backwards. No one can stop me now. I'm excited. Just because you managed to hurt me doesn't mean you're the big deal, you piece of shit. The mist fist was thrown and turned into a lion which roared as it headed for the barrier. A few seconds after the impact, the barrier was destroyed. Then the next one and the one after that. How is that possible? Desmond explained to Isel as the lion-shaped fog fist destroyed the barriers. I've been all these years training. Overcoming my physical strength, my endurance, my defense, and most of all my Yoki. I've spent every damn day of my life preparing to kill all of you assholes. Desmond showed him that the wound Isel gave him was healing itself. I am possible, my web is the strongest among my entire tribe, even he told me my web was the strongest. The last barrier was destroyed. Isel took a leap into the forest and escaped. As she jumped from branch to branch she thought. I still remember when he was smaller and I could knock him down. Now I understand why Iskandar-chan sent me. Desmond has become strong. If Iskandar were to fight him, no doubt the humans would have noticed his presence and prepared. I must think of a strategy to take him down. Why the fuck do you seem to think of something meaningless? Before she could react, Isel was caught at her side by Desmond. He kicked her hard and was sent flying several kilometers to the shore, but still she didn't stop and kept on splashing due to the impact. Reaching the other end of a larger island. Her body was disfigured, her bones were broken, but she still stood up and began to regenerate. Her twisted neck returned to normal. She watched Desmond come running at high speed towards her. Seeing him with that lunatic smile, Isel remembered her past. Several decades ago, an amorphous spider was born. It had a humanoid appearance despite having hatched from an egg like its sisters. Within the demons inhabiting the Dark Continent, it was normal for any of them to be born with an anomaly. They were excluded from all contact with their kind and tribe. They were discriminated against. They were tried to kill them. Even their own parents tried to eat them. For that reason they were special. Isel was the only spider that looked strange. The demons looked at her as if she was a freak. That made Isel strong on her own. She managed to become stronger, faster, more dangerous and, above all, more powerful among all the spiders. One day, while she was eating one of her sisters as they tried to kill her again, someone came towards her. The moment she tried to look at its face, she looked at the floor. Isel wondered what this meant. Why can't I see its face? She could only see feet as black as night. She tried to lift her face and couldn't despite showing all her strength to do so. The mysterious person in front of her spoke to her in a gentle but distorted tone. She couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, old man or child who spoke to her. What are you fighting for? Do you have something that motivates you to fight? What do you want to do? Isel answered it as her eyes looked at the hard ground. I fight to survive. I fight to get ahead in this place and not be eaten like the others. I. At that moment, Isel wondered what she wished to do. She never considered that in her life. The mysterious person said to her, "You don't know what you live for, you don't know how to live, you don't find an answer to what motivates you to breathe another day. You are more than perfect to join me." "Who are you?" "I am Faviel. I want you to join my little group that rules this place. I call us as Demon Kings." At that moment, Isel was able to lift her face and her eyes met the mysterious figure that spoke to her. At that moment, Isel cried. Isel opened her eyes as she saw Desmond almost reach her position. Finishing regenerating, Isel said, "What I want to do is..." She pointed her bow at Desmond and pulled several arrows out of her stomach. "I want that weak demons not be discriminated against. I want those who are born like me not to suffer the rejection of their kind. I want to create such an environment to live in, and for them I need Faviel. Desmond, a bastard like you has his reasons for being a demon king. Because of him, I'll return you home so I know you'll be left in a state where you look like a leather bag." The arrows were shot, they were not alone. A dark zero enveloped each one to make the attack that much more dangerous. Desmond used his demonic fist imbued in both hands to strike the arrows. "That's all you can do, idiot." As he approached, Isel took off running into the jungle. She was launching a large amount of arrows at him as she approached. "I'm not going to lose to an ungrateful asshole like you. I don't give a shit. I'll use everything in my favor to win, even if it's meddling." His gaze focused on an object in the sea. It was the turtle Otome. It wasn't that far away, but it wasn't that close either. Desmond smiled at Isel. "Right, you're the idiot who values mates." Isel throughout her life valued comradeship. She knew that all demons living on the Dark Continent are carnivores, so it was inevitable that they would eat each other. But still, Isel managed that even if they could not avoid their instincts, she wanted them to at least live with dignity and then die with pride. Therefore, Isel believed that murdering your prey for fun was an extremely cruel and merciless thing to do. Even the monsters that kept her company knew it. But there was someone who didn't care, someone who killed his entire tribe to show his superiority. "Ha ha ha ha, the turtle can't escape. What will you do, Isel? Will you save him? Will you defeat me? Or maybe... Ha 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 ha, no. Die, damn turtle." Desmond threw a dark zero at the turtle. Even if he hid, he couldn't dodge the attack that was able to erase part of the sea. Isel stepped into the middle of the attack, just as Desmond had predicted. "Desmond. Shut your mouth and just die." Despite being under attack, Desmond appeared above Isel. This time he used 2 fingers. Zero chaos. Dark light engulfed Isel, wiping out a small part of the island. Still, the damage was enormous. Isel floated in the sea next to floating debris. Otome approached, tried to pull Isel out by swallowing him. He dove as deep as he could. But it was no use. Desmond grabbed the turtle's tail. "Where are you going, asshole?" With a single yank he flung the turtle to the surface. It landed on land. Due to its large size it tried to escape, it was useless to do so. Desmond jumped onto dry land and walked over to the turtle. He stepped on its tail and said, "Hey, where the fuck are you going with my prey, hey? I'll kill you right now if you don't let go, you have 1 second to do it." His threatening tone made Otome hide, the openings in his shell closed. Desmond approached and tried to destroy it, but this monster's defense is on his level as it can sink up to 10,000 meters under the sea, a depth Desmond can't reach. "TCH, you piece of shit. Drop it, I said." Desmond began to beat with all his power at the turtle. "I said drop it. I'll make soup out of you. I'll kill your entire species, your children and grandchildren if you don't." Otome imagined that, Desmond killing his family. Monsters who cannot speak possess something that those who can speak do not. Affection for their kind. Otome for a giant turtle is too small, he's an anomaly like Isel. That is why he is a renegade. One day he met Isel because she saved him from several monsters. From that day on they became friends. Otome understood that he will die as Desmond will never stop. He managed to get a family since everyone was abnormal like him. But still, even with that reason, he could not abandon his friend. He blames himself for still being there, he worried about Isel and didn't want to leave her alone. There was no other way. That was what he thought. He planned to use all his energy to spit Isel to the bottom of the sea. As he planned to leave, he would give his shell to Isel so he wouldn't die. Otome was going to sacrifice himself to save his friend. Don't be an idiot. A voice coming from his mouth told him. I'm sure you're planning to do something foolish, don't do it. This is my fight, my problem. Not yours or anyone else's. Desmond has undoubtedly reached an extremely dangerous state for life on this planet. That guy is capable of killing every living thing just for pleasure. Smiling. He's certainly the most suitable to be called a demon king. But do you know something? In that darkness, he's not the only demon king. Something began to well up. Come on, spill it motherfucker. I'll make you soup if you don't. Desmond's fists hitting the shell evolved. Slowly cracks could be seen in it. Desmond was known for adapting to his environment and evolving his body. He was the most dangerous living being for that reason. Just as he was about to strike another blow, a small hole opened up, from there an object was thrown and impacted his temple. Desmond was sent flying several hundred meters. His clothes were tearing as he was rolling as if he was going downhill. Before he reached the shore at the other end, he pinned his arms to the ground and held on to the roots. This caused several trees to be uprooted by the force and speed with which he was sent away. Stopping, he noticed how almost all of his clothes were ruined. Walk. A few footsteps he heard. His gaze shifted to whoever was causing that. Desmond showed astonishment. That's the first time I've seen you looking like that. Walking in front of him was Isel, who was different now. She was bigger, more muscular, her skin was now red. His horns grew to 1/2 meter, she had 8 eyes now. Counting the ones she had originally, another 4 opened on her forehead and 2 of those under her original eyes. Bones in the shape of spines protruded from her back, her teeth showed large fangs. But above all that, she now had 6 arms. Isel said to Desmond. I rectify myself. I will use all my power to kill you. Desmond instead ripped off the remains of the front of his body. Do you think I used all my power? I'm only just coming up in power. They got into combat stance. It's time to finish this, with my strongest attack, Armageddon. The conclusion of the fight between two demon kings came to a climax with no return. Chapter 83 Infernal Fist. In the game there was a term to call what was happening right now. Isel's body was growing, her face becoming more wicked, her skin even darkening just like Desmond. His hair grew and so did the tips of his horns. Both of them were turned into the pinnacle of endangerment. This was called Magen mode. Was what they both shouted as the sky was dark and lightning from storms struck the clouds. Isel ran at full speed towards Desmond. Using all her right arms she threw a punch at him. Desmond used his arm to cover himself, but Isel's second and third right arm grabbed his arm. The right main fist went to his face. This blow was so hard that Desmond's head spun backwards. Within seconds his face returned to normal as the broken bones regenerated. Desmond said to her as he smiled. Not bad, Isel, it's my turn now to play rough. His fist flew straight at Isel's face. Magen. He shouted the name of his powerful attack. Isel instead shouted back. Web trap. As the web spat, it caught Desmond's arm and then his body. Again these shits. This time it's different, you idiot. Isel jumped to the top of a tree and grabbed the web. Desmond's body was dragged into the sky and then as he laughed, Isel shouted. Divine punishment of the Spider Queen. Using all her hands, Isel lifted and tossed Desmond as if he were a sack of potatoes. The force with which he was being lifted, thrown, and slammed to the ground was so fast that you couldn't make it out with your eyes. The ground was creating oversized craters. Desmond became angry. "You're getting me fed up, Isel." He broke the net before falling back to the ground. "Stop playing around and fight for real." An object brushed past his ear, but took a small part of it anyway. Desmond watched an arrow made of spider web had shattered part of his ear. As he looked at Isel, he was shocked. Isel had shot all the treetops with hundreds of arrows. In her hands she had a few. The bow was even bigger. She smiled at him and said, "The real punishment has begun." Desmond was thrilled to hear that. That's what battles to the death are like. Wanting to kill your opponent for real. He leapt straight at Isel, but Isel used 3 arrows which travelled faster than the blink of an eye straight at him. Desmond didn't dodge them, he received them. This caused his body to be pierced, but that didn't matter to him. Isel jumped onto the branch of another tree and together with his strings of spider threads swung to create more webs and slow him down. Desmond followed. As Isel launched her arrows and webbing, Desmond laughed. "Gajajaja, come on Isel, stop jumping and fight me. I want an exchange of blows." No matter how much webbing stuck to his body, no matter how many arrows would pierce him. Desmond grinned as he chased after Isel. Being about to leave the island to reach the sea, Isel launched a powerful attack. She gathered several arrows and gobbled them up. Desmond stepped up and took the blow full in the face. Demon King's Web, Queen Spider's Punishing Spears. What? The spears were aimed at Desmond, piercing him several times. His arms, legs, torso, thighs, knees, armpits, and even his face were pierced by the spears. Seeing Desmond's pierced body, Isel did not hold back. "Don't think I'll let you die like this, you idiot. Suffer my wrath." Isel launched a flurry of blows at Desmond's bruised body. The beating lasted about 2 minutes, after which time, her head was grabbed and thrown to the other end of the island. Unlike this island, animals lived there. The animals fled when they noticed Isel rolling towards them at high speed. Upon impacting the shore, it rolled like a tire as it shredded everything in its path. Desmond got to his feet, and pulled off his spears. Like a certain character who took bullets and his rubber body repelled them. Little by little his body healed. As his face regenerated, Desmond shouted for joy. "Damn it Isel! This is one hell of a fight, I'm glad I can do this. Thanks for giving me some fun I needed." Desmond ran across the sea straight at Isel. He was laughing like a madman as his feet moved at high speed. "Ga ha 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 ha." Slowly approaching the shore, Isel stood up. She accommodated her jaw, twisted arms, and gouged out some damaged eyes. These were regenerating again. The reason for the regeneration was not explained in the game. Players assumed it was because the extra life bar regenerated the damaged parts. But actually it has an explanation. It is because the first Demon King gave them a small part of its power. No matter how strong or resilient Desmond is, he cannot regenerate damaged parts. The same goes for Isel. That was only due to the power of the Demon King Faviel. Desmond got to Isel. He was about to hit her, but she beat him to it. She gave him a flurry of blows with her 6 arms. Desmond's body was bruised mercilessly, but that did not render him immobile. Once he got his feet on the ground, he kicked Isel's liver hard. She vomited a large amount of blood unlike him. Isel was sent backwards. Desmond came up and gave her a strong combination of kicks and fists all over her body. "Come on, come on, come on, come on, defend yourself, give me your best shot." Isel kicked him in the throat. Desmond stepped back, causing the animals nearby to flee in fright. Stopping, he noticed that Isel had reached his side, but that didn't stop him. "Ah! Ga ha 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 ha." They both released their inner scream as they gave each other an intense thrashing. Isel's fists were traveling faster than Desmond's. Their feet were buried in the destroyed ground so as not to fly off into the sky. The shockwave they generated caused the earth to crack more and more to the point of fracturing. They fell into a cave, but even in that darkness, Isel did not stop attacking. She created a spider's web to stop them both, crawling like a spider as she headed for Desmond. As he stood up perfectly, he noticed her presence. He wanted to launch a series of combos, but he couldn't keep his balance. Isel jumped up and used her legs to cling to Desmond's arms. Her fingers turned into hands because she deformed her exoskeleton. Punishment resumes. Isel beat Desmond again, who couldn't move. His arms were numb due to the force of the feet grabbing him. Little by little Isel's hands were stained with blood. "That's all you got, Desmond. How disappointing you are." From her mouth she pulled out some webbed swords, held them up and with a smile said to him, "It's over, Desmond. Your time has come." Isel stabbed the swords into Desmond's shoulders. This had to be the end of him due to the large amount of blood spurting out. It wasn't. Desmond at first made a scared expression, but it was part of his plan. Idiot. Because Isel stopped clinging her feet to him, Desmond managed to catch her legs. He did a spin that created a small tornado. It sent Isel flying through the skies. Isel was spinning at high speed, which prevented her from being able to react well. Desmond jumped up and grabbed her head. "Time to play rougher." He threw Isel into a mountain. As she continued to punch through the mountain, Desmond said, "I guess I'll use Armageddon. With that attack I'll kill her easily." Before he could send his arm back, he noticed that the direction Isel was facing led several hundred miles to the beach where Razel and the others were. He clicked his tongue for a moment. "I'll use this other one." He opened his mouth wide enough that he could eat a baby if he wanted to. The yoki were gathering there at great magnitude. That time the size was the size of a basketball. Big Evil Zero. A jet black bolt of energy was sent straight into the mountain. By the time Isel stepped out to fight again, it was too late. She used the maximum of her defense. Demon King's Web, Spider Sphere. She coated her body with a large amount of spider web until it looks like a ball. The moment the black energy beam hit the ball, a large amount of magical power destroyed the mountain. Little by little the ball was pushed, which made the energy beams flow to the sides, destroying everything in its path. The mountain disintegrated to the point that it looked like a computer effect was melting it. In less than a minute the mountain disappeared in a huge explosion. Isel, wrapped in the ball, flew away and fell down along with a bunch of animals that fled in panic. The web melted. Isel coughed the moment it came out. "Damn, how strong he must have gotten in a short time. This is bad, even using my Magen form I can't beat him. I must." Squeezing the earth under her hands, Isel said words she thought she would never say. "I must return home and tell Iskandar to help me, it's the only way we can defeat him." Isel stood up and ran along with the animals straight to the shore of the island to find its friend and escape. Before long she arrived. As she did so, she was astonished. "But what? Hey, you sure took you long." She found Desmond sitting on top of Tame Eamon while holding a fox cub in his hands. It wasn't the only one, small animals were in the turtle shell, Desmond told her as he petted one. "I figured you would run away, since instead of getting more of my fun you would run away. I won't allow it, I won't leave any of you alive, that's why I have this insurance." Desmond lightly squeezed the fox cub's neck. Her mother stood with other mothers growling at Desmond. "Isel, you are known as the lover of wild beasts, so are you going to let these pests die? I have no problem killing them." Despite saying that, a silhouette of a woman appeared in Desmond's head. He faltered for a moment, but then said to her, "This is your end. If you don't want me to break everyone's necks in less than 2 seconds, disable your Magen form and let yourself be killed." Isel clenched her arms in frustration. "How much do you hate us so much to want to kill us?" Desmond replied. "I don't hate you, I don't care about your lives. All I want." For a second, Desmond's mind switched off. That's what I want. You want what exactly? You didn't say. Desmond was shocked to hear that. I didn't say it. I'm sure I did. No, Isel must be buying time or something, I won't let her run away. I'll kill her and then the next one and the last one so that way I'll be the great demon king. After that. Again Desmond's consciousness switched off, this brought back a memory. He stretched out his arms, they were small baby-like arms, a woman with long hair was smiling at him. Good morning, did you sleep well? Desmond touched his head, he was sweating due to confusion. What was that? Isel, seeing Desmond disconnected from reality, jumped onto Tamiman's back. In a split second she grabbed the hatchlings and threw them to the shore, she used her webbing so that when they fell they didn't get hit. Desmond became aware of her presence and quickly got to his feet. Both, he and Isel were about to exchange a flurry of blows again. Spit! But from Isel's mouth, purple-colored blood was spat out. Did I reach my limit? Isel's Magen mode was slowly disappearing, Desmond smiled. It's my victory, Isel. He dodged Isel's fist, her extra arms started to fall off as if they were breaking down. Desmond said to her as his right fist turned red due to the yoki. Now it's the end. The first came closer to Isel, it was only a second that passed. Isel thought as she saw that fist coming to her face. I'm sorry, everyone, I won't be able to protect you. The face of all the creatures she knew came to her mind. She flashed a warm smile as she closed her eyes. Sorry, Iskandar, Favial. I'll go first. The second passed and Desmond threw his winning punch. Gokyakin. The fist wrapped in a red mist with the face of a demon impacted Isel's face. Instead of sending him to earth it sent him to the sky. The heavy impact was shattering her face, but Desmond didn't stop. He pointed his hands and mouth to the sky to end it. Die once and for all, Isel. Infernal 0. 3 black beams were directed at Isel. Upon impact, a white light coated the archipelago for a few seconds accompanied by an explosion that destroyed half of the archipelago. Tamiman quickly submerged leaving Desmond in the sea. Desmond was sunk by the shockwave, but he was still alive. Half of a small part of the coast was destroyed, this was the power of the fight between two demon kings. Desmond's power being serious. A body was falling from the sky, it was scorched. As it fell to the ground, you could see how her chest was exposed. In what was supposed to be a heart, was a red stone. Desmond reached over and embedded his fingers to pull the stone out. The look on Desmond's face implied to Isel that he always saw her as trash, no, to everyone. Desmond belittles everyone except him. Any last words, Isel? This will be the last time we see each other. You, why are you crying? What the fuck are you saying? Desmond touched his cheek. Tears were descending from his eyes. Isel smiled at the sight of those tears. I see, even you have a heart. Shut up! Desmond yelled at Isel, those being her last words before shattering her core into pieces. The moment he broke it, Isel could feel as if her heart had stopped. She watched the sky as it returned to normal as her body turned to ash. Hey, Desmond-chan, I'm sure you must have something to make you cry. After all, if you were really like you say, you wouldn't be making that tormented face right now. Desmond's face was distorted from tears. He wanted to say something to Isel, but his mouth wasn't moving at all. Seeing his face, she could only think of that boy he trained several years ago. When Desmond killed his entire tribe, he was found by the 3 demon kings. They had returned from leaving Xerxes on the human continent. The reason for leaving him there was to have sleeping warriors to wake up at the right time and attack. Isel held Desmond's head as he tried to hit her. Iskandar said to Favial. Is this child necessary? The mysterious shadow said without turning around. He is. Our mission needs him. Isel trained him since she knew that, like her own kind discriminated against her. That made her grow fond of him. She thought for that reason Desmond would listen to her and return home. But seeing him cry and not being able to explain it means that deep down he is just a big boy. Geez, you're going to make me cry too. Those were her last words before her head turned to ashes and the wind blew them away. Desmond was left alone and naked. But he watched the wind carrying Isel away. Tame was crying as he saw everything. He immediately ran to the sea and escaped straight home to report what happened. Desmond walked straight out of this place. He wiped his tears as he said to himself. 1 down, 2 left to go. The first defeat of the 4 demon kings left a hole in their ranks. A few moments ago several things happened. In the distance I saw a new black, then a slight quake, then an explosion, and now another quake. Definitely this world is very weird, but it's none of my business weather problems. Razel, come here for a moment. Eli along with the girls called out to me. I immediately stood up as I was burying Leela in the sand. I wonder what they want? Underscore 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 underscore. Majan, this name has different meanings as a spelling, but the one that fits it best is devil. Gokuken, literally, infernal fist. It's written as, but it's shortened like this. Chapter 84 Reward, 1. Eli and the girls called me to a rocky area near the beach. There was no danger as this place was formed to relax, meaning an earth mage accommodated it to be touristy. Upon arrival, the 4 of them for some reason looked at me and said, "It's time for the reward." Reward? I said quizzically, what did I do to deserve a reward? Eli came over to me and took my arm. She had me sit down on a blanket that they laid out before I arrived. With a smile she said, "We say this is a reward for all you have done. So, just ask for whatever you want." Of course, that reward is kind of kinky, that's why we came all this way. I was blown away by that. They really want to make me happy to that extent. It pleases me, let's enjoy it. In that case, I'd like you all to pose, but not just any pose, a sensual pose. Lily said blushing. Razel-kun pervert. But, I figured it would be something like this. Who's going first? Me. The first to raise her hand was Evelyn, that no one expected. She approached me and then sat down in front of me. She spread her legs in an M position. I could watch as Evelyn used her fingers to point to the part that looked like a rolled-up loaf of bread and further up a bean. Razel-san, do you like this? Evelyn's fingers went up and down in a seesaw-like fashion. I could watch as her expressionless face turned red. Okay, I'll go next. Remember there are 4 of us girls. Celia lifted Evelyn up. She stood her in front of me. I could see her shorts. Enjoy the show, honey. She pulled them down, then I could see a huge peach. It was the most beautiful, round, soft peach I had ever seen. For some reason I felt the urge to pray to her and cry to thank the goddess for letting me see that peach. I said to Celia, "Please, a position where your ass looks bigger." She was thoughtful and then lay down on the sand, lifted her bottom, as she did a lot of exercise, lifted her butt up as high as she could and then lifted one leg. Celia literally held herself up with her hands. She formed a triangle with her legs. That triangle made her huge peach-shaped butt tighten. For a moment, I felt a pain just watching it, but it was a pleasurable pain. Razel-kun. As I realized it, Lily and Eli were at my side. Their eyes were watching me with a darkness of frustration. I was a little scared the way they asked me the following question. You like looking at butts that much, hey? Being a big boob maniac, you're even capable of targeting your mother-in-law. I thought you liked looking at us. I guess you have to be well tamed so when you see a big ass like that you don't go after it. I thought they were going to be upset, but instead they bit my cheek. It was a playful bite. It lasted only a few seconds as I actually got a laugh out of it. Eli whispered in my ear, it's our turn, what do you want us to do? So I got a little smutty. I told them what I wanted. They looked deep and then agreed. They sat close together in a position where the sunlight wasn't going to censor anything like it always does. In less than a second they embraced, their hands ran down each other's backs and their firm breasts squashed together. Their hands reached up to their faces, there they came within inches of touching their lips. I could watch their eyes as they looked confused. I wanted to scream, kiss each other, because before I died I found a doujinshi on the internet. It was an erotic manga about the villainous Elise kidnapping and making Lily her slave. Interestingly enough, it ends up with both of them falling in love and even getting married. I have mixed feelings about actually wanting to see a Yuri between my girlfriends. Ah, he's up! Celia shouted, pointing her finger. As I was about to yell at them to kiss, I watched as my little Raijin became totally energetic. As she pointed it at him, Celia smiled at me. So you wanted this to happen, hey? Eli and Lily approached me with a smile. Looks like someone's in the mood. I asked to be the first to touch it. They said that, they grabbed my swimsuit and along with a shouted yay, they pulled it down. Just as an automatic lever returns to its original position, mine did, but in a faster and fiercer way. All four of them stared at it. It was exhilarating in a way, but it was also embarrassing to be watched by them. Evelyn was the first to grab it, she used her hand to rub it while telling them. No matter how many times I see it, it's interesting that it originally looks like a scared turtle, but when it's happy it looks like a giraffe. After saying that, his hand went to my bottom, directly towards my twins. It's even more fascinating that the life of a human being is deposited in this leather pouch. Evelyn wasn't the only one to touch it, the others also decided to tease me. Starting with Celia, followed by Lily and finally Eli. Sometimes I like to touch it, it's nice and soft, it reminds me of petting a dog, only lewd is this. So this is where our future children are. Hey, it's a shame you always want to be spitting on them every day. Razel, as the future wife, I ask you to start eating healthy. Your weird fetishes of wanting to end up in our mouths are not nice when it tastes like sour grapes. Despite Eli saying that, she didn't stop massaging them. Then she took it in her hand and brought it to her mouth. Ah, that's unfair, princess. Celia said as she watched Eli put my rod in her mouth. Eli was enjoying it as she had her eyes closed, but when Celia spoke to her this made her a little angry. As he pulled it out of her mouth, a trail of saliva left hanging. Celia, as the future wife, it's only natural that I'm the one with privileges before the others. Remember the hierarchy. First me, then Lily, then me, and she follows, then me, and again like that. Only at the end do the two of you follow once. That's unfair, you're trying to monopolize it. Childhood friends have more right than anyone else. You're acknowledging it. No, it isn't. Now let me enjoy the taste of my boyfriend. Hey, stop licking it like it's candy. Christina was collecting snails on the shore. This is kind of fun. When I was in the Elven realm there was no way to go to the sea. There were just trees everywhere. She lifted her face and looked at the ocean, her black eyes reflecting the beautiful ocean she saw. I guess it's not bad at all to have come for a little while. Being a sword saint puts a lot of load on my back. I think for that reason my breasts have grown to be ridiculously large, which gives me backaches. Christina touched her breasts, her hands lifted those huge fruits, and yet the flesh was so much that they couldn't fit in one hand. Come to think of it, the Duchess, the maid and that fox girl have breasts just as big as mine, should I ask them for advice on how they do with backaches? She stood up and with the bucket in her hands where she had her snails she went to get more. She didn't eat them, she just collected them and then went to release them. Over here there must be more, hey. She noticed something, a small group of people behind some rocks. As she got closer to see, she was amazed. She screamed at what she saw. Razel and his harem were enjoying their youth in their own way. The girls were on their knees, using their mouths to pleasure his intimate part. His ecstatic face showed how graceful he was for what was happening. Each one had her head stroked. The mouths of the 4 girls circled with no eagerness to stop as they satisfied their needs. Christina just stood there in awe, realizing they could see her. She hid nearby and poked her head out. She could see everything, so she moved a little closer. Being in a position where she could perfectly see Raisel's member being pleasured by the girls. Raisel, mmh. Eli. Delicious, Lily. I like to lick this, it's big and there's plenty of room to bite. Celia. I prefer the lower part, it's tasty despite being covered with some hair. Evelyn. Lily and Eli's mouths were licking the sides of the phallus, they were doing it like it was the tastiest ice cream in the world. While Celia was licking the middle part, she was going her tongue from the base to the tip of the head, giving it little kisses from time to time, even little nibbles. While Evelyn used one hand to hold on and the other to grab one of Raisel's twins, the other she was engulfing it in her mouth while massaging it with her hand. The girls had been doing it for several minutes, they wouldn't stop. Christina watched as young girls who are yet to graduate from the academy acted like animals in heat. Is this how young people behave nowadays? Despite wanting to run away, she did not. Deep down she felt strangely attracted to this lustful act. Gee girls, it feels good. I want to finish. The girls paid no attention, they stood quietly pleasuring him. It was then that Raisel roughly grabbed Evelyn and Lily's head and tried to hold back, but his urges were stronger so he ended up releasing it all. A large white jet flew straight at their heads. All of them still denied it, they opened their mouths to receive that creaminess. Raisel's member was still stiff. Eli licked her hands as whitish liquid dripped down her cheeks and from the tips of her hair. It tastes bitter, I prefer it to taste sweet. Still, Eli-chan, you're taking it all in. Lily was telling her Eli was contradicting herself, telling her as she licked what fell on her body herself. He wants us to do this, it's normal to at least taste good. Besides. Eli's gaze shifted to Raisel. This kid is still animated. Just look at him, he wants to keep going, should we keep going? The 4 of them looked at each other and started smiling. Christina stood there quietly until they finished. The sun was starting to set. Ta-da! Livy pulled some fireworks out of the cabin. That's what it is. Tell me quickly. Leela was excited, just like a dog her tail was wagging in joy. Fireworks? What's that? Yukihime asked uneasily. Cordelia answered her as she pulled on a sweatshirt. They're little rockets that have gunpowder inside, they have a little magic circle that when you remove it I create an explosion and send it into the sky and it explodes releasing brightly colored fires. Oh! They are then hanabi. In my land there were many of them. Yukihime's tails wagged like Layla's showing her joy. Raisel was about to go get some too, but Barbara took his hand and led him to a far place. Amy who was about to go also to take one saw them walking away. Gyaa, tastes awful. Hey wolf girl, this is not to be eaten. It's not to be shoved up your nose either, stop it already. The fun on the beach was still going on late. Underscore 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 underscore. Hanabi, it's literally fireworks in Japanese, remember she's from a country that looks like Japan. Chapter 85 Reward, 2. Barbara took me to a remote part where everyone was, we left the beach to go a little into the forest. The fireflies around here were special as they are used as lamps. For that reason, we could see perfectly even if it was dark. As we walked away from the beach, she turned around. She placed her hands behind her back and smiled at me. You still haven't told me what you think. Talk about her swimsuit. Of course, I didn't want to do it before as it was too gratifying to say it in front of everyone. Here I go. It's super wonderful. No, it's splendid. There's no place where it's not beautiful. I want to assault you right now. I'm thankful you're my wife now. I was about to blurt out more truths when she closed my mouth with a kiss. It lasted a little while as it was short. But in those seconds we kissed we could enjoy the pleasant sensation of showing our feelings. Our tongues curled around each other, neither wanting to let the other go. I wanted to savor Barbara's tongue and mouth longer. But she was the first to withdraw. Leaving a bridge of saliva as she closed her mouth, she giggled a little. Phew phew phew. You were really craving that kiss. I replied. Now that everyone knows and Eli accepted it, I can kiss you and do whatever I want to you since you are my woman. I moved closer to her, pressed my body together with hers. The soft feel of her belly touching mine was majestic. It is different from the times we have done it, now that womb carries my child and she is my woman. I want to do more things with her that are rewarding for both of us. Barbara said to me as she crossed her arms behind my neck. I'm wishing I could do it with you officially as your wife too, but I'm holding back. You are. That took me aback, why do that? However, she reassured me. It's because I'm preparing something special. Please wait until tomorrow, I just wanted to come here to tell you so I could have some time alone. Alone time? Yes. I want to talk, like you do with them. It's wonderful to be able to enjoy body-to-body contact, but sometimes a woman wishes her partner would listen to her. A pure, sweet light shone in her eyes. In the past I used to talk this over with Alvin with my ex-husband. That's why I haven't been able to properly converse with you. That's why, if you like, we can sit down and talk. Her blushing face says that she really wants to have a nice couple moment. I'm a little disappointed that she doesn't want to have some intimacy with me. But it doesn't matter, there are moments like this that are not unpleasant. Alright, let's make ourselves comfortable. I sat down next to her and took her hand. Barbara snuggled up next to me. What do you want to talk about? Anything. I want to know things you haven't told me before, even the trouble you've gotten yourself into. It's unfair that only Eli and the others can know about your fights against mysterious enemies. If I told you that many of them defeated me and almost killed me, you wouldn't want me to fight again. Well, let's see. How cute. On the beach, the girls were lighting a worm-like firework. They had to lift it up and from the dangling tip they lit it. This caused a strange feeling of joy in all of them. Lily said to Eli as hers almost went out. Are you enjoying it? Yes. It's fun to do things like this once in a while. I'd like to go back sometime. We'll have lots more times like this together. Don't worry about it, besides it's only the first day, we have 2 weeks yet to enjoy it. Yes. Lily smiled heartily at hearing that they could recreate these moments again, her worm went out. Ah! They said, stunned both of them. While the others were also with other fireworks. Glenn set one similar to a rocket, Cordelia lit it. After a few seconds it flew into the sky generating a large cloud of smoke and dust of many colors. How wonderful it is! Seals. In the capital you can't appreciate this. Cordelia. Tamaya. Yukiheim. What's that weird noise you made? Seals. In my land, shouting this is synonymous with happiness. Fireworks represent good fortune and many other things, that's why we did it in specific seasons and shouted that together. Yukiheim. I see, in that case. Tamaya. Cordelia. Everyone started shouting the same thing, even the twin Lolas. The only people who didn't was Leela, who covered her ears. Leela hates loud noises. Turn them off. And the other person was Livy, who was looking at the bucket of ash water where the worms fell as they finished extinguishing their fire. She was remembering her past. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. Shiomiya-san, aren't you ashamed to come with that awful hair every day to school? Again it was the same thing, Suguro's group was bullying me. The reason why they do that is because I'm weak and couldn't say anything to them. In fact, they are also bullied by another girl, they take it out on me by saying hurtful things to me because the same thing happened to them. I have tried several times to tell the teachers, but no one pays attention to me. They say talk it over with them, if a problem happens, the school will lose reputation. Suguro grabbed my hair. Just look at it. The worst thing about someone who has black hair is to have it unkempt. It's dirty, it smells bad, and just look at the ends, you look just like those otaku who don't bathe, haha. The reason my hair is like this is because of my older sister. She hogs everything. I had to put up with her hurtful insults for a long time. Eventually school ended and I went back home. We lived in a luxurious apartment, it's because my older sister earns a lot of money as a model. When I entered the house, I found the lights off. No one was there, I thought they were sleeping early. I went to the kitchen and found a note that said, Conad, I went out with my boyfriend, I left you money for dinner, Mom and Dad, and went out for dinner too, don't wait up for us and do your homework, kisses. That's what she said. But I know it's a lie what they say. The truth is I heard them yesterday saying they wanted to go to a concert of a world-famous artist. My sister could only afford 5 tickets. Counting her boyfriend there were 5 people. The reason they didn't take me was because I don't have fancy clothes to wear and show off. I sat in the living room waiting for the food I ordered to arrive. I could watch as the fireworks for today's festival were launched. Before I knew it, I could feel a wet, painful sensation running down my cheek. Truly, I hate my life. Princess, are you okay? Christina was asking Livy, she looked stunned. Why yes, I'm fine. I was just walking around thinking. She said as she raised her hands in a funny way. But she thought otherwise as she reassured her caregiver. Forget it already. That person no longer exists. You are someone else now, the past won't come back. As Livy thought that, Eli noticed something. Hey, where's Mom and Razel? I don't see them anywhere. That's right. Ah, they ran away. Eli shouted. Leela, look for them. Don't give me orders. Dog-like, Eli ordered Leela to go get them. Leela, listen to her. On command. But Amy ordered her and she ran after them. Livy watched them silently. You came here to enjoy the vacations with people who aren't your family. Whether in your past life or your current one. My family will always be distant, so I'm sure at least with Eliza I can be happy since she and I are the same. We were born to suffer. I found them, they're over here. They all went to the direction Leela indicated. Amy stayed on the beach along with Livy and Christina. She was lost in thought. Again he blew me off. Chapter 86 Enjoy the time. When I woke up, I found Eli and Lily hugging me like I was a teddy bear. Yesterday I was talking to Barbara, they came and questioned us, we calmed them down and then went back to the hotel to sleep. In bed they were not the only ones, there was also Leela by my feet and Celia with Evelyn near my bottom. I was a bit overwhelmed as they are leaving my body numb. Even my good morning greeting is problematic, help. The girls woke up after a while, my body was still numb, Lily was the last one to do so, she was a bit sleepy, seeing me she gave me an affectionate good morning kiss. The soft feel of her lips, tongue, and breath played with my head. Eli noticed it as she stretched. Lily-chan, it's not fair. I was stretching to then do that. Sorry. Here you go. She pulled away from me and Eli moved in to kiss me. Celia and Evelyn wanted to, but I noticed Leela woke up. She saw me and gave me a greeting the kind you'd expect from a dog. That left me with a sharp pain in my jaw as she is as strong as a bear. I fainted as my head hit the wall. Again this place. Glenn woke up in a white room, everything was white, from the floor to the ceiling. It didn't have walls or a door, but he called it a room because he didn't know how to qualify it other than that. Behind him was something abnormal. As he turned around, he noticed a huge hourglass, it was 6 meters long and 5 meters wide. Glenn watched as the sand fell. Last time I was here, I could estimate that it had about 6% left to run out, but now it's only 3%. The clock was almost running out. Glenn had been here a few times. He stared at it. The reason the time sped up must be because of what I did recently, right? I wanted to help Miss Elise as much as I could, even if it takes time away from me. His eyes wandered to the side of the clock. Seated at a simple table with 2 chairs on either end was a mysterious hooded figure in black. Glenn just stared at it. Time is what most need. At least, just until the first heir of Rosenberg household is born, after that you can take me. The hooded figure let out a breath and said in a familiar tone. You don't understand, time is enjoyed. Glenn opened his eyes. He was in his bed in a downstairs room. He woke up late. That was rare for him. He was sharing a room with Desmond, who for some reason has not returned. Razel said to leave him since he is like a cat, he will come back when he is hungry. Barbara knocked on the door. Glenn, are you awake? Yes, ma'am. Sorry for the lateness. He quickly changed into his uniform. He opened the door and there Barbara greeted him with something unexpected. Ta-da! I got you a present, it's casual clothes for a hot place like this. With all due respect ma'am, but I'm fine in my uniform. Don't talk nonsense, I noticed how you were sweating yesterday, besides this is your day off. Indeed, yesterday's over, I must pack to leave soon for the mansion. I told Claude to take over for a day and I'm already late coming back. Barbara pouted at him. Glenn immediately remembered when she was little and showed that gesture. I told you, you don't need to work so hard. You of all people deserve a break, or do you want me to order you? No need. Fine. Get changed and come downstairs, we'll go to breakfast. With a cheek-to-cheek smile she said to him. Glenn said goodbye. As he closed the door, he stared at the clothes. How long has it been since I wore something that wasn't a butler's uniform? Glenn went down the stairs, not wanting to use the elevator. When he got to the first floor, Eli was thrilled to see him. It looks good on you, Glenn. Glenn was wearing an elbow-length Hawaiian shirt, shorts, and sandals. It had been decades since he'd worn anything like that. Sorry I'm late. It won't happen again. Don't be like that. We're on vacation, besides you weren't the only one who came down late. Eli sent Razel a brief glance. He squeaked at her. I was unconscious for a few minutes, have a little more mercy on me. Lily-chan healed you, then there's no problem with that. The blows to the head are severe. You never know, you might have trauma. Trauma what? Yahoo! With a cheerful smile Livy came down, dressing elegant again. Christina was wearing an appropriate dress with which she won't be able to have a heat stroke like yesterday. Livy said to them. Is everyone ready? Let's get some breakfast. After Livy came downstairs, we went to a family restaurant. Family restaurants are expensive, don't think they're cheap. The reason they are expensive is that only nobles come to the coast. The commoners from the surrounding area work as peddlers, so they are the ones who can afford to be here, even if it's just to work. The rich merchants also put up their businesses. In truth, I hate high prices. It makes me a little anxious to think that one day the economy will be ruined due to rising prices, although I heard that it is due to the strange natural phenomenon that happens. Arriving at the restaurant, the waitress led us to a large table, gave us the menu and Livy said, putting a hand on her chest, leave it to me. The imperial family will pay with it, I'll use my allowance. The allowance of a member of the imperial family is the same as what a world soccer player or a multi-award-winning artist earns. It is no joke to say that Cid told me that for them the allowance is just a small portion of what they will earn when they work. I am really envious of him, but then I remember the emperor and it passes. We ordered different dishes. Leela ordered meat, a lot of meat, really a lot of meat. Amy ordered something light, she was next to me, but for some reason she kept tapping my leg. Is she trying to tell me something? I'll ask her after I finish eating my extra greasy burger. Lots of cheese, veggies, and meat on it. I exercise now, so calories aren't an issue. Except for... Yummy. Isn't it? I watched as Lily and Eli ordered a bunch of food. More Lily than Eli in fact. Sometimes I wonder if her stomach isn't a black hole in fact. Shopping. After finishing their meal, paying the bill and watching Livy hand over large bills more than 10 times, Barbara said to Glenn. Yes. We'll go get something for tonight. Razel Kun will go sightseeing alone, we don't want him to see the surprise. I don't want the twins to see it either, that's why I'm asking you to watch them until dinner time. We'll meet at this very spot. Babysitting is a task Glenn can't do, that's because of what happened with his son. Ma'am, I know. But Glenn, they are little girls, I'm sure a man like you who has to think about his retirement, can take care of some little girls. They say children give you vitality, you need it more than anyone else, or don't you want to? Seeing her sad expression, Glenn sighed. It's all right. Don't worry. Now we're talking. Girls, Glenn agreed, let's go quickly before he backs out. Barbara ran with the girls to get away from him. His pants were tugged by a small hand. Grandpa Butler, Madam, where did she go? Glenn stared at Claudia. Sophia was eating a cookie Lily gave her earlier. He said. They went shopping, we were left on our own, where do you want to go? We want to go for a walk. The twins shouted. Glenn took the girls to the shopping district. It was crowded with people. The twins were walking around holding hands, they were going from corner to visit the food and clothing stalls. Glenn saw them and thought to himself. It's really weird taking care of children. Even when Miss Elise was born, the Duchess told me to hold her, I didn't know what to do. Glenn became sad as he remembered his son again. I'm no good at babysitting, I'll just accompany them and after I see the Duchess I'll tell her I'm going back to. Quickly Glenn moved, he placed his hand on the shoulder of a man in a white shirt. Is there a problem, sir? Of course there is, what were you planning to do? Obviously I'm going shop. Don't try to be smart. I noticed how your left hand doesn't come out of your pocket. You had a plastic bottle in your right hand, you threw it into the trash can after quickly placing your left hand there, which was covered by 2 men who passed precisely at that moment to cover for you. You were also on the side of the girls. What you were going to buy is an accessory for girls, you were going to give it to them while the salesman calls customers. That's not true. I have a daughter and I was planning on giving this to her. Get your left hand out then. The man began to sweat. Even if I am a commoner, the Empire gives the right to privacy. I agree, but the laws also say to report if you see someone suspicious and you along with 4 other guys are suspicious to me. Glenn's sharp gaze didn't blink for a second. I was about to let you off since it's none of my business what you do, but these girls are servants of the Rosenberg household. I will not tolerate any disrespect or damage to property or employees. If you don't want me to break your arm, take your left hand out now. Shit. The man ran in the opposite direction they came from. Glenn saw him running away. He told Sophia, who was licking a popsicle, to give it to him. Please give it to me. Here. Using that popsicle stick, Glenn ran in a hurry and within seconds got to where the man was, used that fragile wooden paddle and hit the man in the head. He broke down, of course, but that knocked him unconscious. Even if you are poor and have nothing to eat, committing crimes is unforgivable. Within seconds some Imperial Knights arrived, that's what the guards are called. Glenn informed them what happened and then pointed out his accomplices. They all applauded him. Curiously, they gave him a big reward as they belonged to a network of child kidnappers to extort money from their rich parents. What should we do with all this money? Glenn was with the girls in a park. They came to relax after what happened. Claudia said. Grandpa Butler, that money is yours, spend it on whatever you want. Glenn looked thoughtful. Whatever I want, what I want is something that can't be bought. Sophia asked him. Then what can you buy with it, as Claudia walked away. Glenn didn't know what to answer her. Claudia went to a children's play set for big kids. Since there were few kids, she didn't have to wait in line. The play set looked like a mountain to climb. She climbed it without the others noticing. Should I use this money for madam? Or maybe I should use it for the twins. I don't know what an infant wants, so I don't know what to spend it on. He quickly stood up and handed the money to Sophia before running off. Claudia was reaching the top. Due to her small feet she couldn't step on a boulder properly and she slipped. She said as she was going to fall to a height of 10 meters. But before she reached the ground she was gently held by Glenn. Are you all right? Why yet? Sorry. Sigh. You shouldn't climb things that aren't for your age. It says right there that it's for kids older than you. Sorry. Claudia wanted to cry. Glenn remembered Eli when she broke an antique vase for playing with bow and arrow at the mansion. He smiled at the memory of that unruly little girl. It's okay. You don't need to apologize, you just need to understand that one day you'll be able to do big things. A memory came into his head. His son was talking to him as they had a drink. Glenn put Claudia down and then told them. Let's go buy presents for everyone, I'm sure they'll like that. Glenn and the girls came to a store that sold small gifts for special moments. In his hand he observed a small teddy bear which he planned to give to Eli. We'll miss Eli's like this. She still keeps some stuffed animals. The twins were looking for things to buy for each other. As he was inspecting an elephant, an elderly lady approached him. Good morning. Good morning, have a nice day. Thank you very much. I just wanted to tell you what cute granddaughters you have. They look really adorable. Glenn was shocked. He didn't know what to respond after hearing that, but coming to his senses he said. I'm sorry, but they're not my granddaughters. Really? Oddly enough I've been unwittingly watching them most of the day. First I saw you in shopping district, it was heroic how you captured those criminals. Then I saw you in a park and how you ran to save her. And now how you tell them to look for suitable gifts for their family. I really thought you were her grandfather. Glenn had a lump in his throat before he answered. I'm sorry, but they are nothing to me. I'm just a butler, I'm no good at babysitting either. In my opinion, if you'll accept it of course, you look like quite the grandfather. You care for them, look after them and above all educate them. It's totally different from me. You. Yes. I am a former noblewoman from a Margrave family. My husband and I only thought of fighting since we lived on the frontier. Because of our way of living, we managed to make our daughter just like us. One day, my husband died. I was devastated. I thought we were always going to be here for each other, but then I understood that the time we have with our loved ones and we should cherish it, put aside work and worry about family since we don't know if we will see them again. That's why I brought my granddaughter here, to spend time with her since I couldn't do it with her mother. What the lady said made Glenn look thoughtful. It was because of his dream this morning. You don't understand, time is enjoyed. What she said made him understand what that hooded figure was referring to. I see. He showed a small chuckle. I thank you, ma'am. Appreciate what? He flashed her a confident smile he hasn't shown in a long time. That I failed to appreciate what I had. I am not alone, I have people waiting for my return. Grandfather Butler, look, these dolls look like Razel Unai-chan and the other older sisters. Emphasized the twins to some dolls. Glenn stroked their heads. I can appreciate what's left of my life to the fullest. Since I'm making important memories. He took the girl's hands and they went to the cashier. One day, when we meet again, hooded figure. I'll sit and have tea with you just as you want, I'll tell you everything that happened to me since you care so much about my time. Girls, how about we go get some crepes later? Yes, crepes. Glenn's life, someone who carries a secret and weight on his back, is slowly getting free of it, so he can enjoy what time he has left with the people who love him. Chapter 87. The biggest problem appears. The night came before we knew it. We came to a bar that is also a restaurant and is also suitable for all audiences. It's very weird, it even has karaoke. We came here since Barbara told us to wait. She left with Cordelia, Seals, and Yukihime who knows where. Glenn is with the twins in a children's area of this place. Eli and Lily were singing a song that reminds me a lot of those idols I used to watch when I was Japanese. The others were cheering them on. I think the smell of alcohol made Lily dizzy as she is hanging up on Eli, when it's usually the other way around. Instead, I came to sit at the bar. I ordered some fried food and a beer. I heard that the beer here was very good and I wanted to try it. After doing so, I spit it out. Apparently I can't tolerate alcohol, or maybe I don't know how to drink it. I immediately apologized to the person next to me who spilled some beer on it. I'm so sorry, I really am. I was begging him to forgive me since it really was my fault. I heard him say, "It's okay. The first time I had a beer something like that happened to me, I understand you." For some reason, that voice sounded all too familiar. I opened my eyes and was shocked to see him. What is he doing here? In front of me was someone I thought I would never meet. He was a character from the game, and not just anyone. A handsome blue-haired guy with a bit of brown making him look like a criminal, along with his hazel green eyes and that sharp stare. His name was Serge Seberg and he is part of the pay capture targets. The game only has 5 recognized capture targets. The others are external, they have almost no relevance or influence on the story, with the exception of 2. That would make them the 7 most important capture targets. Currently there are only 6. It is because 2 of them were CID and him. CID was dangerous as he became a user of the deadly sins. At first I was going to kill him. My mentality will always be the same, whatever is dangerous to the future of the world must die. But CID became a good friend of mine and also I managed to avoid that danger, so CID is irrelevant to Lily and to the plot. But this guy, Serge, is a really bad and fat problem. He's so bad and fat trouble that I could compare him to Desmond. That guy is the final boss. In my current state it's impossible to defeat him. Instead Serge is human, he can be killed in any way. The reason why I say that is because of his background. Serge was a little boy living with his mother and little sister in the slums of the lawless city. At that time the economic situation for them was not so bad because CID told Razel that there were trees that bore fruit like bushes. One day, he and his sister went out to buy a candy. On the way he met a friend. He told him that his cat did not want to come down from a tree. Serge was the best at climbing trees. He told her not to go far away. It took him a short time to get the cat down. As he came down, his eyes rolled all over the place looking for his sister. It was almost dark. He had been desperately searching for her for hours. "Cleo! Where are you?" Serge called out to her, but she didn't answer. As he walked, some people in suits and dogs were crossing near him. He stepped aside as they were nobles. Seeing them hanging around was not uncommon. Some were doing so looking for women to take as mistresses. He didn't want to get involved with them. Before they left, he noticed one of the dogs had a piece of cloth in its mouth. He thought it was strange. He kept looking until he found a crowd. As he approached to see if it was his little sister crying. "Are you there, Cleo?" Serge was horrified to find a scene from a very gory horror movie. Apparently some nobles have done it again. But, with such a little girl. They are barbarians, we can only pray it doesn't happen to us. The crowd left. Serge stood there. He fell to his knees touching a puddle reflecting the light of a red moon. He touched a piece of flesh that was once a human face and began to cry. A few days later passed. His mother became seriously ill. Curiously, Sid's mother also became ill around that time. One day, a man with a beard and despite having a belly, his good physique could be seen. It was his father, Mr. Seberg. His mother sent for him. it was too late for her. His father was a man belonging to a baronet household. Thanks to his family he was able to obtain a family name since he preferred to be a merchant. He sat him close to her and spoke words that made her come to her senses. "I heard about your younger sister. It's a pity, but that's how the nobles of the capital are, they possess great power and influence. In this place live the undesirables, that's why your sister died." Serge's hands reacted to those words, he felt an electricity coursing through them. She died because nobles have a dark side, the dark side of the empire killed her. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Serge wanted revenge on those who did that to his sister, but he wanted something like this to never happen again. He stood up, looking at him with an expression of anger and rage. "I want to avenge her, I don't want her death to be in vain. Those who did that to her will pay for it. But, I don't want this to happen to anyone else either. I want to destroy this country. No, I want to change it." His father lit a cigarette and after inhaling a little he said, "You can't destroy a country, it's like a human body, if you destroy the country it's the same as destroying its brain, lungs, or heart. The best way to do it is one, it has two answers that are the same. Do you want to hear them?" "Yes." "Change it. A nation must change, either from within, by its own people, or from without. Currently thanks to some acquaintances both are happening right now." His father looked him in the eye. "If I tell you there is a way to bring about change, do you think you can suffer for it? You'll be able to prevent more innocent girls from ending up like this." The look of fire in Serge's eyes showed his resolve. "I want to. I want to change this country, no matter what I have to do." "Okay. Jenna, you were right to contact me, I will take this child. I'm sorry about your condition too, you never told me." "It's okay. I wanted them to have a happy life but the empire takes away people's hopes and dreams, that must not be allowed." With those words, Serge accepted his fate. Days later his mother passed away, he wanted to be with her as long as possible before leaving with his father. Years passed, Serge met many people, among them one of the pillars of a group called Revolutionary Army who wanted to change this country. That was his background as a character. That was Serge's background. The truth is that I liked him a lot at the time. I won't lie, CID was very boring so I only bought it knowing that the game forced you to do it to finish. There are few objectives that I bought, the main one was Serge. Serge has two interesting things to say actually. The first is that the rebellion of the commoners changed a lot when he is an NPC to when you are on his route. Starting with the rebellion, it happens thanks to the 4-year void after Prologue due to what happens, this is explained in his route. During the 4 years that we do not know what happened to Lily, it is said that outside the Empire the other countries managed to join the United Kingdoms of Bezarias and thus fight against the Empire. That took 4 years, in Serge's route, he reveals that he was the main responsible for it. He provided information from the Empire which helped them to gather a lot of power. Once the 4 years were up we focused on Lily who was working at the Ministry of Magic. On Serge's route, Lily meets him before he graduates. Years later they meet while he went to see his father who was at the ministry yelling at Lily. It is unknown what was the reason, maybe reasons to force the script. Well, at the end they make the typical expression of reuniting with someone and end up going out for talks together later. It's making my stomach churn just mentioning Lily dating another man. Am I jealous? No. If I were, I wouldn't want a Yuri moment between her and Eli so badly. Back to Serge, he inadvertently tells her about his plans, Lily telling him it was wrong and all. The difference from the root of any of the 5 or the reverse harem comes here, because we see Serge's perspective, we learn that there are also nobles and knights who live unhappy with the current situation. So from his perspective it's a revolution and not just a simple rebellion. It really is a big change. He even dies in the same way, Lily sees him and cries for him telling him that she loved him, in the end the same thing happens, her saving the country. Serge's story and role in the game was very interesting for any player, mostly because thanks to him we explore the rest of the world. There is only one problem. This world is the world of that game. And this guy is a Desmond-level threat. In a way I'm not afraid since there is something that was never revealed in the games, only in the forums. There is material removed from the game which narrates that the Black Crows were responsible for everything that happened in the capital. Be it cases of corruption or murder. Among them was Serge's younger sister. Apparently she was killed by that guy, the one I killed before entering the academy. He was a major elimination target, but I don't remember his name. That shows how much of a background character he was. Anyway, Olgren's group had a hand in everything involved with the bad that happened in Serge's life and the others. But what do you think? Thanks to me we managed to eliminate much of that darkness. The 3 right hands, Yatagarasu, are eliminated. 2 of them are dead and only Olgren is left. I couldn't kill him, but he idiot has no one to back him up after killing Blake. That would solve the problem of preventing the rebellion, wouldn't it? Well, someone tell me how I should tell this guy, hey, you don't need to do anything anymore. I already killed the guy who killed your sister, so don't look to cause an unnecessary revolution or I'll have to kill you for threatening my lifestyle. There's no way I'm saying that. Do I have something on my face? I've been staring at his face for a few minutes now while remembering everything that happened with him. It's really annoying to have a guy next to me who can cause a huge problem. As a guardian in the shadows, I have an obligation to kill him. But CID taught me that we can be friends, so let's give him a chance. I'm sorry, it's just that I feel like I've seen you before but I don't remember. I acted confused to make it look like I'm not really suspicious. Instead, he said to me. If so, I think we're both students at the academy. What year are you from? I recently entered senior year, but due to the problem happened about the assassination of His Highness Prince Blake we can't enter yet. I emphasized Blake heavily hoping that he would blurt out a comment about it. In that case, I think you must have seen me last year. This year I already graduated, it wasn't a pretty ceremony. I understand. My social skills really suck. I thought I could get information from him. It's no use for me to talk to them or my friends when others are different subjects. What should I do? Excuse me. I was panicking. Serge spoke to me, I said. Yes. Just in case, you are Razel. Razel Bartlett. Yes. It's me. Why do you ask? Pointing his finger, I could see he was indicating Lily, who was applying a wrestling hold to Eli and was knocking her unconscious. Eli's soul wanted to leave her body, it seemed. That girl is no doubt Eli's from the Rosenberg household. I've seen her in the paper. I also remember that a Razel was with her, but I didn't think anything of it. I ask because you went in with them, didn't you? Did you see us? If he answered yes, this was harassment. Yes. But I didn't think anything of it until that girl started screaming. Yes, this guy is a stalker. Being a stalker is wrong, it should be outlawed by law. But this is a 1 in a million chance. I understand, Lily is one of my fiancés. I'm really sorry for the fuss, she doesn't usually behave like this. He was astonished to hear that I had several fiancés. Wow! You have more than one fiancé. That's surprising. Gallant bastards like you are always surrounded by girls, so you don't have to begrudge me anything. This was a good time to ask him. He, well it certainly was. After all, I have fought twice against 2 members of the imperial family and win. The glass in his hand, he put it down when he heard that I defeated 2 members of the imperial family. The ones who are supposed to be invincible. May I know who you defeated? Of course. It's no secret, it's their Highnesses Princes Regulus and Blake. Regulus and Blake. Then you. Yes, that's right. Good, everything is going according to the improvised plan. Come on, give me some information. Serge heard Razel say that he was Eli's fiancé, which equals that he will be the next duke. For Serge, who wanted to change this country, he needed help. He remembered the reason for coming here. It was a few weeks ago, he received a letter telling him to come to the coast. He was working with his father, selling merchandise, information, to one of the countries associated with the United Kingdoms. It was also one of two representatives. The first one was the one they dealt with, the Wayne Unified Government. This nation is an agglomeration of nobles, knights, merchants who lost their nations. One day they were united by an event that changed the world, that's how they called themselves a unified government. The other was a peculiar country, it was called Rexant Overlord Kingdom. The reason for its name is because its king is a man who managed to rise to the throne by force. Despite this name, the country lives simply and comfortably. Its influence is smaller, but it is still part of the two representatives of the United Kingdoms that oppose the empire. Arriving at the place, he met him. This man was part of the revolutionaries, those affected by Olgren and his perversity. The man had good composure, his hair was pale grey and his eyes dark red, a small scar near his chin. The man's name was Linus Arx, and several years ago his family was destroyed by the palace, to be exact it was the darkness of the empire. Serge sat down. Hello. Enough of this useless greeting. Let's talk about what you came to hear. The man exhaled smoke from his cigar. You're in. Serge's heart almost stopped at that. Really? Yes. But don't expect to do anything for now, you'll just stick to listening to your father. By the way, I heard Gunther died, was he killed by a nobleman? Last year, Serge's best friend and subordinate, Gunther Elger, was killed by a mysterious man. That man was Desmond the Demon King. Serge filed the complaint. The Imperial Knights didn't do anything since they never found a man with those characteristics. Actually, some of them did find him and ended up dead. They didn't want to deal with him even as a joke, so they ignored him hoping he would go away. Serge looked at the floor before answering. I can't guarantee he was a nobleman. I only know that I will not forget his face. Linus saw him downcast and said. I'm sorry about that. But it goes to show you that if the Imperial Palace didn't do a damn thing, it's because they don't care about you at all. You're right. Serge replied. Linus handed him a card, on it was written a name. Turning to look at it, Serge mumbled the name. Rosenberg. What does the Rosenberg ducal family have to do with it? He exhaled again before answering. They have defeated 2 members of the imperial family. That's quite an accomplishment, especially that I heard that future Duke was nearly assassinated by the Emperor. The funny thing is that Emperor, despite being mocked to his face, didn't something. What do you mean? Linus looked at him seriously. Currently the United Kingdoms are going through an internal problem with a certain country called Astoria. Says one of their ambassadors that when the problem is solved, they will manage to unite completely and thus launch a unified attack. Serge showed an expression of surprise at that revelation. That's good, isn't it? Yes. The problem is them. The wall protecting the Emperor. The wall. Yes. Also called the 7 ducal families. Although there are now 6 of them. These families are allies of the imperial family. Even if we know the Fitzclarence are hostile to the Emperor, they are still beneficiaries like the others. For example, the Rosenbergs came out of the poverty and misery they had for years overnight. Don't you find that strange? Yes. But, I heard it was the work of the future Duke. Bullshit. It's impossible that something like that happened. The only thing that's real is the fight between them. My contacts say it was due to an internal problem that was quickly solved. They simply wanted to save face for a play. Even Prince Blake. It was revealed that it was all Olgren's doing. I doubt very much that he was ever of any use to them. Listen well, Serge. Linus was up to date on matters relating to the Imperial Palace. The problem was that this information was purposely altered. Someone made sure that information was revealed to cause a future revolt. No one knows who it was, but he surely has enormous influence in the palace. Serge paid attention to what Linus said, every word. Turning to look at Razel, he remembered Linus' words. Don't trust any of the dukes. Especially the Rosenbergs, everything about them is suspicious. It's possible they're even up to something. If the imperial family falls, they might want to take the crown. Historically they were the first to ally with the founding emperor. Sacrificing the Granville household is nothing to take over. Serge said to Razel after remembering his mission. I am sorry. But I must retire, I came to relax a bit, but time's up. I hope it goes well for you. Serge withdrew after paying. As he walked out of the place, he sent a glance at the table where Eli and Lily went to sit after being evicted. There he could see two very important faces. The first imperial princess and a sword saint. This only made Linus' words right. You were right, Linus-san. The Rosenbergs are definitely up to something. I had just watched Serge leave, knowing that I couldn't get any information. I thought of only one thing while savoring the iced tea the bartender gave me. Serge. If we can't be friends, I'll kill you, your father and all those who want to bring revolution. I will not allow anyone to destroy the peace I am achieving. As a guardian in the shadows, I will pulverize even the slightest threat. Rest assured, if we cannot be friends, you will die this year. Underscore 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 underscore. Serge Art, who may be a dead husbando in the future. https://chan.sankakucomplex.com/es/post/show/20874811. Chapter 88 Promised Night. So, we'll meet here at midnight. We'll come pick you up after completing a few things. Was what Eli said as she dropped me off at the hotel. All the girls left. The only people who were still here from our group were the twins who were taken to sleep with Glenn. They don't seem to want to be separated from him. That just leaves these two people I happen to run into playing cards. Christina and Wah, no way, I lost again. Livy, of course. She was in tears with the cards in her hand while throwing a tantrum. Wah, it's not fair. I'm already losing 5 times in a row. It's amazing that you're meaner than I am at playing. Before I knew it, she walked over to me, taking my hand. The moisture in her eyes reflected her sadness. Hey, there's something I want to tell you. I thought for a moment that this was the classic moment where the pretty girl proposes to the guy with no personality that happens in romantic comedies. Could you? But then I remembered that this girl wasn't even close to that. Let me win a game, can you? My face showed the same expression as a no mask as she tried to extort money from me. If you let me win one, I'll let you see the secret photos I have of Elise Tan as a child. Among them and some of them she's naked, so they're a national treasure. I refuse. By the way, give me the pictures of my fiancée when she was flat. A cute Eli as a girl is something the heart needs, but I prefer 1,000 times the grown-up Eli who gives me love. I'm also not a lolicon, so I'm not interested in seeing a naked girl, so hand me the pictures to destroy them. Why not? You want me to use my authority as a princess? She stood up and pointed her finger at me. Very well, you are commanded by your princess. Let me win the next round. I don't want to either. Why don't you want to? It's fun to see you cry. That's cruel. For some reason I liked watching Livy suffer. I'm sure it must be because she's a spoiled princess. It would be really weird if she is a reincarnated person like me and she bullied me in my previous life and somehow I managed to tease her as karma. I don't think even the generic novels of the moment would dare to write something as nonsensical as that. She looked at me with tears and said, "Good. I didn't want to use this because of my long and eternal friendship with Elise Tan, but you leave me no choice. I think Eli would opt for a restraining order from 1,000 yards around if there was such a thing here." She lifted her skirt a little, unbuttoned 2 buttons on her blouse, and then struck a sexy pose. Well? You can watch some more if you let your princess win the next round. My no expressing face didn't change. No. What's the point? I have several women by my side, seeing you doesn't affect me. Even Lily is better than you. Her waist is perfect, there's a reason I always bought her clothes that show her belly button. No way. Livy again cracked up, she really was very pitiful. I'll call her the pitiful princess from here on out. Christina was focused on her cards, being called by Livy, she reacted and saw her jumping on her. Anyone seeing them might think for a moment that it was a wonderful Yuri moment. But no. She was just a pitiful girl begging to win. Chris. Let me win. Christina was looking at her with a face that wondered, is this girl really an imperial princess? So she said. All right. I'll let you win. Yay. I love you, Chris. Kisses. Livy was giving kisses on Christina's cheek. Her gaze focused on me. She pointed her finger at me with a look full of determination. All right, Mob Kun. Get ready to lose this time. I have a sword saint by my side and she won't lose. Christina looked really miserable, her face hinted that she wanted to escape. It must be hard to deal with the Emperor's problem children. Not to mention all the racism she suffers for being a woman and an elf. Razel, we're here. Eli and the other three arrived, they had bags in their hands. She walked over to our table. Welcome, Eli. Thank you. Welcome, Eli's Tan. Razel, it's about time, we brought something special for you. She ignored me. I ignored Livy's tantrum and asked her. What do I have to suit up in a special way for? Are we going to lunch so late? It's a surprise, don't ask. In that case I'm going too. It's none of our business, princess. Christina stood up and dragged the cheerful Livy outside. No. It's unfair, Chris, they get to have all the fun. Sigh. Why does she get to manipulate me so easily? Watching them leave, I grabbed the clothes Eli gave me and went to change. What is it about today that makes it seem so special? It's not our engagement anniversary, is it? Once we changed, we left in a carriage to a strange location. It gave me the impression of a Western church, but it looked more like a government building due to the Empire flag in the garden. As we entered, Celia took my hand and led me to a different direction where Eli and Lily were going with Evelyn. As I opened the door that followed a large carpet, I found something very familiar. It reminded me a little of the commitment ceremony I had with Eli. There were floral arrangements, seating just like the ones in churches, and even a lectern where for some reason Lily was in priest-like clothing. In fact, she even wore a grey mustache. How did she get here so fast? As I stood about 3 feet away, Celia moved to a nearby seat. Oddly enough, all the members of my harem except Amy were present. Leela was here too, but she was on the floor, sleeping like a dog. I asked Lily. Is this some kind of prank or costume party? She just stared at me. You know, Razel Kun, there are times where you give me the impression of being super dense for obvious situations. But I still love that part of you. She just made fun of me. Lily just made fun of me, impossible. Still, why did she say that? It's about time. Seals shouted. Lily was doing the same thing singers do with their throats before they start singing. Celia pulled out a magical item similar to an iPhone and a wedding-like music played. Hey? Wait a moment. Wedding-like music? Floral arrangements? A priest? Don't tell me this is it. She's arrived. Celia shouted. They all stood up and the door was opened by Leela, who woke up. Opening it, Yukihime used her tails to throw many rose petals. 2 figures were visible. The first was the one at the back, it was Eli, who was in a beautiful red dress holding a long dress with her hands. She was smiling. The other person was the one who was not present. I should have imagined it, as I was thinking about other things I could not foresee it. But better late than never. In front of me came a beautiful woman dressed in white. The dress was a bit obscene, I must say. Her thighs rubbing together were shown, managing to keep the middle part from being exposed. White stockings as high as they would go. Her belly was exposed. Her breasts were wrapped in a light transparent fabric that reached her neck. Looking at her, I couldn't help feeling perky in my lower half. Barbara was a beautiful woman. No doubt Eli will be just as beautiful as she is when she becomes a mature woman. Also one day Barbara will stop having sexual desire due to her age. That means I must give her lots of corporeal love before I give her love by hugging her to ask her how she woke up. It makes me a little sad that she is so much older than me, that only leaves us a couple of years to enjoy ourselves before I take her out in a wheelchair. But even with that, I accepted her as my wife. I will not hesitate or make mistakes. I will give my love to Barbara and the others. Even Amy, which I think is why she is not here. Barbara came to my side, she was as smiling as a little girl in a candy store, it was visible through her veil. Eli set the dress down on the floor and came up to my ear. You see, we've had this planned since you accepted my mother. She'd better give you the details, too. We had to spend hours looking for a dress that would support those breasts, they were all ripping. I see. I said that and imagined those protrusions bouncing out wildly. A rewarding experience for sure. Razelkun. Barbara called out to me, she stood next to me. She was trembling, I asked. Is something wrong? No. With a melancholy tone she answered me. It's just. I thought the only time I would be standing here would be with him. But now everything's changed and I'm back here again, but in a casual way just so the baby can grow up with its father by its side. I decided to ask her as I watched her cry. How did this happen? Well. Hey? A fake ceremony. Arriving at the shore, Eli and Barbara had a moment alone while Razel played with the twins. The wind caressed Eli's hair as she stirred her straw in her iced tea. Yes. Mom, you're expecting Razel's child. That's bad for you. Do at your age it can be risky. In my case I want to start having children as soon as we get married. But that's not the case, the problem is, what surname will that child inherit? Barbara understood what Eli meant. She touched her belly gently. It will undoubtedly be Rosenberg. Eli nodded. That boy or girl will inherit the Razel surname at birth, but if you were married, that would make the palace recognize that the noble with the highest rank gives the surname to the child, that's you. If we want this child to be born as Rosenberg, you must be married to Razel, even if informally. The problem Eli says is a common one in the capital, many children are not recognized by their parents. Even if the woman is of equal or superior lineage to the man. It's simply caused by the fact that there needs to be a ceremony for it. It was proposed by the temple, so their word is almost above that of the emperor. Barbara understood that her child with Razel would not be recognized by the palace, let alone as a relative. Should a boy be born, he cannot take Eli's place as heir since she is recognized by the palace. This baby would be recognized as a Rosenberg if she were to have an informal marriage, only for the baby to be recognized by the woman's title as the highest. Currently Razel is a knight and a hero, that equals almost the title of Duchess of Barbara. Eli wanted to avoid an unnecessary fight with the palace just because of the birth of the new baby. That would involve the Bartlett family. Razel's younger brother would lose his right to inherit the position of the house. The two talked and came to this solution. I see. With that being what happened. It really is different in the game when there was talk that Lily might have a husband and 4 lovers. I think because she was a saint, the temple interfered there so they could gain power in the palace. It really is quite chaotic, this whole unacknowledged children thing. Razelkun. Lily called out to me. She fixed her vocal cords as she raised her hands. Ahem. Dear sisters and brothers. Her tone sounded like that of an old man who drank too much. On this beautiful day illuminated by the goddess Alexia. It is my pleasure to show a future husband and wife couple. Lily pointed at us. She went into a sermon, in fact, it was the same sermon that was said at the game when she married one of them. Barbara spoke in my ear while Lily seemed to get into her priestly role. Lily Chan said she always watched the Mother Superior at the monastery when she married people, so she knows from side and side everything she did what to say. Seals said she has some authority in the temple due to her family, so she is Lily's backup. I understand. So this is an actual impromptu ceremony. It would certainly be bad if it looked fake. I imagine everyone present is a witness. Lily got to the important part of the sermon. Please, the rings. Eli behind us came up with a pad on which were 2 gold rings. They were cheap rings that would fit anyone's finger. I figured there was no time for a real one. Barbara and I took the rings, Lily said as her mustache wanted to droop. Barbara. Do you take Razel to be your husband? For a moment, Barbara paused. I could see how her mouth fell half closed. After a few seconds she removed her veil and looked me in the eye. Yes. I accept him. I love him so much I don't know what I would do if I wasn't his wife. With tears in her eyes she told me how much she loved me. She placed the ring on my hand. Then came my turn. Razel. Do you take Barbara to be your wife? Despite the fact that you have almost 10 girls who want to be in the same position and consider it unfair that you didn't suggest this yourself. Why do you emphasize the word girlfriends who want to be in her position too much? I guess they are upset that in an unacknowledged way I am marrying Barbara. It's understandable why I feel Lily is looking at me piercingly like the other looks behind me. I looked Barbara in the eye, took her hand, and before I put the ring on I said, I love you. Not only you, the others too. I promise to make you happy until the last of my days. I said it looking at them all. I wanted them to know how I felt. After putting the ring on Barbara's hand, Lily stood there with her mouth open and cheeks red. Then she came back to herself and started babbling. Air. Cough. With that said, can the couple kiss? Lily was nervous as she said that. I watched as the eyes of the others stared at us. I looked at Barbara and she closed her eyes, pointing her red, full lips at me. I closed my eyes as well and we gave each other a soft, light kiss. There was no tongue or exchange of saliva, it was just our lips touching. As we pulled away we could see how it was all done. Before I could say something, Lily shouted. Now! With those words, she took off her priest clothes and I noticed that she had a dress hidden, even her fake hair was pulled out and I could see that it was neatly combed. Then from underneath she pulled out a bridal veil with a bouquet of flowers. She was not the only one. The others pulled out bouquets except Eli and Leela. Leela went back to sleep, only this time it was on a seat. Eli reached forward and took Lily's mustache. Well. As we finished with my mother's ceremony. We'll start with everyone's ceremony. Everyone's ceremony. I said a little quizzically. Eli answered me as she stroked her mustache. That's right. You know, it's not fair for only you guys to have a wedding ceremony even if it's an unrecognized one. That's why all the others will have an engagement one. I'll be the priest, so let's hurry up with this to make way for the next item on the agenda. The first to group up was Seals. There was no ring, so she just had to say, I love you. Those words alone were enough. After kissing Seals, came Cordelia. She did use tongue unlike the others. Yukihime came next. Just like eating a warm candy in winter, that's how her lips felt. It was Evelyn's turn, she pounced on me, it seems she wanted it to be memorable and it was. Then came Celia, who was very calm when I expected something else. Last of all was Lily. Before I kissed her I said, you deserve the best wedding of all since you were destined for it. Hey! She didn't understand what I meant. But I did. I was telling her that because of the idiots she won't be able to relate to them, but I will make sure to give her the wedding she deserves since she will save the world someday. I just hope I can defeat Desmond before that happens. I love you, Lily. Me too. We kissed. As we pulled our lips away, Eli clapped her hands together. All right, that wraps up the ceremony. Now comes the best part. Cutting the cake. I said that to get a laugh, but for some reason no one laughed. Eli looked at me with a strange smile. No. It's time for the honeymoon. The looks on everyone's faces looked at me with intensity and their red cheeks hinted that something really not suitable for all audiences will happen. It's definitely the best vacation in the world. Short story Children's Day. A little boy opened his eyes to see a new morning. His room was huge for a 7-year-old boy. He put on his slippers to leave the room. As he walked he looked in his mirror. The reflection of attractive blonde-haired, red-eyed boy was there. Opening the door, he proclaimed. Today will be the day where Mother finally accepts my request. This child was the son of Razel and Elise. Today I will defeat my father. His name was Julius von Rosenberg, the heir to the duchy. Before speaking to his mother, little Julius marched straight to the bathroom. After performing his hygiene activities, he went to the dining room. Good morning everyone. He proclaimed in a loud tone to have a small voice. In the dining room were various groups of different children like him. They were his half-siblings, all were children of Razel and his harem. He sat down next to a little girl with blonde hair and aquamarine eyes, she was sucking her finger. Despite being the same age, she is very childish, she even didn't leave the house without her blanket embroidered with a unicorn. Good morning Liliana. Liliana was Lily and Razel's daughter. She greeted Julius without taking her finger out of her little mouth. An old butler brought accompanied by many cooks some trolleys with breakfasts for each of them. It was Glenn who looked older, but he was still working at the mansion. While they were eating breakfast, someone called out to Julius. Hey, Julius Kun, will you try to convince Mrs. Mom again today? The one who was making conversation to him was a boy with very feminine features, he inherited them from his mother, including her tails and white hair like blue eyes. It was Shiki. Shiki was eating sushi while looking at Julius, who was eating a breakfast that only an adult exercising could eat. But Julius wanted to be strong. He wasn't going to let this stop him. As he tried not to throw up his plate, he replied to Shiki. Oh, of course I do, today will finally be the day where Mother accepts my request. Julius was the only one who took a long time to finish his breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Julius made his way to the head of house's office. Behind him were Shiki, Liliana, and some of his brothers and sisters. What did you come here for? Julius asked annoyed. A boy with platinum blonde hair answered him without taking his eyes off his book. Just like his mother, he liked magic and anything involving the mysteries of mana. We know you will be rejected, but we want to see your perseverance not give up. Beside him, a flaxen-haired, turquoise-eyed boy holding a ball said. We bet how long it will take for Mrs. Mom to reject you. Liliana walked over to Julius and took his hand. Cheer up, she said without taking her finger out of her mouth. Julius blushed and said very embarrassed. This time will be different, after all. Today is the day where parents listen to their children. Shiki sneered at him. That's what you said at last year's Christmas party last year and she rejected you. Quiet. They reached the door where the head of the house stood. Julius swallowed spit and knocked on the door. Come in. A voice came from inside, it was not the voice of a man, but of a young woman. Julius opened the door and inside was a beautiful mature woman. She was in her 26 or 27 years. She wore a beautiful red dress like her eyes. Her hair was pulled back in a braided bun and she tucked her hair behind her ear. A sparkling ring could be seen. Sending her gaze to the door, Duchess Elise said. What is it, my son? Her serious expression relaxed at the sight of her son. Julius closed the door after hearing how his sisters and brothers supported him with laughter. He walked a little fearfully to her and remembered why he was here. What's wrong? Eli asked, a little worried about her son's behavior. Julius said with a strong tone, pointing at her. Mother, today is the day. You will finally accept my request to let me have a duel with father. No way. Ask for something else. Eli went back to work after hearing his son's request. Julius wanted to cry, but held back the tears. Why? I receive education every day from the Prime Minister himself. Every day I environment hard with the Sword Saint, who is a friend of the family. I am more than qualified to challenge the hero of the Empire. Eli sighed. She turned behind and looked at a picture where Razel and the former emperor were shaking hands. Eli looked a little angrily at the picture and thought, I must have a serious talk with those two. It's one thing for a sword saint to teach him swordsmanship, it's quite another for the Prime Minister not to work to teach him who knows what. Besides, Razel, it's all your fault. Eli remembered what happened that day, where that event occurred that marked the Empire forever. You would sneak in at night to tell the kids about the crazy things you were doing, among them, you were backed up by Belange and Jake's idiots. That's why Julius wants to fight you. He sure thinks doing that will make him a hero like his dad. She sighed again. Why is it that the men in this family never think before they act? It's bad for my heart to see how Razel ended up beaten, and now you want to end up like him. Eli turned serious. Julius, you won't be able to stand up to your father. At least not until you come of age and graduate from the Swordsmanship Academy. The Sword Saint himself said I had good skills. I'm sure I can beat father. Eli felt like she was talking to herself. After all, Julius inherited how foolish she was, like how she doesn't listen to Razel's danger signal. If she doesn't keep her eye on Julius, he'll possibly go on an adventure with his godfather, who is worse than Razel. He looked out the window, and smiled. Julius, look outside the window. Outside. He walked to the wall and grabbed a chair to pull himself up. There he observed something that puzzled him. Hey! What's that? It's your father's friends. In the large garden of his house stood a group of guys, who were being lectured by a tall, short black-haired man. What the hell is wrong with you guys? It was Razel acting like a responsible adult. If you want to play, just do it. But don't destroy the mansion. Or at least he was trying to be. The guys were saying to him. Without destroying something it's not fun. Razel, it's not fun anymore. You're boring, brr. One of them stuck his big tongue out at him. Razel got angry. You guys aren't kids or small in stature, so your huge butts won't break the vases. He's right. Behave yourselves, idiots. You're worse than them, Haruto. I beg your pardon. Who the hell do you think you are to cut down the trees in the garden? Lily planted many and she cried when she saw them cut down. It's in my blood, I can't help it. The hell it is. I'll make you all work to pay the costs. What a bore. The earth shook. A huge man walked up to Razel. He squatted down to look him in the face. Razel, I'm bored, fight me. Not now, Tsuchigumo. Hey, what the hell do you have in your mouth? I don't know. Wah, you ate my hidden candy. Now I'll kick your ass. Oh? I hope so, my body goes to sleep if I don't fight. Razel and the huge man, who was the same size as a house, began to fight. Rumbles and parts of the lawn flew up in a flurry of collateral damage. A magical field covered the mansion, so there was no danger. Eli walked up to Julius and said, when you can have friends like those monsters, you'll be ready to fight your father. Not for now, besides, your father fights wildly, so you would get hurt badly and I. Eli shouted. Julius looked at her as she showed a demon-like face. Those roses are my mother's souvenir, pair of idiots. If you damage them, I'll kill you both. Eli hurried to run as the rumbling outside increasingly tore the garden apart. Julius just sighed. Julius was sitting in the chair near the window of his room. He was watching as it was getting dark. He remembered his real reason for being a hero. A few years ago when he was in elementary school, he was the center of attention. Hey, your dad is the hero of the empire. It must be awesome to have a dad like that. Let me meet him please. All the kids in his classroom were asking him the same thing. To meet their dad. It seemed like they didn't really want to talk to Julius. I don't want them to just talk about what my dad did. I want them to talk to me. That's why, if I beat Dad, everyone would talk to me and put Dad aside. Someone knocked on the door. Julius said come in and the door opened. A beautiful woman walked in, her hair was blonde and short in a bob style. Her belly was growing. Julius turning to see her said, Aunt Lily. Lily, Raisel's second wife walked in. She went to sit next to him as she slowly made sure not to bump her belly. Her stomach was very large, she would soon be giving birth to a new member of the family. What's wrong with you Julius-kun? Did you get in a fight with Eli-chan? Julius looked away from his aunt. No. I'm just sad, everyone at school talks about my dad, but no one really wants to talk to me. It's almost like they ignore me and just see right through me. He ducked his head and Lily burst out laughing. What's so funny? Julius asked sadly, at which Lily leaned close to his ear to tell him. You know, it's true what they say about your father being a hero. But what happened that day is something very few really know what it was like. Hey! Julius didn't understand what Lily was referring to. With a smile she said. Your father is not the strongest in the country. He's a hero yet, but your father will never be the strongest because there's someone who made sure that was the case to help him. What do you mean? Julius asked. Lily said. The strongest one in the country is. Julius' eyes widened like saucers. Why you not lying? That's absurd. What do you gain by lying? No one lies. Lily said with a smile. We're just making sure everyone knows the truth that's needed. So don't worry. You have our genes. Therefore, you will surpass your father, after all, you are the future we saw. Lily sounded mysterious as she told him something any mother would say. But hers sounded like her knew something. Eli, I'm sorry. You're playing games while I'm working. If it was to buy us gifts I accept it, but not for you to waste your time with some freak's friends. Don't call us freaks witch. Kya, Gecko Taro. Lily burst out laughing. What do you say we go save your father? Your mother gets really mad now because of him. Julius already knew that there were secrets in this house, among them things that no one should know, but that no doubt one day he would surpass what his progenitors did. Flashing a smile, he said. Let's go save father. Helping Lily to her feet, she asked. Did you like your present? It was the best in the world. A little boy named Julius was born in the mansion of the Rosenberg Duchy located in the Arclight Empire. The young boy has no idea what the future holds for him. Chapter 89 Night with the Harem, 1. After returning to the hotel from the wedding the girls did. Barbara said to me to go ahead and go to the hot springs in the room. Leela was sent fishing under the excuse that she would be like this for hours. Amy is still a non-show. I would worry if she was weak. Tomorrow I will make it up to her. I changed into my swimsuit and waited outside. Due to a magic crystal in the lamps is that the cold at this time of night doesn't affect us. I was about to fall asleep when they called out to me. Raisel, we're ready. Eli called to me, as I turned over. I stood with my eyes wide open. There was something I forget every so often. I have a harem. One that I already had relations with. My life was great as far as my eyes could see. In front of me were the girls wearing erotic bikinis. Eli and Lily were the only ones with cat ears. Their bikinis were tight, but molded the curves of their bodies. The others were similar, emphasizing their bodies, but not to an erotic level like the heroine and villainess. The weapons of mass destruction were undoubtedly those three. Cordelia, Yuki Haim, and Barbara were wearing a bikini similar to the skin of a cow. Because of their huge breasts, they were pretending to be one. Only Barbara wore cow ears to complete the outfit. I could feel all my blood rushing through my lower body. Barbara walked over. The way she approached me was so sensual it was mesmerizing. She was only inches away from me. I could feel her breathing. For some reason Barbara's eyes like theirs seemed to form a heart. It reminded me of those adult anime where the women were slaves to pleasure. Barbara grabbed my swimsuit. All right. It's time to start the fun that every harem should have. Yay! As she pulled my swimsuit down, as if it were a twig moved out of the way and back into place. My manhood was fully erect just watching them. I could feel how they were all staring at it. Barbara's hand slid straight down to take it gently. As she grabbed it, she rubbed it up and down, not caring that her daughter was watching. Truth be told, neither do I. My head is stuck on finally being able to do it with Barbara as my wife. Razel-kun, you know, even since Eli accepted our love I've really hoped to do this with you. My body desires to be one with my husband. Do you want to put this inside me? Barbara sounded obscener than she was. I was really looking forward to it. I turned around, and I could look at her beauty. Her beautiful, huge, missile-like breasts were staring at me. The pink, fleshy nipple was as big as a baby's hand. I lost count of how many times I sucked on her breasts, satiating my desire to have those milk tanks all to myself. Seeing me opening my mouth to bite them, she lifted them with her arm and with the other put her finger in my mouth. No. Don't be hasty, bad boy. There are many girls who also want your love. In fact, I'll let them go first, then you can get to the bottom of my womb like you like to do. With that mischievous smile, she turned me around. Ahead of me were Cordelia and Seal's. Seal's breasts were as big as a pineapple. Firm, hard and especially pointy at the nipples. While Cordelia had breasts as big as melons. They were soft and best of all, she had inverted nipples. Meaning I could play with her as much as I wanted. Their bodies were no slouches, slim waists, big meaty butts, everything about her was what I would no doubt expect from a men's dating game, or maybe an erotic game. In any case, I'm happy with the situation. Seeing me approach, they lifted their breasts. Here, honey. As a good wife, it's my duty to make my man happy. Razel-sama, be sure to enjoy yourself, as your personal servant it is my duty to please you. I lunged forward. I grabbed them both firmly. I pressed their bodies against me and removed the cloth covering their nipples. I had them in my mouth. Before I did what I was supposed to do, I said, "Thank you for the food." First I began kissing the area around Cordelia's nipple. I massaged her breasts as Barbara taught me. Barbara taught me that when dealing with a woman with breasts like hers, I should be as gentle as possible. Like I was making pizza dough. I rubbed. I groped. I squeezed those breasts every so often. I could see them moaning with excitement. Their red cheeks showed they liked it. Cordelia's inverted nipples were poking out. A beautiful pink, fleshy mushroom looked up at me. Seeing it stick out, I devoured it. And they began to moan as I devoured their breasts. My mouth introduced the nipples of both of them, my hands moved around their slender waists. I groped their bellies and inserted my finger into their navels. That was what women liked. It was different than with the girls, where it was just take the bottom off and go for it. It was simpler that, but apparently older women are different. After being like that for a while, my fingers went to their bottoms. I could touch the same kind of wetness you feel when you stick your finger into a pit. Seal said to me, "Honey, I want to go first. I've been holding on for a long time." I looked at Cordelia to ask, her gaze was blank, but she still answered. "For me, go ahead, I want us to kiss." We walked over to a couch protected with defensive magic, so we could stain it and nothing would happen to it. As I sat down, Cordelia positioned herself behind me. She placed her breasts on my back and began to massage me, while Seals bent down and ran her tongue across her lips, as if it was the most delicious thing in the world. She grabbed my twin jewels and then the wand. Bon appétit! She began kissing the tip. The sensation was wonderful. She would caress it with her tongue, gradually she would give it with intensity and it would be light again. Seals kept kissing it, but when I told her I wanted her to go all the way in, she smiled and with one thrust she went all the way in. I could feel how I was coming all the way down her throat. "Honey, how does it feel?" she asked me as she licked her tongue all over my shaft that entered her mouth. She massaged the twins as she sucked in a way you would never expect to see from a refined woman like her. "Razel-sama, don't ignore me." As Cordelia rubbed her breasts against my back. She wanted affection too. I stuck out my tongue and we began to kiss. "Cordelia. Ahn, Razel-sama." On one side Seals using her mouth to make me feel good, and on the other side Cordelia's soft, luscious mouth. I grabbed Seal's head and pulled it away, saw a bridge of saliva dangling between the tip of her mouth and my rod. "I want to put it in." She looked at me like she was beside herself. "Yes." She turned around and pointed her huge ass at me. With Cordelia at my side, I said to Seals, "Let's begin." I inserted it in one thrust. "That feels great, Seals." It went all the way in her. I could feel the tip touch something. Seals was starting to make a strange face. It was the face of a woman lost in pleasure. With one hand I grabbed her ass and with the other I grabbed Cordelia. It was paradise without a doubt. My hips were moving forward and backward like music. It was all about thrusting and bumping the huge ass that jiggled with each thrust. I kissed Cordelia. The sensation of our tongues touching was heavenly. But I want more. I have so many women. I want more of them. I don't want to stop. I want to taste their bodies and leave my essence in each of them. I want to feel alive, like I've never felt alive before. I want to show this world that despite the fact that danger is just around the corner, I'm going to defeat it and feast on my women. Razel-kun, you're driving me crazy. I feel like you're going to rip my insides in two. I was hitting Seals with all my might. I wanted to now do it to Cordelia. I wasn't planning on stopping. So, I gave her the onslaught. With all my strength I grabbed that big ass and stuffed it like an air pump to a flat tire. I managed to let it all out. I should be out of energy, but my body won't give in. Thanks to my stamina after so many beatings, I managed to hold on longer than normal. I can go on all night if I want to. I pulled it out. I could see how from inside Seals the vital essence overflowed, the same one that came out of the tip of my wand. I turned now to Cordelia who was doing something extremely satisfying. "Nu dot." She used her hands to grab one of Yukihim's breasts. She buried her mouth in the small nipple that was sticking out amidst so much flesh. She was sucking intensely. I approached and asked her, "Do you like women too?" She pulled her mouth off the soft nipple that looked like a button about to pop. Cordelia's fingers were pressing intensely on that nipple. She wanted to bite it too. "I was preparing it for you," I said after hearing that. "Thank you." I stood up and pointed my rod in Yukihim's face. She was grim. "It's big and looks threatening, but..." She smiled and took it kindly. She put it near her mouth. "This is my savior's manhood, therefore, I accept it." The warmth of Yukihim's mouth was different from Seal's. Yukihime moved her tongue in a refined way. It reminded me a bit of Eli when she did it, as she practiced in tea ceremonies, how to sip politely and taste and identify the spices they used. So, she is very good at using her tongue. Yukihime certainly does the same. It's like combining a mother's affection with a hug after achieving success in life. It's certainly heaven. I put my hand on her head, began to caress her and said. I really love having a demi-human as a girlfriend. It's like getting a reward that no one wants. Yukihime took it out of her mouth to ask me. I always wanted to ask you this, do you like demi-humans? I wanted to tell her that it was a silly question. Demi-humans and humans are the same. Sure, some live longer, have long pointed ears and also have tails. But being someone categorized as ugly in their previous life and in this one, does that matter? I mean, to me they're all beautiful, in fact, I did. I never cared about that if you are human or elf or half-beast. I see all of you the same way. I don't care about the race, ethnicity, culture, skin color, or past of the members of my harem, I only care that they want to be with me. I also care a lot about the size of their breasts, but I'd better not say that. It would be ruining the moment. I've learned when to shut my mouth, I've certainly improved. I noticed that Yukihime's eyes shone with a radiant light. She lifted her huge breasts and pressed them against me. I felt like I died the instant she touches me. It's like a soft and fleshy marshmallow hugging me. Do you like it? She asked as she used her breasts. I sat on the couch and let her make me relax. But I forgot I wasn't the only one. Cordelia attacked too. She went straight for my nipple. Apparently she had learned unnecessary things from Barbara. Tonight is supposed to be special. So we should make it special. Cordelia really tried to make me come faster. It felt like what she was already doing with her breasts. It's not fair, I wanted to tell her. But she reached out and played with them. Yukihime used her huge breasts to make me come. It was really pleasurable feeling. Cordelia said to me as she played. You feel happy to have huge breasts like that, don't you? Then let me encourage you more. Yukihime-san, give me space please. Yukihime gave Cordelia space and both of their breasts were now going to compress me. This was a stimulating punishment. They both put my rod in the middle of their breasts. Their huge ripe fruits were attacking me mercilessly. I could not escape. It was a soft, fleshy prison which enveloped me and would not let me escape. The tips of her nipples were not far behind. They were touching my head and they really wanted me to explode. Their nipples hit the head like a balloon, while the trunk was being attacked by soft marshmallows. To show how helpless I was, they used their tongues. That was the final move. All that combined with their saliva and playful movements made me grab their heads so that way. When I shot everything, it fell on them. Cordelia. Yukihime. Pick it up. Here came my third shot. Unlike with seals, this time it was more powerful. With this it would be hard for me to get happy again. But my body was not going to give up. I wanted a harem, and harems are a test of your manhood. For a reason in all the doujinshis I read in my life about married women. Dissatisfaction was the main danger, of course there was also the fact that those women were indeed sluts. My harem is not. But I will not leave a single one unsatisfied. I said to both of them. Lie down and spread your legs. They listened to me and laid a long towel on the floor. There they lay down, spread their legs and two beautiful pink, green, and white petals lay in front of me. This is very embarrassing. Yukihime. Go ahead, serve yourself. Cordelia. With those words I managed to get even harder than I was. I approached Cordelia to do her first. Without foreplay, I inserted it. I could tell she liked it because she made a funny face after I inserted it. Cordelia's insides were just like what you feel when you stick your arm under the bed. Soft, but tight. Cordelia didn't want to let me go. So I was rough. I turned her around without pulling it out, and kissed her while I used her ass to teach her a lesson. She must not disrespect her master. I made sure Cordelia got all the times she disrespected me. She was now one of my women, but just for that alone I wasn't going to let this disrespect happen. I gently took her arms and penetrated her insides like there was no tomorrow. The feel of her ass slapping against my skin. My rod reaching deep inside her. Her breasts bouncing wildly. The saliva from her mouth and mine being one. I was in a situation where our hearts and bodies were one. A few minutes passed and we changed positions. I was going to finish. I pulled it out, spread it over her breasts and face. Hey? Why did you pull it out? I replied before grabbing a bottle of water and hydrating myself. It's a punishment beforehand. I have to educate a bad maid. I went for my next target. But before I knew it. Razel. Eli hugged me from behind. What's wrong, Eli? I want it. Her hand moved to my lower half. She grabbed it. Its hardness was still not hidden. I removed her hand and replied without turning to look at her. I'll play with you soon, just wait. When I said that, she said something weird. If you don't hurry, I'll actually do that I wasn't planning to do, but based on how anxious I am, maybe I'll experience my first kiss again. I didn't understand what she meant, but I had to give them all pleasure. I went to where Yukihime was and found her lying down. I was on my side, she touched her petal and with her fingers opened it. My savior, come inside me. With those words, I did not hesitate to heed her. I sat up and after lifting her legs, I inserted it. Yukihime's feeling was better than that of a human. Of course, Barbara is another level. Eli and Lily too. I could say Yukihime and Amy are on the same level. It's very comforting, almost like a warm blanket that won't let you go. Her thighs were fat, so I clung to them as she rammed her whole being. The one moaning more was me because inside her is fabulous. To top it off she uses her tails. Her tails are soft and despite being pure hair, they do not generate discomfort. In fact, they tried to hug me. I stretched forward and with that brought her leg to bend more. She felt pleasure rather than discomfort. We kissed. My hips were really moving like those of an animal. It felt more like we were mating rather than making love. Unlike Cordelia, this lasted longer and then I let it all out on her. Our tongues together unwilling to let go were proof of how good it felt. When we finished, we withdrew our mouths and she asked. Can you still go on? This would be my fourth shot. My body began to feel a pain, but my sensation of pain was no longer there. It must be a psychological thing. We kissed again as Cordelia, who was looking off to the side, pouted. It's not fair that she gets to finish inside and I don't. She was lying close to us. Her breasts she was using as a pillow to put her weight on. I told you, it was a punishment. But she answered me something that left me even more surprised. In that case my revenge is on them. She pointed her finger to the side as she smiled sinfully. Seeing where she pointed, I actually swallowed saliva for the first time. I had only done it with 3. I had forgotten that he had 5 more girls. Barbara was among them. I found Celia, Lily, and Evelyn lying down. They were opening and touching their petals. I could hear them calling out to me as saliva dripped from their mouths. Honey, it's unfair of you to ignore us. I want you to take me, Razel-san. Razel-kun is very cruel to ignore us. While at his side was a holy image. Is this really a position he will like, mother? Of course, Eli. After finishing many times, we must encourage his manhood. Eli was on top of her mother, raising her lower half. With one hand she held her pendulous breasts so she could see her face, which was touching her mother's forehead. With the other hand she held herself so she wouldn't fall off. While Barbara smiled as she opened that red entrance. Unlike her daughter's, which was pink, her mother's was red. Our Razel, be grateful to give you this mother-daughter service you want. Yufufu, I wonder how many husbands can have this luxury of savoring a mother and daughter. Barbara's body tone showed she didn't care what level of low morals she represented. So did I. I could feel my returning sanity leaving again and my energy increasing. But they weren't the only ones. Honey. Seals regained her spirits. She placed her breasts to the side of my face. I got my energy back, I'm back in the mood to keep going. But she wasn't the only one. My savior. Master. Cordelia and Yukihime attacked me. One from behind and the other from the front. They weren't going to leave me alone. But I would not give up. I shouted heartily at them. I'll make them all climax. With those words, I grabbed these three again and hugged them. The girls came up to me. That's not fair, Razel. Razel-kun has favoritism for older women. Yufufu, how much manhood my husband has. Cordelia started sucking Seal's breasts while I massaged Yukihime's. This is paradise. Christina returned with Livy after going out to eat. She took off her clothes, revealing her slender and voluminous figure. As she went outside to take a bath, she heard a strange sound. Yes. She became alarmed thinking it was someone shouting. Since she was a female knight of the Empire, her duty was to help the people. She crept closer to the wall that connected to the other room and there she was perplexed. Huh. She was watching Razel and his harem having fun. Livy, who had also changed, entered. Chris, you are really cruel to finish all the conditioner. My hair is natural and not artificial, so you think these colors are. She reached over and covered Livy's mouth. The moaning sounds could be heard perfectly. Christina said to Livy. Princess, we need to get out of here. Next door they're being intimate, so it would be bad for us. Wait. Instead of being alarmed, Livy said to the irrational one. You're saying that mob will take Elistan's purity. I must bear witness to it. Livy removed Christina's hands and stepped closer to watch. She wanted to stop her, but the sounds of happy women made her come closer too. The two stood watching that. Chapter 90 Night with the Harem, 2. Christina and Livy were watching what Razel and his harem were doing. It was certainly something a princess should not be watching. Christina opened her eyes to observe everything. Both, she and Livy were with their cheeks red as tomatoes. Livy commented to Christina. See Chris, is that what one looks like, is it normal for it to be that size? Christina trembling replied. I wouldn't know. I've never seen one before in my life. What do you make me say, princess? Despite saying that, her eyes were not detached from what she saw. Razel. As much as Eli and the others were enjoying joining their bodies with Razel, Christina heard something that made what she was seeing instantly replaced. He said he loves them. He doesn't care what his wife looks like, race, or culture. That means if he wanted to take me as one of his women, wouldn't he mind seeing these eyes? Beside her was a puddle that splashed Livy. In it was reflected Christina's face. She could see how her eyeballs were black as night. She shook her head at the idea. She thought. Don't be silly, Tina. First of all, you are a sword saint. Your marriage is something that involves the palace within. That means you are just a tool. You can choose whoever you want as a partner, but that partner must be someone who belongs to the select circle of some minister. The Rosenbergs have no voice since the dukes don't interfere in palace business. Besides, do you really think that just because you heard that he doesn't care what his girl looks like, he won't mind looking you in the eye? Hundreds of men have seen these wicked eyes, so I'll keep looking for a man with bad taste and thus marry him off. Christina sent a glance down her body. Her waist was slim and despite having a bit of muscle as in her limbs, she was still beautiful. Her hips were large, with an ass that was extremely smooth to the touch due to the creams she uses. Finally, those huge breasts that exceeded 100 centimeters. Seeing Razel and her tastes, she thought she would qualify as a possible lover. But her heart denies the possibility of anyone loving her, so she will continue in her vague search for happiness. Livy, on the other hand, just thought. I'm seeing that I could only see in videos on the internet. Anyway, it's impressive what an uncensored one looks like. I always thought they were actually all kind of mosaic-like. I made sure to use my hands to satisfy Yukihime, Seals, and Cordelia. They wanted to receive my love again, but the others were missing from doing so. As I carefully laid them down on a towel on the floor, I approached Eli. "Sorry to keep you waiting." She looked at me with warm eyes. "You've kept me waiting so long, hurry up." She closed her eyes and spread her lips. I kissed her. The feeling of two not being able to kiss each other is gratifying. Her tongue rolled with mine. The kiss with Eli was wonderful, our hands moved touching our bodies. She was touching every part of mine, including my gluteus. I was also doing the same with her. A woman's body was so soft, silky, and most of all plump. The flesh of her ass was buried in the spaces of my fingers. As with her breasts, her ass was big. I lost myself in it, not wanting to stop touching it. "Razel Kun, don't ignore me." Beside me almost crying was Lily pouting. I removed one of my hands to hug her now. "Let me make you feel good." The kiss with Lily was the best thing too. If kissing Eli felt like biting into a strawberry, Lily's mouth felt like blackberry shortbread. Lily's body was smaller than Eli's, but it was much fluffier just the same. The feel of both of their butts is comparable to things I remember. Eli's is just like a pillow, soft and ample, while Lily's is springy and hard as a balloon. After massaging the bottom, I went to the front. I wanted to taste those fruits. We knelt down and they spread their breasts. "Razel, help yourself. It is our duty to feed you." Their breasts were perfect. It reminds me of snowy desserts, with the cherry cream making the glistening nipple. I bit Lily's first. "Ann." She let out a scream that could be mistaken for a moan. Or it was a moan in the form of a scream. I didn't care. I started biting, licking, and sucking on her nipples, they were really tasty. As I looked up, I could see Eli watching me like a little girl looking at a piece of candy she wants. I took my mouth off Lily's breasts and aggressively attacked Eli's. "Hi Ann." She let out an adorable scream. I bit one of her nipples while I played with my fingers with the other, pretending it was a stereo. I was turning the volume up and down. Eli moaned as she pressed my head to her breast. My face totally caved in, I couldn't breathe, but I didn't stop. "Razel." She screamed as she lost strength in her legs. That means I made her climax. Good, I've gotten better at my lady touching skills. Now let's go to Lily. She looked at me and wondered what I was going to do to her. I grabbed her and turned her around. From behind I grabbed her breasts. "Ah!" Lily watched me as I squeezed her breasts and played with her nipples. The feel of my fingers digging into her soft skin made me feel more eager. I rubbed my rod against her soft ass. "Kaya!" She let out an adorable squeal. As expected from the heroine of an Otome game, she really is lovely. I didn't want to stop, but she wasn't the only one. I left Lily to go play with the others. I saw Celia trying to touch her intimate part. As I got closer I kissed her. As our tongues rolled around I said to her, "Soon I will give you what you want so badly. Hurry, I can't hold on." Evelyn next to me placed a towel on the floor. "How many towels are?" We lay down, but not the way anyone expected. I was on the towel and she lay on top of me. Her huge ass was over my face. Near my nose was her beautiful pink petal, while she was near my rod. Celia commented to me as she tried to look at my face. "Hey, if you're such a breast freak, why do you like touching my butt so much?" I answered wholeheartedly. "I like to touch it. It's soft and big as a peach. I've never seen such a big peach in my life." She laughed at my honest answer. "Ha ha ha, what's up with that answer? It's pretty weird, ha ha ha." Despite laughing, she didn't take her eyes off my rod. Although well, for the first time I've had one of these on my face, it's really impressive. I must certainly say you were blessed by the goddess with a fine tool. I'd rather have been reincarnated in a harmless world where I'd spend my time picking apples than fearing the Demon King. Paying no mind to what she said, I proceeded to lick that petal. I could feel her shudder, as if an electric current was passing through her body. My tongue licked her lips, I could feel her hair touching my face, but I didn't give it any importance. Little by little I used my fingers to open her petals so I could lick everything. Even her bean occasionally did. While she used her mouth to satisfy my rod. The sensation was magnificent, I could feel a current pass from my head to my bottom. I made sure to push her hips to get it all the way into her mouth, while I squeezed her ass hard. I didn't notice Evelyn rubbing my head, she seemed to want it to be her turn already. I couldn't leave her wanting, so I carefully removed Celia from me. Hey, I haven't climaxed yet. That made me feel bad, but I must make everyone happy. As I approached Evelyn and was about to kiss her, she did something weird. She grabbed her breast and pulled her nipple into her own mouth. I was shocked as I watched her suck on her own nipple. It was an obscene and glorious sight. I asked as I saw her let go of her chest, causing it to slap against her skin. Generating the same sound, a hand hitting a back makes. When she removed her hand. Is that some fetish of yours? As always, her face was serious, her answer too. I wanted to check why you are so interested in tasting women's mammary glands. I don't understand it, so I gather it must be something internal to you. As usual, she said something I failed to understand, but I replied what I think she said. I just like them. Like you, that doesn't need much explanation. It's weird that for me. She came up to me and entwined her arms behind my head. There are things I still don't understand, but what I do know, is that my body for some reason enjoys us doing this. Evelyn kissed me. Her kiss felt cold, but in the same way it felt warm. Like eating ice cream on a hot day. We kissed passionately, I didn't want to take my tongue off of Evelyn's. But she stopped kissing me and moved down to my shaft. There she decided to play dirty. This is weird for me too, but if you like it I'm fine with it. She used her breasts to bury my rod, while she licked my nipple. Razel-san, do you like it? Evelyn massaged my rod with her big breasts. The feeling was magnificent, I really want to stop thinking and just let myself go and do everything I want to her. Are you having fun? A voice spoke to the back of my head. As I turned to see who it was, something hit me real hard. It was breasts, and they were heavy. I lifted the breasts and could see her face. Darling, are you having fun? Barbara was looking down on me from above. I could see part of her face through her gigantic breasts. She was smiling at me, the kind of smile a mother would give her child. But on her it's an obscene smile. She slid her breasts out for me to use as a pillow. The pressure was just like when two pillows squeeze you. Gentle but intense. She talked to me while Evelyn made sure to make me release everything. How did you like your fake honeymoon present? Wonderful. I would reply as Evelyn attacked me from underneath and Barbara rubbed my head with her breasts. She giggled at the sight of my pleased face. I'm liking this too. Watching my man go out of his way to please his other women makes me both jealous and happy. Barbara was so happy, she said. Evelyn-chan, let me do it now. Evelyn looked at her and stopped using her breasts. Barbara turned around, we were facing each other. Celia brought the couch over along with Eli, I sat down. I was about to explode, my head was throbbing so much it felt like the mouth of a sealed volcano which wanted to erupt. Barbara slowly lifted her breasts, tempting me with them, purposely raising and lowering them so as not to touch me. Her eyes revealed to me that she was doing it on purpose, but after a while. Enough of the games, it's time for real action. Barbara slid her breasts in and buried it fully. At that moment, I felt my body and brain disconnect from reality. I could see a dark place for a moment. That was the feeling of dying. These breasts felt so good that they could kill me just by inserting my rod into them. I clung to the couch. The girls were positioned next to me. Lily on top of me, Evelyn and Celia to the sides and Eli near her mother. Everyone's gazes were focused on how Barbara covered my rod with her breasts. It was no longer visible. But even if I couldn't see it, I could feel it, and no doubt I was being crushed by the huge masses. The description was unimaginable, but if I could compare it, it would be like sticking your hand in bread dough. It's so soft that you sink in when you make contact, but when you try to pull it out you can't. It sucks you in. That's what her breasts feel like. Eli commented as she watched her mother torture me with pleasure. Gah, Razel, stop making that face just because my mother is making you happy. Phew 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 phew, Eli, if you have my blood, your breasts can be this size and be able to please him all day long. I feel like I don't know how to answer that, but if Razel wants to. The talk of how Eli could have breasts this big in the future while her mother punishes me is something that keeps me from thinking. The girls would say to me, "Cheer up. You can do it. Hang in there." But despite that, the watermelon-sized breasts won me over. Gah! I can't help it. With those words I didn't last a second before lifting my hips and sending it all inside Barbara. I could feel the contractions causing my hips to be lifted. It felt so good, I could die now and not give a damn. It's splendid. Despite finishing several times, there is still such a quantity coming out. You really are quite the man. Barbara said after opening her breasts and looking at the white clamminess on them. I wanted to close my eyes and sleep, but they wouldn't allow it. Barbara placed it in her mouth. A swirl of pleasure embraced me. She played with the lower part of the rod, massaging them in such a way that despite no longer feeling like getting up again, she managed to get it up. Barbara reached up and took the tip. She was going to lower her hips to devour it. Before she devoured him, she said to me, "Let's close the cycle of lying." Slowly she was going inside and finally, and open a new one like love. Barbara devoured me. Ah! She screamed as she devoured my rod. I tried to hug her because of the great and perfect feeling I felt now. Even though my rod was flaccid, it began to harden due to entering inside her. That was possible because Barbara was squeezing me in such a way that it only made my rod hard. My body was screaming at me, "Let me rest, and it's my limit, I'm not a superman," but I said I was going to satisfy them all. Having a harem is a must, and I shouldn't let the typical excuse I saw in infidelity doujinshis happen. I always made fun of those guys who couldn't satisfy their wife, but after spending several days with a tired body when training, I understood that those guys are right to want to rest. And if you add a woman like Barbara who has a great libido, I have to give it 300%. Hey! With that war cry I stood up. I grabbed Barbara's legs and placed them on my shoulders. I now had the whole lower half of her to myself. Razel kun. She looked at me with a complicated face as she held onto me. This is proof that having a harem is a must in body and soul. I began to penetrate her insides in the same way a construction worker hits a wall. But faster and more intense. I could hear perfectly the sound of her ass hitting my bottom. Because of the vibrations it must be waving like a flag. I mean, that butt is being punished as it should be. I looked at Barbara as my rod getting bigger and bigger inside her again gave her happiness. She was trying to avoid making a face that indicated what an obscene mother she was. But I want to see that face. I gave her harder. I could feel the muscles in my thighs clench so hard that I was in pain. But I must bring her to climax. Barbara's eyes were looking up as her mouth opened to release more intense moans. This is rich. Very rich. Darling, don't stop and make me yours. Barbara really was a succubus. She was the perfect combination of a refined woman and a pervert. We were kissing as I stirred her insides with my rod. I couldn't hold it any longer. Unable to say anything to her, I released my seed inside. I was already pregnant with my child, so this doesn't matter. I could feel her squeezing me inside her along with her limbs very tightly. That was the climax of a woman over 40. It was a sensation that made me feel weak again. I walked over to the couch and left her comfortably there. I looked at Yukihime, Cordelia, and Seals still resting. 4 girls go, 4 more to go. I turned to see them, and I observed that they couldn't wait any longer. On one side were Evelyn and Celia on top of each other. And on the other end were Lily and Eli with their cat ears on all fours. Their breasts were hanging down and their butts were in the air. It was a divine picture, no doubt. "Excuse me," I said to those two, so I went for the second duo. Without giving them a chance, I inserted it inside Evelyn. She wanted to make a sound, but because I shoved it in all at once, it left her unresponsive. I bent my body a little and began to be a little aggressive with her. She bent her top down, her breasts with Celia's were touching. She was liking it and that she wasn't moaning. I pulled it out and then went for Celia. She did moan loudly when I put it in. Unlike Evelyn, Celia's insides are very tight. It's due to all the training she does. Whereas Evelyn's inside was just like sticking a finger in an ice-cold drink which then warms up. I made an exchange, but I didn't want to stop. But I did in the end. I pulled it out of both of them and immediately went to the main girls in my harem. I stood Lily up and then turned her around, bent her body a little. Lily is very obedient. Maybe it's because of her face that she keeps looking at me while waiting for something. Eli got on my back. I took Lily's arms. And I drilled to the deepest part of her being. Without Lily being able to do something, I started ramming her insides with the full power of my hips. This made her soft ass ripple from the force with which I was giving it to her. I didn't want to stop. The inside, like Lily's skin, was soft and only made my hips move with intensity. Eli behind me asked Lily. "Lily-chan, are you feeling okay?" Lily couldn't answer because she only let out moans. She was so into pleasure that she didn't realize she stuck out her tongue and was releasing saliva. I decided to finish her off so the heroine wouldn't show that expression. I released a little inside Lily. Apparently I can stop my desire to finish if I use magic power to generate electricity and stop my muscles. It was still numb, but that made it firmer. I let Lily rest and said to Eli, "Get on top of me." She didn't hesitate to oblige. I lay down and she got on top of me. Eli started moaning, but like a cat, it was weird and cute at the same time. Using the strength of my legs and stomach, I got my hips to move and used all my power to get all the way to Eli's baby's room. She was happy. This really was happiness. Since she will be my wife, she takes priority over anything. I love you, Eli. I love you all. Razel, it feels good, I love it, don't stop. The movement of Eli's hips only made the sensation more and more glorious. I can't help it, it feels fabulous. But having my bottom numb is bad, I could end up killing that place. Sorry, Eli. I relaxed my muscles and at that moment everything was released inside Eli. It feels so good. The feeling was so magnificent that I couldn't stop myself. I released so much, maybe this will make her end up pregnant. Whistling. That was amazing. Releasing it, Eli stood up and went to Lily's side, fell to her knees and then used her hands to expand her petal. Lily also did the same. Hee, there's a lot. Razel, look how much you let out. Oh no, this is bad. I checked my lower part and this one was rising again. Hey, don't do that anymore. I'll feel like I'll really die if you do it. But they attacked me relentlessly. Lily stood up and then I noticed Celia and Evelyn approaching. Eli lay down to rest for a moment. I was thrown to the floor and the three of them began to lick my rod. Gaya! I let out this slight moan of pleasure and pain as my body was reaching its limit. Evelyn was in charge of devouring my twins, while the trunk was savored by Celia, leaving the head for Lily. This was heaven, but truly my body must stop. Ah! I've lost count of how many times I've been doing it. Nor how many times I thought I saw someone spying on us, 2 people in fact, but my head is spinning. Now I'm doing it with Cordelia, who is on top of me. Seals is helping her jump up and down so she can get deep inside me. When I least expected it, I ended up inside her again. Cordelia's insides were slimy, I could feel my essence inside overflowing in full. When I pulled out, Seals put it in her mouth. Minutes passed and it got big again. This time it was Yukahim's turn to climb on top of me. I took her arms and started to give it to her with more power than before. I wanted to finish this, with all of them and rest. Seals fondled those huge breasts and played with her nipples. Yukahim's breasts were so big that even Barbara joined in to lift them. They both proceeded to devour Yukahim's nipples. The sweet sound she was making combined with the orchestra below only made me speed up. And in a few seconds I was done. Both my chest and ass began to ache, like when you get a blow and it knocks the wind out of you. I want to finish. How much longer? Razel-san. Honey. Truth be told, at this point, I don't care about anything anymore. I was switching back and forth between Celia and Evelyn. I flipped Celia over and gave that ass everything. Then I flipped Evelyn on her back and gave it to her too. I couldn't remember when was the last time I had a break. That's what I thought as I lifted Evelyn's legs to release it. She screamed in pleasure. She wasn't the only one as I immediately moved towards Celia. I spanked that huge ass several times to speed up the climax process. It seems I discovered her weak spot as it didn't take long, too long. It was really stimulating. I can't feel my hands anymore, though. Razel-kun. I was now giving my love to Lily. Fortunately, the others seem to have given up already, their pleasurable faces say that I achieved my goal. Only the main women of the Rosenberg family are left. I also see blurry out of one eye and sometimes feel throbbing in my thighs and back. I didn't think anything of it. I gave all my attention to satisfying Lily. We kissed as we joined our bodies together without separating. The feeling. I couldn't feel it. It felt good, no doubt. But right now it felt like tasting a sheet of paper. That's why I'm remembering the feeling of it, so this moment isn't weird. I can't take it anymore, I'm done. Lily shouted as everything flowed inside her. I stayed for a moment entwined with her. I was resting for a moment. Like when a boxer has less than 10 seconds to avoid being disqualified when he falls to the canvas. Lily showed she was so happy she fell asleep instantly. I laid her down on a nearby towel. Now, on to the final bosses. Hey! I was asking myself that question. My mind disconnected for a moment. My body was attached to Eli's. I don't remember what time this happened. But I was inside her. Eli's face showed how wonderful this moment was. I think this is the first time in my life, well, in my 2 lives, that I think just using my hand would be a nice thing to do. Oh no, I thought like a coward. Even though this pain in my chest supports me in what I say, I really want to finish. Ray-a-zeel. That was the sound that indicated Eli was at his peak of happiness. I released a lot inside Eli. She was happy, mission accomplished. I stood up, and found the dreaded final boss near the wall. Her huge butt was pointing at me. It looked like she was welcoming me. I was slowly approaching, she saw me and said. Is something wrong, darling? Can we do slowly? I asked her as this pain in my chest wouldn't go away. She smiled and came closer to me. She took my hand and we went to the last towel and lay down. I hugged her. My good mood was flaccid. She didn't want to get up anymore. I took the opportunity to rest. While panting like a dog, Barbara said, "I'm sorry about this." Sorry for what? I wanted to know what she was apologizing for. For all the bad things you've been through for us. Without turning to look at me, she revealed things she was thinking. Ever since the duel, I always thought it was none of your business what happened to us. You had no real obligation to help us, but you did. That detail made me fall in love with you. Then came the other things you did, among them our talk about that affair and then the war game. You went to rescue Cordelia from those fellows. She evidently fell in love with you because of that, but even with that. She turned to look at me, her beautiful eyes moist with sadness. We're demanding you to be the man of the house. We really need someone to take this family forward, but this is a lot of responsibility for you alone. That's why, even if it's in this method, I want to support you. As a woman, as one of your wives, I want to lighten the load on your back. We all feel the same way. I'm sure that, in the future, one day you will have a load so heavy that you won't be able to bear it all by yourself. When that day comes, trust us. Including me, I can do something. My blood may not be a Rosenberg, but my heart and womb belong to this family. I will fight for my family in my own way. And more so now that our child is growing inside me, he or she will be a healthy boy or girl, and will grow up with the love of a family that will take care of him or her. Sounds a bit childish for an old woman to say that, doesn't it? As she finished hearing those words, my lips moved to cover hers. She touched her breasts as I moved so close that my rod began to rise. It was a passionate kiss full of love. After swirling our tongues, I said to her, "Don't be silly, I'm doing this because I want to. I never thought of you as an obligation. I was able to avoid the dueling problem and go off on my own, but I really didn't want to leave Eli alone. Nor did I when the war game happened. You are the most precious thing to me, that's why I will protect you, and now that you have my child it will be double the effort. Razel Kun, you are so wonderful." She kissed me again, my rod was starting to rise. This talk made all the fatigue go away. I feel as good as new. This is my harem. My family. As the head of this family, I must protect them all. Razel. Eli and the others stood up, approaching. They all rushed towards me. It was an avalanche of women. Truly, having a harem is a great unpaid labor. And so I spent my false honeymoon that night. Chapter 91. When you feel bad, just swing hard. After that wonderful night, I was left in a coma for a day. Yes, it was one day. I didn't wake up at all and everyone thought I died. But then I woke up like it was nothing. They all came crying over me. They said this should not be repeated. So, after breakfast, Eli summoned us to a separate room and brought with her some cut straws inside a glass. In view of the fact that we can't do everything together, and because time is important now, I decided, if it's okay with all of you, to have a random day to have a date with Razel. You'll each have a date. Lily said in surprise. Eli replied, shaking her hair in response. Yes. That way you can all have him all to yourselves. If no one's against it. I wrote a number on each straw, the one with the number 1 will be first and that's the order, they can't be switched. Sounds good to me. They all said. Eli placed the glass on the table and they all placed their hand on a straw. All right, ready and now. They all raised the straw at the same time. Some showed a disappointed face for being first. On that same morning I had my first appointment. It lasts from sunrise to sunset. Where are we going today? I would ask the woman next to me in this carriage. It was Seals, she was the first one I'll ever go on a date with. Seals was looking at the beach from her seat, the sea breeze was coming all the way in here. She was immersed in her thoughts. I called out to her for the third time and only then did she answer. Hey? Is something wrong? I asked you what we should do today. To be honest, I've only been with seals for a short time, to the point that it's safe to say I know almost nothing about her. That's too bad in a relationship and harem besides. Seals stared at me for a while and then said. There's a place I've always wanted to go. She said with a smile. The place we were at was a totally unexpected one. First ball! Shouted some kids as they swung their hand to hit the ball. We were at a baseball field which is located in a children's playground. Whenever I see futuristic things I feel like fantasy is getting in deep where it doesn't belong. The place is as you would expect from an all-ages playground. We paid the entrance fee and went to one of the fields. Seals said she was going to change and in the meantime I put on my gloves and grabbed the bat. I don't need the bat case because I doubt it will hit me. The machine that throws the balls works with electricity magic, more or less the same as the small lamps known as lanterns. They have to be changed every week it seems. I pressed the button and then threw the balls, but not before adjusting the throwing time. I set an interval of every 5 seconds. I stood in place, it was a distance of 20 meters. A beep sounded indicating that it had started. I got ready and slam. Blat. I made that sound as the ball came faster than I thought it would. I fell to the ground and touched my face. I feel no pain, but it certainly left me red. Geez, you really like danger. Seal's voice indicated that she was teasing me. She changed into a grey uniform with a number on the front. Due to the size of her breasts the number 88 seemed to multiply. Her ass in those pants looked bigger than when she wears a dress. She squatted down to talk to me. Do you like the view? Yes. I responded affectionately, but it seemed I was the only one who didn't catch what she was referring to. Good. I'll make you bite the dust so you'll like it there. Seals went to the position she was in. Like the professionals, everything about her implied that she was very serious. So serious she was, that even a fly wandered across her face and she ignored it. The beep sounded, a fast ball was approaching. I wanted to tell her to be careful, but she instantly shut my mouth. Ah! With a slight swing, she hit the ball nice and hard and sent it against the net. I was in awe of what I was seeing. She looked at me and smiled. We're going to play a lot. Today is going to be a long day. Ah! How long has it been? I remember we went out in the morning and the sun was setting. Also, I don't know how much the scoreboard is in baseball, but I would definitely say she has 300 wins on me. I think that would be an indication that she is a professional. When she bats, she looks like she wants to hit someone. Roar. A roar we heard. It was our stomach asking for some food. I spoke to it to take a pause. Seals, we should. Ah! Again she gave a strong swing and the ball was sent into the net which was starting to stretch because it was unraveling. She was sweating. I approached as I saw the ball's 5th time reload was over. Seals. Hey? Honey, what's wrong? We should take a break, our bodies require one even if your soul is passionate. I seemed to say something that made her blush, she immediately ducked her head. Why yes. You're right, sorry. With that said, we went to sit down. We sat at some separate tables from the rest, this was the adult area. Here we couldn't hear the screaming children. We brought a vitamin-rich lunch to recharge our energy. Before eating the meat, I cut up, she said to me. I'm sorry I didn't pay attention to you on the day. She stirred her noodles with a depressed face. The thing is, ever since I was a little girl, I always wanted to come to this place. Before that curse touched my body, I always felt an interest in baseball. I mean, isn't it exciting? You use a bat and you hit a ball, you go in circles and you always end up covered in dust and then everybody cheers. That's what I like to watch from my bedroom. But I couldn't do it since I was spending time studying how to manage the territory. Seal's cheerful expression darkened as she remembered her past. She had a strange curse that deformed her skin and left her looking like a petrified tree. I cured it and now she can look up with her head held high. She kept telling me things. Then it came about my husband. Even if it was a loveless marriage, I wanted there to at least be a little conversation between us. I told him if he felt an interest in baseball and he laughed at me. I was glad that fucker is dead. Ha ha ha, your honest comments are sometimes unexpected. It was for a bit, but I made her smile again. She looked up at the ceiling and raised her hands. Thanks to you. Both me and my territory are alive, you really were a blessing to us. Seal's words made me realize again that despite the fact that this was a world of an Otome game, it was also the real world for everyone. Every life on this planet is a living being. Be it NPCs, characters like Lily and the idiots, and even the villainous like Eli and Seals. Everyone is a real living being just like me. Even if I get philosophical, it won't change the fact that I will kill anything that is a danger to what will happen 4 years from now. There are already many things that have shown me without a doubt events of the game happen, among them what Astria told me. No doubt, my life is horrible in parts. But moments like these make me see that it's not bad at all. I said to Seals. It is as you say. But I think you actually saved your territory long before. You went out of your way to take care of everyone and even used your own money to make sure no one went hungry. You're more amazing than me. Seals looked at me with a heartwarming look. My goodness. You've gotten good at wooing women. Do you want to stay here? I really like it here, but if you don't want to. I'm fine with being here, you're happy, which makes me happy. I told her so she could continue to enjoy herself. I don't want her to be unhappy, like all of them. I will make her happy like the others. After we finished eating we stood up. Honey, how about a bet? Bet? Name it. If I win again by a majority of points. The next one to end up pregnant will be me, you'll also come to La Tremont territory for a season. I don't think Eli will like that. I say that because she demanded that she must be the first to end up pregnant when we get married. But you already impregnated the Duchess who's her mother, remember? What's the problem with you getting someone else pregnant? I am 35 years old, so my body needs an heir with an urgency. It should be priority the older woman in your harem than what a girl says. I forgot. Seals is a businesswoman. Someone like her would certainly look for an opportunity to grow her territory, and since it's a border territory with hostile countries, it's no wonder she wants me to stay with her. I must seek to avoid making Eli angry. Hostility between border nobles is the same as arguing which idol of the moment is the best. They will never achieve peace. I decided to get serious. Sounds good to me. Yay, I will have in this year my heir. She already celebrates that she won. Sorry Seals, but I'll use my Hawkeye to win. It was a good day even though I lost anyway. Eli found out since Seals shouted it out, she started drinking in celebration. Fortunately, Eli managed to come to an agreement with her. For some reason they were looking at me with a strange look on their faces. I look forward to my date with whichever one of them I get now. Chapter 92 White Princess. Today was the beginning of a new date with one of my women. Yesterday was with Seals, and today's as the following ones will be a surprise. In fact, the surprise came. When I opened my eyes I found a cloud. It was not a real cloud, it was a cloud of hair. Beautiful silver hair like the moon. I could see it moving from side to side. It wasn't just one cloud, it was several. 9 of them in all I counted. I grabbed the clouds and didn't feel something fleshy or hard like a bone to assume it was part of a human body. Rather, I know who owns these clouds that are actually tails. It was just like touching a ponytail, but they have a life of their own. I removed all the tails and just when I thought I could see the face of their owner, I found something better. 2 huge moons were pointing at me. They were Yukahim's bare breasts that were looking at me. Even the pink nipple was in view. I looked up and saw her face sleeping peacefully. When I was about to speak to her to get up, her arms and tails took me like a pillow. She buried me between her soft breasts. It's as if a huge pudding had the weight of a velvet pillow. It's wonderful to be here, but I'm suffocating. Yuki-hime, wake up. My dream is to die buried in a mountain of breasts, but not now. Eli came to wake us up as it was getting late. She found me drowning in those mountains. She scolded me. Apparently Eli wants me to drown in her chest rather than other women. Hasn't she become more capricious? Well, she's a villainess and the daughter of a ducal family, it's not unusual for her to laugh with an oh ho 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 di suwa at some point. In fact, I expect it. After being saved I went to change. Today will be my date with Yuki-hime. Since Yuki-hime reminds me a lot of Japanese culture, it is not uncommon to see her wearing a kimono. In fact, all of her clothes are. At first I wondered how she would go about getting it. It seems kimonos and yukatas are not uncommon in the empire. Isn't this all very convenient? Sometimes I don't even want to understand how the logic of this world works. I was looking through a pamphlet. Today there will be in the shopping area an event. It's not a gambling event or one in this country, but a cultural event. It is called Cherry Tree Festival or Sakura Matsuri. At this time of the year, cherry trees are in bloom. I think because of the heat they should not, but the ecosystem and the environment are not my forte, so I ignore it. Anyway, since this week the cherry trees are in bloom, because everyone likes them, there will be a festival to celebrate them. Apparently there are several thousand people with similarities from Japan in the empire. The immigration and the treatment of help to those people is impressive. I wanted to take the opportunity to go rent a yukata, but when I tried to put one on it ripped. There doesn't seem to be any in my size. I'll have to go as if I were shopping at a convenience store. The worst thing is that it's a date, but the heat is unbearable. Sorry Yuki-hime, forgive me this time. I put my hands together to apologize. At that, a voice called out to me. Razel, we're ready. Eli's voice called out to me and I turned to look. You all look beautiful. They were my honest words as I looked at them. They all wore kimonos with flower, bunny, or butterfly embroidered decorations. The color of their clothing matched their eyes. Their hair was tied back, though my eyes were focused on how tight their breasts were. My threesome of monstrous breasts is always showing off their large volume. Yuki-hime was the same as always. Her skirt was very short, showing off her plump thighs and stockings. Her wooden slippers gave her that royal oriental touch. The top could not close due to the large size of her breasts. Like Barbara, she was exposing them. It was a wonderful sight. My face had to make a ridiculous face for Lily and Eli to step in between and show me their pouts. Razel. Razel-kun. Sorry. I said, scared since they were annoyed. I went in Yuki-hime's direction and extended my hand. Shall we go, my princess? I said that to sound really romantic. She smiled and gave me her hand. Just before we walked. Eli's 10. I heard Livy's voice run. Livy was wearing an outfit, how to say it without offending the imperial family. Horrible to my eyes, it reminded me of those girls who do mix Western clothes with kimono, giving a strange outfit. She even put on a scarf. I didn't know about fashion, but I didn't like it. She asked me. How do I look, Mob-kun? My head would fly off if I laughed at her, and she said to her father. It looks good on you. I replied with a dull expression. Though then I put energy into it since Christina was behind her. Her kimono was beautiful, it was green and her huge breasts seemed to keep from wanting to bounce when she walked. It reminded me of green tea. Without wasting any more time, we went to the festival. The center was full of people wearing yukatas and kimonos of different colors and sizes. It was not only that, their races and ethnicities were also. In the empire, the religion we believe in is the goddess. The immigrants who came to the empire seemed to believe in another religion, as Yukihime tells me. We went around each stall either to eat or just to see. Yukihime was similar to Lily, a black hole she had for a stomach. My wallet is a little scared. She would use her tails to grab the food and put it in her mouth. Her only free hand was the one she was holding me with. We approached a stand that sold takoyaki. The owner of the place was a young boy with dog ears on his head. Seeing us, he greeted us. "Welcome. How many dishes would you like to order?" For some reason his smile warped into a sad expression. "Don't tell me, it can't be Yukihime-sama." Yukihime reacted to the boy's words. She also showed a sad expression. "You are Natsuo?" "Yes. I'm Natsuo, I served the royal family as a guard just like my family. It seems like this is an unexpected reunion." The dog-eared boy, Natsuo, led us to a remote part where no one was around after closing his food stand. He took off his headband and prostrated himself on the ground. "I am extremely sorry for what happened that day. All of us who swore to protect the Kami Shiro dynasty are truly sorry." I looked to Yukihime to explain what was going on here. We sat down before she told the sad story of her country. "To begin with, let me tell you what the real name of my homeland was. It was called Sengoku Kuni. In your language it would be the country in a state of war." Did they seriously rely on the history of the Sengoku states to create the country of her? "I'll kill those developers if there was Oda Nobunaga." She continued. "One day the country was unified thanks to a man who christened himself the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. The nation lived under a rule of chaos and blood until he came." "He?" "Yes. My ancestor, Yukihira, was the head of a small clan of men and women who called themselves Mystic Foxes. When the moonlight hit their bodies, they would transform into giant foxes and also possessed strange and mysterious powers." "Seriously? I feel like I've heard this one before." "They wiped out the rulers. It's because my ancestor and his clan lived near the nation and were attacked by some hunters, which led to a new war that lasted for 3 days. After defeating the Demon King, they appointed themselves as rulers. The nation then came to be called Kami Shiro Kuni, also known as the country of the white deity. That's one way of putting it. Because of the name and perhaps the kanji, it could also be called the White Fur Nation. Thanks to us, many demi-human families came to live there. The nation was a beautiful place where different races could live together in harmony, even marry. Although my family didn't allow that, between relatives without direct blood they would get engaged so as not to contaminate our lineage. All was peace and quiet until they came." "They?" I asked, very curious. Yukihime got a lump in her throat. Natsuo answered for her. "The Ideal Empire attacked us for no reason 20 years ago." "You said the Ideal Empire did it. It's rare for Ideal to do something like that. The information in the game and the information I was able to get in this world are the same. Ideal only attacks the Arclight Empire, so it's rare for them to attack other nations. They are supposed to be peaceful with all countries except the Arclight Empire. They are even on good terms with the Holy Kingdom. Why would they attack Yukihime's country?" I asked Natsuo since curiosity was high. "Could you tell me how it happened? Please." "It's not something so complex. They attacked us at night. It was a large group of knights that came out of the ground and started killing everyone, whether civilians or soldiers. They even killed children and old people." Natsuo's sad expression changed to one of anger. "Among them were 4 individuals, I think they were called Dark Knights or something like that. It's definitely them. Just like in the game they are sent on missions together. I would only run into one of them for introductory reasons and then they would retreat. I was standing guard like everyone else. A big explosion sounded at the entrance. It started burning Himeji Castle at that moment. The fire was unnatural, it was burning in an accelerated manner. We heard screams of our comrades being killed by someone coming up. The royal family was on the highest floor, they couldn't escape, there was no His Majesty or his sons for them to fight to. I was nervous, the cries of soldiers who couldn't do anything echoed all over the place. The head of the royal guard, Tenzudano, was with us even. I thought he would have a chance. I looked at Yukihime when we heard that name. Tenzu. He was the guy I fought against in the lawless city. He was a ninja who talked to me about things about me playing an assassin and that this path will bring me pain. I ignored him until the moment I shattered his heart. Apparently he and Yukihime were close. Natsuo continued counting after taking a breath. The door was split in two and bodies of our comrades cut like cheese were falling at their feet. I decided to ask him since I also had a lump in my throat. The man who was there, if he was a man, what did he look like? Natsuo looked me in the eyes. I noticed the fear in his gaze. After finishing us off quickly, he fought Tenzudano. Before I lost consciousness, I saw how he killed Yukihime-sama's mother and relatives. He took off his helmet and I was shocked before I lost consciousness. Sigh. A man of perhaps old age was responsible for killing over 1,000 soldiers. He even looked at me. Those eyes, those wicked, demonic, fire-red eyes. That was not a man, just a monster with the face of one. I tightened my pants because of the fear I also felt. No doubt it is he, the old knight, the most annoying of all human enemies, the one who possesses 2 deadly sins according to the game. The demon knight, Solomon. I tightened my chest due to the fear generated by that name. It's really irritating how that guy for an old man can inflict so much fear. I hope I have many allies the day our paths cross, so one of us can kill him. Not even Oscar, Regulux, or Jake at the top of their stats could do anything. It's really frustrating to know that not even a heart attack can kill him. I took a deep breath so I could forget this. I said to Natsuo thanks for telling me about it and looked at Yukihime. She was scared. Natsuo said to me. I don't know who you are, but I deeply appreciate you saving our princess. Even if we don't have a homeland to return to, just knowing that there is still a member of the Kami Shiro dynasty alive is enough for us. Thank you very much. After that, we each went our separate ways. Before leaving, Natsuo handed Yukihime a piece of paper with an address in the capital. Apparently there is a place intended for immigrants without a nation where they can pray to their god between organizing meetings to hold national events. All that is free and also booked in advance as there are several races that go. By the way, in Yukihime's country is a big white fox. Apparently it is different from the silver-haired fox. I will take Yukihime there when we return. Night fell before we knew it. A fireworks show would occur in a few minutes. We agreed to meet Eli and the others at the place we were sitting. Yukihime has been down for hours. I've tried everything to try to cheer her up. This date is horrible because of that damn old knight. I clenched my fist in frustration and she noticed. Sorry. She said. I apologized as I'm sure she thought it was her fault. No. There's nothing to apologize for, I'm just upset too like you. You're upset about what happened to me. She didn't seem to understand. Yes. I'm upset because you lost your homeland, your family, and most of all you were imprisoned for years. Her beautiful blue eyes looked at me with a gleam similar to that of a jewel submerged under the moonlight. Did you really bother about me? I took her hand and looked at her with my most serious face. You are one of my women, my duty is to protect you and make you happy. So, whoever is your enemy, is my enemy. I took her hands and moved closer to her. I swear that one day, no matter how long or late it takes me, I will give you back your homeland. I will even kill that old knight as revenge for killing your family. Hearing me say that, tears streamed down her cheeks. I'm sorry, sobs. I was immersed in remembering what happened that day, sobs that I didn't realize I was messing up our date. I'm so sorry. I hugged her to make her feel better. There's nothing to be sorry about. This was good for me, I learned more things about you, even though I still don't know your full name. She stepped back and said her real name. I am Kami Shiro Haruka Yukihime, former 3rd princess of the Kami Shiro kingdom. She smiled and so did I. Now I'll be able to swear it for real. I, Razel Bartlett, swear to Yukami Shiro Haruka Yukiheim that I will kill that old knight and even take back your homeland. I always keep my promises, I did it with Eli, I did it with Barbara and with you too. I will make sure to give you the happiness that was taken away from you. Hearing my words, she came to my lips, we closed our eyes and kissed passionately like true lovers. Razel. Yukiheim. There you are. Eli and the others were coming closer, the fireworks were about to start. After placing more blankets on the ground, and having drinks ready, the fireworks started, we all shouted the same thing. Tamaya. Yukiheim whispered to me. Despite my sad state, you made me feel good. Today was wonderful, I'll be anxiously waiting for the day you put our heir in my womb, until then, become a stronger knight, my beloved savior. Kiss. She kissed me on the cheek and we held hands. Tomorrow will be another great day. Chapter 93 Glasses are cool too. Today it was time for another date with one of my girlfriends. When I woke up I found no one in bed. Not even when I went downstairs. The receptionist handed me 2 notes left by the girls. One was from Barbara who said they were still going to the festival, and the other said to go to such and such a place. I figured today's girl wrote that. I heeded her and did my activities before I went to get dressed. I arrived at the place where the appointment would be. It was a shopping mall. I put on my best clothes and waited for her to come to this place to meet us. It was a water fountain with the emperor's face on it. I was a little scared to see that. By the way, who will be today's girl? There are many candidates to say, but I certainly can't say who would I think of on such a cliched date. Evelyn? No, she's too expressionless for that. Celia? Maybe. This is something she would do, but this mall looks too fine, she prefers simple things. Cordelia and Barbara get rejected because this is something a teenage girl would do. That only leaves the most likely ones. Lily, who wants to make this day memorable. Or Eli, who is undoubtedly a girl who wants to live with fancy things like the whimsical girl she is. In any case, I'm ready. Who am I? A female voice called out to me from behind me and put her hands to cover my face. Her hands were very large and soft. Her voice was sweet but not youthful. So, she was an older woman. Also, this pressure of boobs on my back I know. I turned to check who it was and I was right. Cordelia. She was dressed in an unexpected way. She looked like a schoolgirl sporting her clothes for the season. Pink coat that matched her short yellow skirt down to her thighs. White boots reaching down to her knees and her hair pulled back in a ponytail with a butterfly clip. To finish her new look, she carried a handbag made of ogre skin, which is very elegant as they come in different colors and when you touch it feels like a carpet. No doubt the look of her as if she was a delicate flower in her golden years was a strange image to me. She always seemed to me to be very serious, now she appears dressed like this. This left me very dismayed. Cordelia was watching me waiting for me to say something. How do I look? She finally asked the question. If it were the old me, I would say I think you should dress in something in keeping with your age only to be smacked in the most painful way possible. But this time it's different. I have updated my thinking regarding women. I replied. You look beautiful, you took my breath away. She was taken aback and moved closer to me. She was so close that she kissed me on the mouth. It was a small kiss full of love. She said with a smile. Gosh, you've really gotten good at giving a girl compliments, I was thinking you'd say I look bad or this outfit doesn't fit me. I was going to slap you hard if you said that. I laughed since I really thought about it. Ha ha ha, I am not capable of that. More importantly, is there a reason to come here? She stood beside me and intertwined her hand with mine. This is our date as an official couple, I want to have a pleasant time with you. In this place there are many things for tourists' entertainment, so we will visit as much as we can today. Nu, get away from me. Ruhuhuhu. We take a walk around the place. It's huge, it has 10 floors in total. We're on the 5th floor, we enter something resembling a movie theater. I say similar because it is a theater room converted into something similar to a movie theater. A few months ago I heard that magic tools were created that allow to record movements, and they are using them to make recorded theater, that is, a movie. The method is still primitive, but it is not in black and white, which means that in a short time they will reach the latest technology. Sometimes it scares me, the advance of the empire. I think they would build a nuclear bomb if they knew how to make one. Back to the movie, it was one of the horror genre. It was exactly like that movie about a deformed guy killing young people with a chainsaw in a near-desert city where everyone stinks and their teeth are black. I think it was called Kya. Cordelia shouted as she watched the guy with the misshapen face rip a girl in half. I feel like I've seen this before, but I didn't care as she clung to me. It was a win-win, no doubt. Sigh. What a scare that thing gave me. Was it really scary? I didn't feel it was that scary. No, what do you mean you didn't feel scary? They killed that girl by ripping her in half, even her intestines showed, then her boyfriend got his face ripped off. No matter how you look at it, that's too brutal. She was responding to me in a way that I still didn't understand. Maybe it's because of the fact that I've once left a trail of corpses. I even ripped a guy's jaw off once. Because I've killed so many enemies, I must have developed a natural thing like seeing dead bodies. Fake deaths in movies don't compare to killing someone for real. I'd better not tell her because she'll surely think I'm a psychopath. Why yeah, you're right. I was just trying to sound cool. I would reply a little scared to make sense of my acting. At first she looked at me weird, but she calmed down. Now she said, "Let's go eat ice cream." We went to the food area to buy one. After standing in a long line to buy some special ice cream they make based on your appearance, we went to sit at a table which was inside a store that was displaying a light show. I had mixed feelings about eating an ice cream in my shape. But it was made of my favorite flavors, so I wouldn't let it go to waste. Hey! Cordelia spoke to me as the spoon cut my arm. Made of ice cream, even strawberry syrup was coming out to simulate blood, very scary. Is something wrong? I asked as she looked at me very serious. She placed her elbow on the table and her hand lifted her chin. There's something I'm curious to know about you, and this is a chance to find out without interruption. About me? I don't think I have something interesting to say about me, but go ahead. She said something that left me frozen. What do you hope for the future? The future? Yes. And we know you'll become a duke when you marry Miss Elise, but, even dukes don't spend in their offices doing duke jobs. It's like she says, from what little I've found out about the dukes I know, they all have a job. Jake's father works at the Ministry of Magic. While Duke Wimlet is an admiral of a fleet. And Duke Leuenberg is a diplomat with bordering countries. All of them have a job. Even Barbara, she is in charge of making the territory's magic stone collecting industry run smoothly. One day I will inherit that, however, will that be my job? In my past life it was the same. What will I do as an adult? That's something I never gave a thought to. Seeing the university students what they suffered made me think that I really didn't want to go there. I was content to work in McRonald's if possible. I didn't want to end up writing a letter of apology for not passing and then leave this world. Even though I ended up dying anyway. In this world there are more opportunities to get fancy jobs, but they are still serious jobs. I replied with all my honesty. I wouldn't know. My grades at the academy don't border on excellent or good scores, so I'd know what I'd like to work on. She moved her hand to her ice cream before answering me. How about working at the palace as a civil servant? I'm sure a man like you who goes around making his mark in this generation can get an important position. Even being a minister, I'm sure, if you were a soldier, you'd be one of the strongest, even if you don't use a sword yourself. I looked at the ceiling when she recommended working for the palace. Be a palace official, Hey! As Razel thought about the recommendation, Cordelia remembered why she told her. She was having her monthly meeting with the Prime Minister. There he said something to her that shocked her. Cordelia Kun, I'd like to ask you a favor. A favor? I find it very strange to hear that from you, Prime Minister. That may be so, but this favor is something that cannot be taken as an order. In that case, please tell me. Placing her hand on her heart, she asked him to hear that favor. He said, I would like you to get the future Duke of Rosenberg household to join the palace. Join, you said. This was something everyone knew, but he reminded her anyway. It's no secret this, but from the time of the Empire's founding, the relationship between the dukes and the imperial family has always been the worst. We have never gone to war before because of the oath. The oath spoken by the Prime Minister is in the historical records. It is called the Oath of Love. It existed in the game. This oath was written as a means of ever avoiding disputes that would end in wars. They named it love to show how united they were, even though deep down they hated each other. Even if there was a problem between some duke and a prince, it always ended without war. The Prime Minister's expression darkened with the next thing he said. But last year many problems occurred that we could not control. First was the business of the duel where Lux Kun lost his position as the third prince, the destruction of Duke Granville. This was undoubtedly a huge loss. His Majesty said that traitors are executed without exception. We found out later that our enemies were preparing for a war. The worst is the trouble between the Rosenbergs and Blake Kun. The Prime Minister covered his face with his hands. No matter how much I think about it, I had to have done everything I could to make that happen. From the moment a member of the imperial family fought and was defeated by one of the dukes, rumors that the palace has been weakened. Each of the dukes has blood from the imperial family of the first generation, all of them have the right to the throne. The Prime Minister went on to list the problems. Leuenberg is a person who can be dialogued with. Wimlet is strange, but he is not hostile. Rosenberg has proven to be passive, but like Carlisle we can't say they wouldn't show us their fangs. That only leaves it to those most likely to commit rebellion, Mercury and Fitzclarence. Cordelia asked curiously. I understand that the Fitzclarence house have always shown their displeasure with the imperial family to the point of calling their territory a principality just to show their power. But what does Duke Mercury have to do with any of this? Have you ever eaten a sand apple? It's a fruit that grows in the desert of one of the territories within the empire. No, I'm afraid I haven't tried it. It's such a sweet fruit, you can't stop eating it. The Prime Minister's face showed joy at the mention of the fruit, then darkened as he revealed its secret. You can't stop eating it because it kills you with a strong poison which makes you addicted. This is something that several centuries ago was kept in the records. This fruit makes you crave its flesh more, but it kills you during the process. The Mercury are the same, they may smile on the outside, but on the inside they are very poisonous. Many cases of murders have been said that they have been involved. So if we can get at least one of the dukes to change or show that the palace is not their enemy, I would appreciate it. Cordelia nodded those words. The show ended and Razel's ice cream melted. My ice cream! Cordelia burst out laughing. Mine melted too. She flashed a charming smile. She put some ice cream in her mouth and kissed Razel. It was a very sweet kiss in every way. Cordelia thought after that kiss. It may be a favor from the Prime Minister. But what is certain is that he is now my man and I want to support him, therefore, I will use this opportunity to support him and thus show my loyalty to the Rosenberg Duchy. She stood up and took Razel's hand. Let's go get another one. Hey, but is it still digestible? Then let's go for a walk. They went for a walk until it got dark. Cordelia thought as Razel put on glasses just like hers. As the head maid and his woman, I will make sure that Razel Sama's future, mine, and the others will be prosperous. Therefore, I will play with fire if necessary. The day ended smoothly. Razel was ready for his next appointment. Chapter 94 Sunny days are perfect for hotpants. When I got up, I went downstairs to have breakfast. There I found only one person. It was Celia, who was ordering a buffet as breakfast. I approached and asked her. There is no one else except us here, do you mean we are having our turn together today? While eating pancakes she tilted her head. I understand, don't you think you're overdoing it a bit in eating? As she finished eating the pancake she said. I need carbs and fat for today. Really? Yes. You'll need them too, so eat up. I sat down next to her and started eating as well. What does she mean I'll need fats and carbs? Help me, Amy. I found myself yelling due to my situation. You who? Who was screaming besides me was Celia. After finishing eating she said to follow her. I did so without saying anything as her attire was how she likes to walk at home. A small blouse showing her belly button, sandals and hot pants showing part of that huge majestic ass. I was watching it the whole time that I didn't realize that we arrived at an extreme sports area. We paid the entrance fee and went to stand in line to use some bikes. I had ridden a bike, I had fallen from a great height, so this is nothing. I asked Celia. Do you want to spend the whole day here? She replied as she put on her gloves and other safety gear. I was thinking about what one thing we could do together, and I couldn't think of anything. While walking around yesterday with the others, I saw this place. That's why it occurred to me that we could come. Did I do wrong? Celia looked at me like a puppy dog. She's manipulating me. I'll give in because she wants to spend time with them. That's fine with me. This is something you like, what I like is not something others like. Is there anything you like besides big breasts and mature women? Celia asked curious. My mouth grimaced just like an X as she caught me. Then she burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, just kidding, let's go fast. There's a lot to do today. Just so you know, my body is now able to endure everything, I can even beat you from the highest ramp. Oh? You say so? Let's see it. That's how again I didn't learn to shut my mouth. That's how I ended up falling more than 10 meters high on a bicycle. Celia was the same as me, but she has perfect balance. She managed to do many somersaults when she touched down. She even managed to do several flips in the air while removing her hands from the handlebars. In contrast, I ended up crashing to the ground. If I hadn't activated blood, I would be a red blob now. I was approached by healers and concerned people. I liked that the people here are so humble and caring that they instantly go to someone's aid. It makes me see that in the Empire there are not only scum. I got up and said I was fine, the healers checked me anyway. Celia finished doing her laps and came to see me. Honey, are you all right? She asked very concerned. I told her I was fine. Don't worry. I'm in perfect condition, you don't have to be afraid that I broke something ha ha ha. As long as blood is activated, I can get hit by a train and I'll be fine. Come to think of it, will I be able to withstand explosions? As my mind wandered, Celia took my hand and led me to another place. Sports like this are very dangerous when you don't get used to them, let's go for safer ones. Celia was getting worried about me, even though I told her I was fine. Gosh, what a good girl she is. Ha ha ha, now that's a lot of fun. The next sports activity we went to was one identical to the races I watched on TV. These were for all ages, of course. There are regulations where types of people of the same age can enter and those who don't meet them can't. The racetrack was so long that it was the same length as 2 streets. The cars were small, but they didn't squeeze you. They were powered by a magic stone. I pushed the button to turn it on so the magic stone could send power to the engine and start. The speed I was going was high, it felt like I was flying. I already flew, but to be crashed into a wall or into the ground. It was really fun. Celia was next to me, we were crashing on purpose, we went around so many times that the clerk had to come and tell us that time was up. It was wonderful, so we decided to buy more time. The next activity we went on was rock climbing. We put on our harnesses and other tools. It is safe to do this, but you always have to avoid any tragedy. Celia has more experience than me climbing. I never did it, but I didn't mind, since I could admire her huge ass while I was climbing. Celia didn't realize that not only me, other climbers could see the silhouette of her big butt. That's why I shadowed so they can only see mine. I'm sorry, but I won't let anyone other than me see my women. The climb was very tiring, my hands and feet hurt. It took us about 2 hours of climbing and we reached the top. There were some employees helping the workers to climb. Celia gave her hand to one of them. I went to the side to climb with her. But at that moment I noticed how, due to her big butt, the strap that tied her hip broke, which caused her body balance to tilt to the side, and as her hands were sweaty since we never gave a break while we were climbing, it made her slip. Seeing her fall, I activated my regen and jumped after her. Celia's face showed that she didn't understand what happened, but I ignored it. I picked Celia up gently as we fell from a height of 30 meters. Harnesses are made not to break and hold someone's weight even if they are overweight. So Celia's butt is so heavy that it made it. I must stop thinking about that. We reached the ground already. Before touching the ground, I activated the blood. I could feel how my muscles are tensing and as if I was jumping into a pool standing up. I made a small hole in the ground. My knees were a little bent in order to avoid falling. As I returned to my position, I looked at Celia to ask her, "Are you okay?" And she just stared at me. An employee came running over to help us. We went to the infirmary. Despite my saying I was fine, they insisted on giving me a free medical checkup. Both me and Celia were given different tests and they made us wait for the results. There was nothing wrong with our bodies, except that my stomach has a lot of sweets in it and that will give problems. The sun was going down. Celia took my hand and we went to a small forest inside the facility to sit down. There she hugged me. I asked her as I saw how her head was touching my chest. "Is something wrong?" "She does this because she is glad to be safe, or is there another reason?" "Thank you," she said with her head still on my chest. As she lifted her head I could see her tears. Celia was crying with happiness at her smile she was showing me. I realized late what happened, before I could feel fear and that I was going to die. "You saved me, thank you so much, honey." The hug went up a notch. She brought her hands up to my shoulders. I could see how she stood on her toes and her mouth came close to mine. We engaged in a passionate kiss where we exchanged saliva for a while. After we finished kissing, we went to sit on a bench. After sitting down, she sat on me. I could feel through my pants the sensation of her ass. I hugged Celia and she said, "You know, at first when my father made me become your concubine, it gave me some anger. I mean, don't you think that's unfair for a woman? Don't we have more rights than in the past?" "I thought so, but after meeting you and what happened that day, I guess sometimes bad things have very good happenings for some." She turned to look at me when she said that. "I have Evelyn and you next to me, also the princess and the others. Still Lily scares me when she gets weird when I mention you. But despite the problems with this duchy, and the ones you bring, I really enjoy my life as it is, ha ha ha." Celia's smile was that of a normal girl living in this world of an Otome game. We stayed like that for a while until it was time to close. The moonlight illuminated our return home. We walked along the beach to go straight to the hotel. Celia stopped to look out to sea. I stopped too and we both grabbed a rock to see who could throw it the farthest. Oddly enough we both achieved the same amount of force, so it was a tie. We laughed and then Celia glared at me. "Today was very wonderful, I look forward to our next vacation, darling," I told her. "Me too." We held hands and kept walking until we reached the hotel. As we walked upstairs I saw how Barbara was vomiting due to her symptoms, while Cordelia was vomiting because Barbara wanted to drink alcoholic drinks. Eli was rubbing her mother's back while Lily was rubbing Cordelia's back. I laughed so hard because this showed our peaceful and quiet life. I was going to go ask for more towels, but before I left Evelyn came up to me. I didn't want to say this, but Razel-san, my turn is tomorrow. Please wake up early as there is somewhere I want to go. Evelyn told me that her turn was tomorrow, she means that it's definitely important tomorrow. Throwing up. Mom, you stained my dress. Cordelia-san threw up on my legs. I said to Evelyn. Okay, but let me fix this problem first. I look forward to our day tomorrow. She smiled, but I couldn't see her for long as I was busy keeping Barbara from throwing up on Eli.